Baseball? Oh, Mitch?
Play ball too, besides riding goats.
He's a mutton buster.
Are you gonna ride goats again this year?
You gonna do this
Sheep.
one, Brian?
Or is it sheep?
Sheep.
Okay, I had the wrong
They're close.
species. Huh? About the same size.
Alrighty, call this meeting to order. We got a roll call sheet going around.
Hold on a second. I will.
Motion to approve the agenda. Absent any additions or corrections?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Any comments from the floor?
Yes.
Got some guests
You
here.
can come on up.
I'll make a comment. I'd like to say I was at the workshop this morning with Tom. I'm a newly elected official from Jacksonville. I'm an alderman for Ward 3, and I was just listening to them talk about how there's ways that municipalities can work together for mutual instances. So I just thought I'd extend that hand this way from that way.
What's your name?
Brandon
Brandon
Adams.
Adams.
We have a very symbiotic relationship with Jacksonville, so we
Well,
wouldn't
good,
exist without you
good.
guys. If you don't mind, how was it? Was it
Very good.
good?
Time well spent.
I went
Yeah.
2 years ago, and
Uh-huh.
it was very informative.
Our village attorney was there, by the way.
Was he? Was he? He was teaching, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah,
he's usually.
he had a segment there where
He's usually at the IML conference
Yeah.
at Illinois Municipal.
What was it you went to?
the IML Conference for Newly Elected Officials over in Springfield.
In Springfield, okay.
And so I was just trying to get acquainted with everybody. And South Jacksonville, I just got acquainted with Jacksonville, and I'm going to work on the county next. But I think that's what everybody should do, is be involved with all the parts of it. So if there's anything I can do, you guys can always look me up on this city website and give me a call or something. My website, or my email.
What'd you say your name was again?
Brandon Adams.
Brandon Adams, okay.
For your ward.
3.
Very good.
I live at Beecher High Rise.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you guys.
Sonny?
Yes, I'm the company owner.
If you don't mind, we can come up a little closer, just so we make sure we get you on the recorder.
Okay.
So we can hear you.
Right.
Not that one, it's up here, just so video, or audio, so.
My name is Sunny Patel. I'm from the company owner. And I like to discuss about the next door competitor and also the property tax. So if city can, South Jacksonville city can help us.
Floor is yours, so go right ahead.
Okay, so the basically main thing is for the property has been built almost 15 years. We paid almost close to $1.2 million property tax for last 15 years. And last year they bring the new property to next door. It's hurt very badly our business. Before we're doing around 55% occupancy. Last year is hurt 20%. This year hurt 10%. So right now we do only between 20 to 25%. Very hard to make this property operate about with that revenue numbers. And the property tax we paid around $75,000 per year. And our franchise, the next door neighbor is the same group of franchise. So they give us improvement list for $400,000 to spend the property to look similar both property and make improvement. And we lose almost more than $600,000 business last year and this year in 6 months. So we are asking for city can help for the improvements and help us for at least can waive property tax or give us some couple of months extension for the property tax.
For the property tax, there's nothing we can do on the property tax, and that all goes to the county.
Right. I talked to county and county said you are on South Jacksonville, so you have to talk to the South Jacksonville department. So right now we are stuck between both.
Who did you talk to at the county?
Yesterday I talked to Mr. Allen and then I talked to another lady in assessor office. I've been talked to last January, try to reduce the property tax. They don't reduce, they increase 5,000 more this year. And I give them my appraisal value for the property. His appraisal value is going also down on the paper because we lose our revenue. Plus the building is old compared to the new building. So, but this.
You weren't asking, I mean, make sure we're not mixing things up here. Now, you weren't inquiring about TIF, were you?
Not the thief.
Okay, because we manage the TIF, but we don't have anything to do with the assessments or anything. That all goes to the county.
So we have to go to the again county and talk to them about the property tax.
Are you the Comfort Inn, sir?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now we have to do something, we have to huge improvement outside, they give us list for $200,000 to spend outside into the property.
Am I wrong on that? Am I not?
No, Mr. Patel was in yesterday, actually, when we spoke about that. I was explaining to him that if he did choose to make any like outside improvements, that would be TIF eligible, and it could be. Like, he had talked about needing, what did you say, $400,000 of improvements?
200 from inside and 200 outside.
Okay, and I think only the outside is TIF eligible if
But
I'm thinking
I
like
don't know.
it would have to be
Yeah.
specific, but stuff like that could be eligible for TIF. But the way you were explaining it to me yesterday, you're more concerned, not as concerned with that, just you're more concerned with the way sleeping's hurting your business now,
Yes,
right? Am I
yeah,
understanding
yes.
right?
And the property
Okay,
tax.
and the property tax,
Yes.
so,
So I have two issues about that, property tax and also the sales. You have a number already there in your
Right.
office, how many percentage we heard about that. I talked to my bank, I said, this is the 3 months we can survive. Either we can give you back the key, you guys can operate the property, or you guys have to stop the payment for a couple of months. So bank said, we'll have a board meeting next month, but we're gonna do at least 3-4 months at least, so you guys can have some money in account and start some improvements. Otherwise, bank know about that also, how the next door new property hurt. And they start 5 years ago, we opposed the property, we don't need in South Jacksonville. So they decide to go by the next door, by the Walmart. This is they approve first that property, but suddenly after 5 years, I don't know what kind of drama they play, and they build the property last year next to us. And it's
You're
really
talking about through the franchise.
franchise, yes. Even we talked to the city about too, but the city said, we are not firm it's going on or not, but city did not give us a good answer. Then we oppose with a franchise. Then franchise approve the property inside the town, not in South Jacksonville. So we right now fight with the franchise people too, because we're losing the revenue. And
You said you guys are the same franchise.
yeah, same franchise.
Okay.
So that's why we fight with the franchise now.
I can understand.
So they said, I don't know why they build a property here, but we approve the property in the town. So it's not that big competitor in your next door. So they said, you have to talk to the city about that also. I don't know how they bring that property next to your building.
I'm not sure what, I mean, I know we issue building permits, but I don't know what regulations we would have with the franchise as far as that goes. I think that's totally internal with the franchise, is my understanding, so.
it is, and just so everybody knows, and I don't know if you know this, but Mr. Patel was in yesterday voicing this to me and John, and I let him know that our board is, interested in businesses in our village and how that's going. And so I encouraged him to come speak with you tonight and let you know exactly what he was telling me yesterday. So that's where this is, because he came in yesterday to talk with me and John, so.
And we talked to the city last
Isn't that Faith
couple
Patel
of years
also?
ago, because two properties
I'll
bankrupt.
explain it to you.
Same in a hotel business.
Right, yeah, I
Two
know.
properties
You're
are
the third one. You're the
bankrupt.
third
So we
one.
said if it's third one, why you build the third property here? Two properties are bankrupt within 10 years. Front of our property, the Baymont they filed bankruptcy. The one property in town, I think demolished the building.
Yeah.
Plus third property is a Emery Host owner. They've been also said we give key to bank also. So 3 properties bankrupt in 3 years, in 10 years. I don't know why they build another property in town. So I don't know. City are not been perfectly. Let's search about this, approve the new building and the business in town, because it's hurt a lot right now.
I understand.
And this town have nothing in last 3 years. Build the new companies are moving here, or we have new extra employment here, or any other companies are moving to big business and do something. And we are only survive right now with a Lensville. They only help on a summertime to build a business to Baltimore. Otherwise, in Jacksonville have nothing right now, much going on. I talked to every hotel owners also about that, and everybody said we are not like have anything special. Summer is a very long summer and it's a very bad situation. And the summertime also same thing.
Ooh, shed the light.
So if it's Lensville closed down, then it's gonna be big problem for the
Big
whole town, not for one property. I think every property.
Right.
When you say that Lynn's Field, that's where you're getting all your business from. What kind of, if you don't mind asking, and maybe it's none of my business, but I know he gets
Weekends.
what he gets back from you guys?
They don't get back from us, they get from all the parents who are bring the kids and register for the play at the turf. They get commission from the parents, not from us.
So Lynn's does not get any kind of percentage
No.
on any room, nothing?
They get percentage straight from the parents.
I see.
So my main question is that we losing the business and we have franchise people, they try to big improvement for the property.
So you're asking for $200,000 or $400,000. What's your emphasis
Yeah.
on what's your plans on doing to try to gain back business that you're losing from your next door?
So the franchise said if you spend at least $400,000 into the property, at least you can bring your business back. Not whatever the lose, but at least you can bring at least half. We're losing right now about 30%. At least we bring 15%. At least we can at least survive for next 3-4 years.
But what are the plans? I mean, you have to have some. I mean, they can't just tell you you got to spend $400,000.
Right.
So what's the?
I talked to bank. The bank said there is no way we're gonna do more mortgage for you guys because we did already one time. And the bank said it is really hard time for the bank to give us more money from the loan.
I understand. I just was asking what your thoughts were, how you're going to gain back. You know what I'm saying?
Can I
Sorry,
say
go ahead.
something, Sonny?
Yeah.
And I know this, Jason, because I've talked with Sonny a lot about stuff with this, and last year and the year before. The franchise is wanting him to get rid of the brick and completely stucco it. They say he's not busy because it looks old.
Yeah.
It's not up to par with new ones. That's what they're getting at.
I see.
They're wanting him to do basically the same thing
Landscaping
inside.
and-
Right, and it's $200,000 to stucco it, and they want another 200 in. I think, I'm just trying to read between the lines here, they're saying you're losing business, you're not as busy as everybody else. He's got a nice place, a clean place.
Sure.
They're saying it's old, outdated compared to everybody around you's new. That's why you're not doing anything.
Right. They're going off curb appeal.
And corporate says, you have our name on it, you're gonna have a stucco building, you're gonna have this. And he pushed them off for a year, but they're starting to push on him again. That's where he's coming from.
I see.
You're saying, well, why is this gonna bring your business back? That was your question, that's
Correct.
why I was trying to answer for you.
Right. Okay. All right.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but from our conversation yesterday, what I understood was that you were talking to me and John about having a direct complaint about the sleep in and the assistance they were getting to hurt your business in essence, is what you were thinking.
Yeah.
So that's why that I suggested he talk to you guys, because that was a big reason why you
Big
came in to
reason,
speak
yes.
with us. I mean,
Only reason is otherwise in 15 years we don't have any problem with the business. Yeah. They build the new property and that's the day we start struggle.
Are you in the same family? I mean, both of you
Yeah.
have Patel. Okay.
Yeah, they're different. So the sleep-in owner, the main reason we're over here is because the sleep-in, whenever they built the property, they've got a 5-year tax tip
Tax tip.
and all that kind of stuff. But see, the thing is, when they came to this when they built the property in this town, they didn't increase revenue, or the city didn't bring in a new thing to just equal out all the hotels. You can ask the Best Western, the Super 8, the Baymont, and us. We're losing 25% every year, so we don't understand why the sleep-in is getting all these tips and help, and then it's just killing all the other businesses in town. Example, like the Baymont, us, Super 8, and
Have you ever had a TIF agreement with the village?
we don't believe so.
No.
haven't.
My
No, we don't.
understanding is that their
It's
hotel
sold-
was built before.
It was sold by the
before-
original builder, and you purchased it, correct?
They're like the third owners.
Right.
Okay. All right.
So
that
that
makes
doesn't
sense.
qualify,
Yeah.
yeah.
After from the original
The
builder,
original owner,
then
they
there's
never
not.
get any tips.
But are you asking you think they might qualify for the outside work?
Yeah.
But I think what they're also saying, and correct me if I'm speaking out of turn, and I'm not trying to bring up a sore subject or debate this over again, but this was part of my original thing that I was trying to say, is that we had 3 hotels and the market was saturated, and a 4th hotel came in, and now we're offering over $500,000 assistance to a 4th hotel. So we're offering taxpayer assistance to a 4th hotel, which is gonna help keep that one afloat. And now one or more of the other ones may fail while taxpayer assistance is now gonna keep that other one afloat, and the other 3 are not getting that taxpayer assistance.
You're wrong, because right here, Baymont gets $22,000 a year from the tip.
The first owner.
They've
No,
reassigned
No,
it.
the second
No.
owner.
They've
Whoever
reassigned
gets
the
it, but we have it scheduled in us.
Yes, the
to
current
pay them, so
owners
they
aren't
get
getting it.
The hell they're not.
The current owners are getting it, yes.
Yeah.
The
Only-
current
They do a
only-
reset, they do a
Only because they reassigned
reassignment.
the agreement.
Okay.
You don't have to, but they did.
Yeah.
So,
But not to confuse everybody, and this is just because yesterday Sonny come in and was talking to Tiffany and I, he also was under the impression, because for whatever reason, and I'm not gonna speculate, I have no idea, Bishop told him he didn't have to pay property taxes for 5 years, he had a property tax break.
that's wrong.
And
Absolutely wrong.
it is, and he knows this now,
Yeah.
we told him that
Who's Bishop?
that's not the case.
Mr. Patel
But
became the
he was really
understanding.
confused with that, he's like, well, I need help then.
But there's,
So, and he knows this, we've
For the
talked.
record though, can you repeat what you said there, the number, just so I'm clear?
$22,919 goes to Baymont Inn and Suites. It is for the duration of the TIF.
But that's
That is the gross amount.
for the current owners.
Yes.
For the
Okay,
people
but
that are
then I
currently
was,
in there.
then I was wrong, cause I thought that went to the second
No.
owners, not the third, so my mistake.
So that 22 goes to the current owners right now.
Of
Let me
Baymont.
back up here. That is the money allotted to them, less 40%.
No,
Yes, I'll bet you $1,000 I call
Well,
it when
let's,
that.
Wait a
let's
minute.
just check, I mean, we got
Hold
the
on.
numbers right here, so.
I think that's a sheet she gave you, wasn't it? That's a sheet you gave us. 'Cause I have it too.
I take it back. They get 22,919.
right.
Not
That's
the
their
40%.
Right,
Right.
that is their payment, the 40,
Right.
okay.
You're absolutely correct.
Okay.
They are the third owner right now, just like same.
Say
So-
that again now?
This is the third owner that
Third-
they
yes.
want to.
Third
Okay,
owner.
but just so everyone in this room is clear on this, that has absolutely nothing to do with this board, that
Right.
has nothing to do with the
Right.
village.
That was a prior-
That
Right.
was a prior agreement,
Yes.
and that is completely up to owners when it changes hands. Like,
Right.
we
Yes.
couldn't
Right.
stop in and say, we're not gonna pay you, because that agreement is out of our hands at this point, once we
Well,
signed off.
it'd be the same if he gets agreement to do stucco 5 years down the
And
road,
you
that's
sell
still
it.
your way to sell it.
Yeah.
It can be a
It can be
reassigned
recycled, or you can keep it, you can get the rebate still, if somebody else paying the tax.
because he spent the money up
Absolutely.
front. That's right.
Absolutely.
Oh, cool.
So
Thank you.
Tiffany, out of the 4 hotels,
Uh-huh.
Baymont is the only current one.
Yes.
We will be voting on sleep-in
Mm-hmm.
Thursday, but this building, particular building of Comfort Inn was built before the TIF.
No, it was,
No.
Baymont is Comfort Inn.
No.
No,
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
not, it's Baymont Inn and
Baymont's
Suites.
across the road.
I thought you just said that
Sorry,
they were
yeah.
His building,
was before TIF,
his building was the original
Original.
motel out there, built in
Yes.
96.
but we did not have a TIF district, is that what I'm hearing?
Not
It was-
that, it was created in
it was-
2001,
right.
but if
So
I'm
we
under-
didn't have one.
No, but
Afterwards.
I wanna,
Yeah.
I don't want your point to get lost and I don't wanna speak for you, but when I was speaking with you yesterday, when you were talking to me and John, you said, that you're helping the sleep in, and by doing that, you're hurting me more. So that is, I guess, the point that he's trying to get through to.
No, I get that, and I understand that, but unfortunately, we're bound by what the TIF agreement says. And if you're telling me, I wasn't on the board when it was created, but if the TIF district was not available, if the TIF funds were not available to you when you built, there's absolutely no way we can go back now, of the way it's written. The sleep in, and you probably read a lot about that, there was a lot of controversy as to whether they were eligible, but whether they were entitled to the money, and that's what the board has talked about. And I don't know how the vote will go Thursday, but the first vote was 5-1 that yes, the village owed them something through the TIF agreement. My estimation in just hearing this is that you are not eligible because you were not in the TIF district. The TIF district was not
They're in the
formed
TIF
then.
district.
Now,
They don't have
but it
eligible
wasn't
costs
when.
right now.
They don't have any.
Because they're
Yes.
eligible.
Costs
Yes.
now.
But they're just
They'd have to-
talking
they'd have to
taxpayer
do it.
money in general.
They have
Yes.
to do a new project if they wanted anything
Correct,
from now.
correct.
Yes,
They
and there was some confusion which the representative that came from our TIF attorney cleared up for us. There was the word retroactive going around, so I asked her, has the sleep-in Is it retroactive that they're asking for their money? She said the only way it could be retroactive is if the board approved to go back to 2015 with their agreement, which we did not say we wanted to do. So retroactive is not a word that's, it doesn't fit in this situation. So there is no retroactive. So if that's what maybe you were thinking, that we could go back and do something
I don't think that's what
retroactive.
they were saying.
Yeah, and that's not it. And I certainly understand your concerns about us helping a new business or that it's hurting you. And it's a point well taken, because we have to think about that as a board. We want to bring new businesses, we don't want to hurt
Right.
other businesses.
Right.
I'm really glad you came, because I had no idea that your business was hurting. This is the first I've heard of it.
Right.
And I'm not happy to hear that.
Right. If it's minor hurt, is we don't complain. It's always up and down 5%, 10%.
Yes, yes.
But it is hurt 30%.
Yes,
So we're losing almost the profit, plus we put the money from our pocket from last 1 year.
yes. Oh, I'm really happy you came, because I had no idea that it was hurting you. So what's the next step then?
Well, wait, did they raise your taxes 50,000? Is
Yeah.
that what I heard?
Yeah.
5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
I was gonna say
Okay,
50,000,
5,000.
goodness.
Did you get a notice from the Morgan County tax assessor that?
Yeah, I've been stopped by last January and this January and fill the form to can lower my property tax.
Did they do
But they
it?
don't, they increase my property tax.
They increased it by 5,000.
5,000. Plus I give my new appraisal report. Old appraisal is value at that time is a 4 million, right now is 2.9. Still they increase the property tax. Definitely they have to take down my property tax based on the 15-year-old building compared to new building.
I think I would obtain a lawyer and go back up there and see these guys. I used to be a licensed real estate appraiser. But I would take that back up there, and if you have an appraisal saying 4,000, I'm sorry, 4 million, and now it's 2.9,
2.8.
and I would make sure that all the county trustees, well, not trustees, whatever,
The commissioners?
know this, and that you're not jacking with this, you're gonna sue, you're gonna see some results, one way or the other. Because the last thing they wanna do is fight you on this.
Right.
So from one fiscal year to the next, it went from 4 to 2.9?
Over the period of years.
Over the period,
Over the
okay.
period, yeah.
Right, you just, cause you're, completing,
15 years
Right.
age of the building.
That's just,
right. I understand, I thought I was
Right.
just making sure.
sure.
Plus the business, if your revenue loss, definitely they give you the less, your value for the building.
The problem is what did you pay for that building?
Right now,
Right. When you
No.
guys bought it, what did you pay for it?
3.3.
Okay, so that ought to be the value of the building, 3.3.
Right. But it's almost 10 years ago.
You bought it 10 years ago?
In 2000.
Okay, that's,
2000.
unless they're talking about one hell of an inflation factor, then, which is not big, you know.
Did Bob Patel own that? Did you
Yeah.
buy from
Her
him?
brother-in-law's.
Your brother-in-law's family.
It's,
It's been how long ago?
2009.
There's a lot.
It's him and,
I'll explain it.
okay, all right.
So what, did you remind me what you said, because I think I got lost with the wanting to maybe use TIF money for outside improvements?
Yes.
How, your bank is not going to loan you any money up front?
They did one time 5 years ago to do improvement inside,
Okay,
but now they are maxed out for the value about the properties and
Okay.
the revenue.
okay,
So they check the numbers and they say to next 5 years, very hard to, I think we don't see any profit on your property for next 5 years.
okay,
So the bank said it's very high risk for us to increase
Sure.
every time your
yeah, that makes sense.
mortgage.
Which bank are you with?
First Farmers State Bank,
Farmers State Bank and Trust.
Farmers Bank.
Farmers State Bank.
If they do an outside rehab, is that eligible for TIF money?
I believe so.
Is
I think only the
It doesn't have to
outside
be
is-
a different structure?
No, I think
Okay.
only the
Be
outside is.
remodeling, reconstruction?
And I hope that's not the point everybody's taking from this, because Sonny did come in asking for TIF money.
No,
for
but
the
I'm
outside,
thinking
like,
if there's
I
a
offered
way,
that,
no, if
as
there's a way we
solution,
could help you,
potentially.
that could possibly be a way, since we don't
Well,
have anything to do with the
you know,
property.
if they could get into a TIF agreement with us and show that they're going to get that money, that may be a
Oh, that might be
leverage
enough
off
for
the
your
bank.
X amount every year is gonna make the payment. what's the name of it, because they know
They could.
Okay.
You gotta write it down, they have to get all of them straight.
whereas right now they're saying no.
But I think your best,
Yeah,
my
absolutely.
opinion, your best way to go right now is, who did the appraisal for the 3 Point?
And Springfield, I have the guy name,
Randy Johnson?
I think, yeah.
I know Randy very well. I can call him tonight and find out what, try and help you with that.
Yeah.
Randy's a go-getter. He will come right up here at this courthouse in the morning.
Sorry.
and lay it on.
Sonny is just seeking any help he can get. And I think that what you've done is help, because if he, I mean, like you said, even if he can get the property tax
Yes.
lower, that's helping him. Anything's gonna help him.
Yes.
You know, I mean, he's paying $70,000 a year for property tax. You know,
Right.
plus he's went up 5. You know, if that comes down back to the 65 plus lower because of the value, that's gonna help him tremendously. I mean,
I will
so
tell-
I, no, I'm just saying, I think they're just here for any advice, any help they can get.
This is contingent on board approval, of course, but I will say, if you come up with any ideas for advertising to get people to your hotel or anything, I assume our board would be open to hearing that and potentially chipping in, you know, to cover costs for
What's
that,
the
because
tip?
anything that comes into, you know, if it would get people in here, you know,
put
if
it
you,
on.
yeah, if you think outside, you know, what you're doing, I know you get the 40% reimbursement anyway, but if there's some big thing you think of, you know, that maybe
Just
you
on
could
your tourism.
propose,
Yeah.
that
you
she's
know,
talking about.
Yeah.
like where it's not like hand you, you know, money, but somehow help you draw more customers in. I think they would be
Well,
open
you
to
have
hearing
a new
that.
ad out on
Well, yeah, I
board.
mean,
Yeah.
his business ain't gonna strive by
And
us getting the money. It's
we
gonna
have secured the,
generate money.
Right.
not too far away from that we're going to advertise all 4 motels and the 2 gas stations and what else? Hell, I
That's
don't-
it.
There's a
It's
restaurant,
The
yeah.
2 truck stops.
Restaurants.
And so, but
Yeah, I think I talked to you about, right?
Yes,
They
I
put
was,
the all hotel advertise here, why
Yes.
you guys not put our 4 hotel and gas stations inside the town?
and it's been in the works. It's
Yes.
just stalled right now while we figure out what to exactly put on the billboard, but we have one rented actually, so that is in the works.
And then to answer your question about how to raise the business, if we did the outside, the thing about it is our franchise choice hotels, what they'll do is on their website and everything, they'll say, you know, this hotel. So when we did our move to modern in 2016, our inside full renovation, on their website and all of the third-party reservations and on Google, they put on there that we did all of the new all the new renovations, and then that's what leads guests in. But what's happening now is they're doing that for sleep in. So
Right, cause it's new hotel,
yeah, it's the
curb
same
appeal.
reservation system.
So when you search, it brings up them before you.
It'll bring up.
I get it.
Yeah, it'll bring us up first because we're a better name, Comfort Inn, and then Sleep In is a little bit less. But on their thing, it says Sleep In, brand new, 2018 or whatever. You know, like go stay with them and all that kind of
Sure,
stuff. So,
sure.
and I mean, even if you're on vacation, if any of you guys go on vacation, if there's 2 properties right next to each other, one built 15 years ago and one built last year, even me, I'm gonna go stay in the new one. So. But
It's a valid point. I mean, this is
Yeah.
stuff I guarantee we all do.
Yeah.
And so you're totally right.
and then with the outside, the brick look, it's just old. So if we did a full, you know, stucco on the outside, it would make the property just look like a newer
So
property.
all 3
so-
properties look same, like Holiday Inn
Yes,
is look
yes.
nice.
Right.
Yes.
Sleep In is look
That way,
new.
so you don't look like a red roof inn.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
nothing against red roof inns.
Tiffany, how hard is that to check with Glenn to see if the outside stucco work?
Easy, I'm almost, I mean, it's pretty.
I don't see any problem with it
I don't
qualifying,
either.
but I'm not Gwen now. I mean,
Right, I don't know how much of an increment that it would bring back, if you may wanna look, you know, it would be up to you guys, you know, what you would wanna do with it, but, I mean, if that's something you wanna offer, I
You
can
know,
sure check with her and see.
and I sympathize
I
with you,
certainly
believe me.
would, yeah.
But the deal with you're having with the franchise and all that, I got nothing I can do about it.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's between you and the franchise.
Right.
It seems very
And-
odd that they would
No,
do
we
that,
fight
but-
with them, we send a letter on the
Yeah.
committee, we attend one time committee, said you guys approve the property inside the town by the Walmart. And
Hell, I put
after
a
5
sign
years,
up
they
right
bill
there
you.
in the yard, stay here, it's 25% cheaper than. Well, you're laughing,
You
but
could,
I'm like,
because I would stay there because of that, yeah.
That's
You
what,
know, because this is what you're going to have to do.
Yes.
Let me, you know, do you go after business? I assume, right? Have you contacted Illinois College? Have you contacted
Yeah.
McMurray College? And what did
Yeah,
they tell you?
He's
They don't have enough baseball teams or
No,
sports
no, I'm talking
players.
about their, just in,
To promote you.
yeah, for,
They
homecoming and.
already have a contract done with Hampton, so, because it's closer, just down the street. I already
Okay.
called them last
We
year.
call almost
I call them
inside
every year.
every,
In August, they tell me the same answer. Sorry, we have contracts with Hampton already.
So have them come in exit 64, and it's not at your place.
How do you, so does the franchise, in other words, put the price on the room, or is that adjusted by you?
That's us.
that's,
Okay, so,
we try our lowest price
So,
last year. and
right
this
now,
year.
so you've already done that, so in other words, you've already tried to go after the percentage of people that wanna,
Yeah.
they just look at the price, well,
Yes.
hell, next door is $10 cheap, so you've already tried that
Yeah,
adjustment?
well, every
Okay,
single day
all
I
right.
go on there, I match the exact same price as sleep-in matches. So it's $70, $69.99 every day. Even
Okay.
if there's a 72, I keep mine at $69.99.
Who's got the best continental breakfast?
We do. For sure.
He's such a breakfast guy.
Well, who isn't?
Well, hey, I mean, look at me, I mean, if it's food, I'm all about it. Shut up, Tim.
See, you've already,
How about the snack bag?
you've already learned how
I
to talk to
understood, you
him.
told me first.
Did I?
What's that?
I said you've already learned
All
how to
right,
talk
so
to
have you
him.
gotten
Right.
anything about, I mean, do you feel like you have a plan now maybe, or an idea of what to do with the county now from Dick's advice?
Yeah,
Think
we'll
so?
go out to the county, we'll go and talk to the commissioners and see what they can do about the property tax.
Take that appraisal from Randy
Yes.
Johnson, he's an MAI, that means a member of the appraisal institute. He can't get any higher than that.
Mhm.
And I've known Randy for 20 years, ever since I've been an appraiser in Allen. And he is the best guy you could have on your side. You just have to call him and let him go up there and argue for you too. Now, it's gonna cost you some money, but
Yeah, at
You
least
know.
we're gonna save some down the road.
yeah,
Yeah.
so that's what I'd suggest, so.
How you guys feel about Tiffany looking into the,
Yeah, I mean, in my feeling, I would try, like what Dick said, I would go that route first, and then get your ducks in a row on that side, and then, obviously, we can see,
Well, we'll still inquire on the outside stuff
Correct.
anyway.
That's what I'm
If
saying,
nothing
yeah.
else, we'll know for future reference.
Yeah.
right. So that way, when you come back and say, okay, I've done my, this and this and these points, and this is where we're at, and now we're back to, doing the upgrades or whatever, and want to know if you qualify for the TIF, that way we can give you your answer and say, okay, this is what you're eligible, this is this, you know what I mean? Because in my opinion, that's your first step, is right up there
Yeah.
on your property taxes.
that would be immediate relief,
Yeah.
hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be a relief next year.
Yeah, well, it's about as immediate as it can get.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's your first step.
Yeah.
Get your answer from there and then go down the line.
I don't know what it was appraised for taxes last year versus this year, but they've gone up because you're paying $5,000 more, so. But 5,000 of 70, what are you paying, 70,000?
Yes.
So
Last
five-
year they increased 5,000, this year they increased again 5,000. So in 2 years, 10,000 increase.
So, they've jacked you 10%,
Mm.
approximately.
They just picked an easy number.
Wow.
Yeah.
5,000.
Well, they think that
Regular price,
they
5,000,
think that they're generating that kind of revenue. I mean,
Well, please keep in touch with us about
Sure.
how things are going.
Yep.
So we certainly don't like to hear that your business is not
Too bad.
flourishing. That's not what we want to hear.
Right.
Keep in touch.
That's the main thing is, if we make money, we don't mind to pay property tax.
Yes.
It's been 15 years we've been paid continue, but since last year, we got a really hard time.
Yeah,
Our profit margin is only 10% anyway, and then now that our business is down to 5%, we're putting 15% from our pocket in. So it's kind of hard to pay, more
Even
bills,
bank
all
called
that kind of
us,
stuff.
bank called us last month, said, how you guys can put the money for next couple of year, because you've been doing for last 8 months. I don't know, because bank are worried about too, because they can see the number on account, said, how you guys can survive this summer? That's why they said,
Let
just
me
request.
reassure you one thing, the last thing Farmer State Bank wants to do is get into the motel business. They've been there twice,
Oh,
Yeah.
and they're,
No, they
They
said
don't
that
want-
this is our
they'll
last
work with
mortgage.
you every way they can.
They had the best Western for a while.
had the Best Western, they also had the old Sleep Motel 6 or whatever the hell.
Yeah,
it was.
Motel 6.
And they ended up taking it back and making a car lot there, you know, so.
That's why they worry about. This time they have been, every 3 months they call us and say, because we have to give them also our revenue report. So they said, you guys going way down compared to last year and this year. Because 30% down is a big number.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're doing around 55% occupancy whole around the year. And right now we're doing only 25.
Well, we tried to get the state to give one of those casinos out here, but they wouldn't do it, so.
Yeah.
We're hoping for this windmill project to come in January.
That's our big hope now.
With
To
That windmill project,
the
if
windmill-
that
would.
came,
Get the construction
Yes.
workers.
Well, you have I don't know if you are aware, but we also have a gas line project coming in. It'll be next year.
okay.
But you remember the pipeline that came through
Yes.
a few years ago?
Yes.
It's gonna be like that, but it'll be 2020, and it'll bring about the same amount of construction workers in for about the same amount of time.
Right.
So I foresee them all
Yeah.
being filled up for.
What me and him were mainly worried about was the future of Jacksonville, because we've invested so much money and time into this property.
Right.
You know, Let's Field day by day is, I don't know if you guys know, but it's going down. I mean, I just checked last night, they're actually putting it up for sale. I don't know if you guys have seen that.
Mansfield?
Yeah, it's up for sale for 6.1 million.
So what
So-
else?
Linsfield.
Linsfield.
They put up for sale before.
So,
Mansfield,
yeah, for 6.1 million, so who knows what's gonna
That's
happen
a
with that.
knockout.
Yeah.
I talked to the owner and he
Say
said,
he's a millionaire.
there's a few places they opened a new field in
Iowa.
Springfield and Iowa. So he said, I got a competition too. So they got less team every year now. So that's why they said, you guys been hurt also definitely this year, because we called, said, why we are very slow. Weekends not fill up. So he said, we lose the team also.
So yeah, we're really hoping for the windmill project and the pipeline project to come. That'll really help us, but
Well, thank you for coming, and
Yeah.
we'll see if we can find
Yeah.
out any more
Yeah.
information and help you guys out.
We hope you get better news.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
What's your name? What is your name?
my name is Seal.
Say that again.
Seal.
Seal?
Yeah.
S-E-A-L?
Yeah, it's pronounced like that, but it's spelled S-H-I-L.
Okay, hold on, don't go anywhere. S-H-I-L. And you're Patel also?
Yeah, I'm his son.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, guys.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Good luck, good luck.
Yeah, good luck to you.
Good luck. Nice meeting you. Good luck.
Thank you.
I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. My guys are out to tell them.
Yes, no problem.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, he has the.
All right, where you guys wanna jump
Good
in?
luck.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Thank you guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Or you wanna jump in with the budget?
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Well, before we get into the budget,
Go ahead.
we don't have committee assignments made yet.
Nope, not yet.
And one thing about having committees is that instead of taking this entire budget, I can take a sixth of it. And I can sit down with John, or I could sit down with.
Well, not really, because that's.
And I can go
hold
over
on.
their budget. Hold on here, let me finish. And I would want to go over this budget with them and go into the future and see what they're wanting. So I'm saying that until committee assignments are made, we adjourn and then take it back up. I know this has to be done, but I want to get it done the right way.
Well, again, committee assignments, you don't go like that with the budget, because they don't break down that way with the committees.
But you can get some of those done like that, correct?
No, because that's not what the committees are.
Okay.
But Tim, you used to talk to Sherm, right, about the police budget?
Yeah, we did, and I talked to you.
Yeah, and you talked to me.
Todd, no disrespect whatsoever to you, but folks realize that we've been working on budgets for 3 months. If you wanted to be more involved, you should have got on the train a long time ago. I know some of you guys are new.
We just got this.
No, I know, I get that, but I'm saying, please understand that we've been pounding our heads against the wall for.
I know, I
3 months
understand.
over these budgets. So, you know, for the council to come in now and say, well, wait, we got, and I respect that. You have to know what's going on. I get that. But please understand, this isn't new for us. I mean, for 3 months now, we've been drilling, cutting, meeting with Tiffany, cutting some more.
I sent everybody an email the day after the election, I do believe, that said, your first priority is gonna be the budget.
Well,
You-
hold
you-
on
I've
here.
got the
No,
floor now.
because
Yeah,
I made a
I have
motion
the
to
floor.
adjourn, and there's no discussion on it. If there's no second on it, then it dies and we go on.
Actually, you have a second, then you have discussion, that's how it
Okay.
goes. So anyway, what I'm saying is that I sent everybody an email and I said, your first priority would be to get in here and get your feet wet with the budget, because that's gonna be our first priority. And when I create the committees, one of the committees is the finance committee, which is on the agenda right here is finance. So it would be all of us together if we wanna do it as a whole, or it'd be 3 people individually, which would be the committee. Now, what we've done before you took office is everybody agreed that we wanted to do everything as a committee of the whole. Now, if you would prefer to do it as a committee of 3 and then report back to the board, I don't have any issue with that. I've never had an issue with doing the individual committees. But it would be just the committee of the 3. Now, I think what at least the consensus was before is we prefer doing it as a whole. Now, here we are as a whole for the second week, so I don't see what the issue is. This material has been here. This is your second week of having it in your hand, so
I mean, I've been through it all in my life.
So, what is the issue with going forward?
I just think that committee assignments need to be made, and I don't understand why they haven't been made yet.
And that's so because your committee assignments haven't been made, you wanna prolong passing our budget.
I don't want to prolong passing the budget,
That's what you're saying.
but I want to get with the departments that I'm assigned to as a committee and talk to them
But that's
and see
not-
if there's anything that I can help them with. Harry.
You can talk to them at any time. That's not necessarily
But we
what
don't
that
have
has to do.
committee assignments.
Your budget doesn't have to do with the committee assignments. That's not what budgeting is.
Okay, well, I mean, the motion's out there. If there's no second, it dies.
Is there a second?
I'm gonna say this right now, and this is what I see already. I see a lot of people going after certain sides, and it's ridiculous. I see it from both sides. So, it's ridiculous because there is nothing gonna get taken care of unless everybody is on the same playing field. And I think it's pathetic. I mean, I see, it's kind of, I mean, that's my opinion. And so, all this arguing and getting impatient and this and that, and, you know, I understand what you're saying because it was told to us, nothing, I'm not picking you out of anything, but it was told to us the first week that you wanted to know what people wanted right away, so that way you could take care of it.
And can I interject just 1 second?
Go ahead.
And I'm still waiting on one trustee, to get back to me their preference. And that one trustee is the one trustee that's making the motion to adjourn.
I sent you an email on that.
I'm still
You know
waiting.
what? I'll dig that email up and
I
I'll
would
re-forward it
prefer
to you
you
tomorrow.
would, because that's the last email you sent me was, hey, we still don't have them. And I replied back to you and I said,
Okay.
you're the only one I'm waiting on.
I'll dig that up and I will send it to you.
Please do.
You know, with all due respect to everyone at this table.
Hold on, do you have anything else to add?
It's just, you know, it's kind of excited, you know, and it's just, it's bickering back and forth, and that's all it seems to be, and, it's got to change, so,
I would
you know.
agree.
But, so that's all I'm gonna say. Cause I see, you know, I have a feeling, a notion that there's a lot of, you know, let's do this and get in the party, and let's do this and get against them, so that shit ain't gonna work, so.
Oh, man.
I will applaud that.
I'm just saying that right now.
I appreciate your frustration with wanting committees. I can certainly see that.
Thank you.
I'm gonna speak for all of the department heads here, and if I'm wrong, stop me. But we are really frustrated with it too, because even when there are committees, we still sit through 4 hours of nonsense a lot of times that has nothing to do with us even, when everybody wants to be in on every single thing anyway. So what do you care what committee you're
And
on
I'm
when
not-
everybody's here for everything?
I'm gonna be honest with you guys, a lot of times I've talked to Harry and I'm like, when I'm done, I'm going. Unless I'm told I have to stay, because I'm like her.
We listen
I don't
to
cherish
fight.
putting in a 12 and 14-hour day. If we need a 3-hour meeting, sign me up. But I don't wanna sit through 2.5 hours for Rich or for Tim when it has nothing to do with me. I think that's where it could get back to public protection, water sewer, you know, or however. There's gonna be times we have to come together, but, like I said, I've been here since 6:15 this morning. I had a 5 o'clock meeting, I haven't even been home yet, and that's okay, it's my job. I'm not, what I'm getting at is, basically, I'm just reiterating what you said. I don't wanna be at a meeting that I don't have to be at if it doesn't pertain to my departments. If it does, I have no problem being here.
And I don't have a problem being in every single one of them. If you want to do a committee of the whole, that's up to you. But I don't think you can have it both ways, where you want this committee here and then the committee of the whole too. You gotta pick which one do you want, you know?
I don't have
You
a
either wanna
vote.
be involved in everything, or you're gonna trust your other committee people to come back to you and trust their opinions. I mean, it's really frustrating from.
I don't have a vote, but I would like to see individuals again, because that way Tim doesn't have to sit through my blah blah, Richie doesn't have to.
I don't think we have to anyway, John. I think the council will allow us to dismiss ourselves. I have to agree with Tiffany. Paula, you were a pusher of this when I started. Everybody, the open door, everybody knowing what's going on. This to me is the best thing. And you know what? Let's fight it out. Jason, you're right. Are we acting on the best interest of the citizens? Or are we voting a different way because we don't care for the person that introduced the motion or whatever the case may be? Enough's enough. We're here to answer to the citizens of South Jacksonville, not to our own.
And when it comes down to it, honestly, you're disrespecting each other, but you're also disrespecting the voters, because every voter voted each one of you in office. Like, so I don't, at the end of the day, I don't care if you don't like each other and you don't get along. You know?
I'm not even talking about board, I'm talking about all of it. I'm talking about every individual that's in this room right now. It don't matter whether it's one of us voters or it's somebody from the department. Because I feel it from this side of the room when you say we, you know what I mean? So when everything is discussed at this table, it ain't just because we vote on it. You know, in my eyes, I take in what you say, what you say, what you say, what everybody around this table says. So it ain't no, well, we think.
I think if I can.
It's everybody in this room, even though that we're the one that vote on. You see what I'm saying?
Not to interrupt you and not to speak for her. Tiffany is not that way. I think when
I understand,
I think
but-
when she says we, what she means as department heads. I don't think she's meaning to single us out. We're on this side, you're on.
No,
That's not what
not
she
at all.
meant. She
I
just
work with
meant
everyone,
we as
yeah.
department heads. That's what she meant.
Absolutely,
And I
thank
just
you.
wanted to say that because I don't want you thinking that she's one that says, well, you know, it's us over here and there. That's not her. That's not
You'll
how
I
she
hope that it ain't that way. 'Cause
Oh, is
I mean,
that
that's,
what you thought I meant?
no, I'm not saying that. It's just I see. I mean, I just it's out there. I'm gonna tell you that.
With
so,
me?
No.
Oh,
no.
oh, I was saying,
Just-
no, my
the era,
reputation, you can speak with.
the areas. It's just
You
the way
damn
it
right
is.
it is.
I
So-
am going to withdraw my motion so we can get to crack-a-lacking on the budget,
Thank
okay?
Okay, first thing.
Yes,
There we go.
We have a codes budget.
yes.
Do we have a building, I'm sorry?
Yeah, I was gonna say that too.
Do
I
we
didn't
have a building
see the-
inspector budget?
But I didn't see the codes in this.
Okay.
Was it in here? Because I didn't see it to
should
be
have
able to
been.
look it over.
It's the 500. This is a board thing again.
Oh, just under general fund?
Yeah, this is something that I get my head spinning, because when I started here, it was codes and development, all in one position, then all of a sudden it wasn't,
It's
and then it was
split.
back. So we've kept all of that in one budget, in the codes. So,
Okay,
So codes is building inspector.
well, it's not really building
But,
inspector
I mean, but that's
anyway.
what it, I'm just
But
saying.
it's all together.
I'm
All
just
the
saying what
codes-
it says on here.
Oh,
Building
sorry,
inspector.
sorry.
Yeah.
That's like enforcement and compliance and all that, yes,
Both of them in one.
yes.
And what was that decision ever? Is that under Tim now? Or is it
Enforcement's
under you?
Tim,
Okay.
compliance is under me.
Compliance is under who?
Me. We may look at combining those again sometime if it doesn't work. Who knows? I don't know.
well, it's confusing to me in one sense that it's codes on the new budget, and under the last budget, it was under building inspector.
Oh,
But that changed over the year, that's why.
And that's just, what you're looking at there is just the difference in my financial system versus the spreadsheet I made, and I apologize that they're not labeled the same, but it is
As long
the
as you know
same.
what it is.
Yeah, it's
But
the
there's
same.
no compliance budget then.
It's all just codes, it's all put in together, that wraps it all up.
So codes and building inspector are the same,
Yep.
Budget-wise.
budget-wise?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, all the salaries, everything's pulled out of that, yeah.
And for all the new ones, the reason that they're under two different people is because they work out of the two different buildings. Help me out here, the enforcement side works better under the police department, because they do tall grass, junk cars, that sort of thing. And then Phil that does, I don't wanna call it building inspection, because it's not an actual building inspector, but more the, building
Building
permits and
permits.
things like that. You want them to work out of Village Hall, so.
Okay. I certainly don't want to step on anyone's toes, but I can lead you through it the way I know how, if you want me to, and we can get going on this.
I'd like to touch on the things you mentioned as suggestions for cutting,
Okay,
because I think that would be prudent to talk about that
Sure.
before we get into the budget.
that's a good
So,
idea.
I know this is in no particular order, but you talked about adjusting Village Hall hours
And police department.
and
And what?
PD.
Uh-huh, Village Hall and Police Department. Morgan County and Jacksonville are both 4:30. It's just an idea, I would say.
Jacksonville, I can tell you, did that years ago to save money on lighting.
Okay, and that's part of it.
Years
is-
ago, yeah.
Yeah, and that's part of it.
That
is the
was,
utilities
in
and lighting
fact,
and
that
all
was over 30 years ago.
Okay, see, so I mean, it's not unheard of, to change hours and do that kind of stuff. I don't know that, you could go 4, you could go 4:30. I would hope for 4:30 because I don't think, you know what I mean? But you could stay 5, I mean, whatever. It's
And-
just a recommendation,
And so you're talking about this would impact no department heads, but administrative assistant here, water clerk here, PD administrative assistant.
Right.
So 3 people, they'd go from 40 hours to what?
37 and a half a week. If we closed at 4:30, they'd work 8 to 4:30 with an hour lunch. It doesn't affect department heads because we have to work, it doesn't matter if we work 20 hours or 80, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, we have to get the
Yes.
job done, so, it doesn't matter what time we close because
Right.
whatever,
And I know you said this could save 9 to 10,000.
Well, I'm thinking about 9 to 10 if you go with the 4:30. If you looked at 4, you'd probably be more around 20,000 a year. But I would ask you to more for 4:30.
Well, and that's, if you do it
Yeah.
at 4, that's making it hard for people to get in there and pay bills too.
Yeah.
At 4:30 still gives
Yeah.
them a break.
Yeah,
But-
and we truly don't get a lot that last hour,
Yeah.
but
But for that one
It gives
person,
it-
they're gonna say, well, I
yeah.
can't get in there.
I would recommend.
They're gonna be the first person calling, raising hell. right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll start off by saying I do not want to do that, and here's why.
Which one?
I do not want to change the hours
At all?
at all, and here's why. These are 3 people that were hired at 40-hour a week. And I don't think it's fair to now come back and say we don't have enough money. Again, when we were talking about adding a police chief or a fire chief full-time position, I said my main thing is sustainability. And the PD administrative assistant, I mean, that is a new person, newer. I'm not saying the position's new, but people take jobs for a reason. And so I'm a no on that because, yes, it's gonna save us some money, but I've been looking through and I think, and I know you only made it as a suggestion, I appreciate that.
Sure.
So I'm a no because these 3 people were hired with the intent that they would be working 40 hours, and I don't feel we're in that dire straits that we need to cut those people. Now, I'm not gonna say those people, because I don't really care who the person is, I'm gonna say those positions. That's probably better, yeah.
That may be hard to fill, if they left.
Yeah.
It'd be very hard to.
Because
fill.
then you're offering, hey, here's a 37 and a half hour job, and most people want, some people would take it. I don't know, that's just where
What
I'm,
is considered to be full-time? I don't know.
30,
According to-
36, I believe.
According to
for
Obamacare and all that now, it's over 30. But
I was gonna say 32.
37 and a half though is pretty standard in a lot of full-time
well, and these
positions
are
now.
hourly
32,
positions,
32.
correct? So they probably budget too,
Right,
like
yes.
all of us do on, hey, when's your check coming and how much is it? And I'm just, if we were in dire straits, I'd say okay, but people are the last ones I wanna cut, if at all possible. Positions are the last ones I wanna cut.
Paula,
Yeah,
if I could ask a question.
Sure.
Would you feel any differently, and I have not asked Cheryl, I know we discussed it. Would you feel any differently if those people said, hey, we'd like to be done at 4:30? The reason I ask is I know Cheryl has a new child. She would probably, if you said, hey, this is an option, she'd probably jump up and down. I don't know that. I've never even talked to her about it. But would you feel any differently if that was the case?
I don't know.
I don't know if Tiffany's talked to her people.
I always think about what has been in the past and people get used to our hours too, so that's part of it, Tim, I think.
Absolutely.
But I don't know, I hadn't thought of it from that way, I don't know. But then again, I think that's kind of tailoring the job to the person, and that's not what they were hired for. They were hired, the position was 40 hours. I mean, I would love to get off earlier, but, you know, I knew what I was signing up for when I signed my contract, so.
I don't know, I think if they voluntarily cut their own hours.
But then what would you, if that person ever left,
On the
would it still be a
understanding that
40-hour
the next
job?
one coming in is, you know, you're hired at 40 hours. This is a 40-hour job, but you have
The option of
the
taking
option of
37 and a
voluntarily
half or-
cutting it down to
Right.
32 hours a week, so you can still have those full benefits.
37.
37
Well,
and a
I
half.
mean, well, yeah, but as long as you're working 32 hours a week, you get full benefits.
Yeah.
Does she need to be there 40 hours a week? I'm picking on her.
That's what I
No,
was just
no,
gonna
I
say.
get it, I understand.
Yeah.
I mean, we're busy. That doesn't mean that's every day, you know.
Right.
Is a half an hour a day gonna make a difference? I have to be honest and say I don't think so.
I think I would give them the option of working 37 and a half for 40 hours. And
Well, and I guess that's okay. I just don't want it to be mandated by the board. I mean, that's what I'm uncomfortable
Right.
with, is me saying,
You don't wanna save money on
these
the
three
backs of-
positions now are 37 and a half regardless.
You don't wanna save money on the backs of the employees.
No, I do not. I do not.
And
Thank you.
and
That
we
was
can-
nicely
And we can
worded.
appreciate
You wanna
that.
make
Yeah.
it voluntary.
You're concerned with that.
Do what?
You wanna make it
I don't
voluntary.
think,
Yeah, yeah.
in my eyes, I don't think a lot of people's gonna do that in today's, you know, everything's costing more,
Depending
so
on their
people
situation.
wanna work their hours, so.
And I would think it would be if they decide, if you guys all decide you want to give them an option, they can't come back later and go, hey, now I want the 40. No, if you say
Because you're setting
no,
the budget on it.
yeah, it's like a one-time thing. You can't go back and forth if you decide you need.
And that's probably what's a lot of, you know, oh, I think I could get by on that, and then they go, oh, I gotta work 40, you know.
Yeah.
That's- I mean, in realistic world, that's probably what's gonna happen,
Yeah, and
if you do that.
Well, I agree, and that's just a mess then. You can't give people options and then, it's not gonna be as cost savings anyway with like the lights like you were talking about, and utilities and all that, so you either close or you stay open, you know what I
Yeah.
mean, like, so.
So that's just my thoughts. What do you guys think? Voluntary? I mean, I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah, I'd be okay with it if only it was on a voluntary basis. It's not a mandatory thing, it's voluntary. And they're voluntary on that for that budget year, because that's what we budgeted for.
Yeah, it would have to be
If
for
next
the
year they
year.
come back and I wanna go back to 40 hours, why then,
That's a good point, yeah.
what's that?
I'm not trying to cut, I was just, go ahead.
You know, they come back next year, hey, I wanna go back to 40 hours a week. It's almost like signing up for insurance. You got
Yeah,
that
yeah.
period, that window where you can sign back up for it.
What I mentioned is, if we do the voluntary, then they're gonna have to sign something, so that way, you know,
Not gonna
for
come
the
back.
next
Right.
physical year,
Yeah.
you can't come back and say, oh, I want my 40, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to the
Labor board,
Yeah,
because you're not giving me.
Something
40
that
hours.
says we're not telling them they have to do that. It's just an option, but,
that's what I see it fit.
Contract you here, and you're
Moving
saying,
on
I'll
then,
do
so
this
we're
for a
not,
year.
I mean, I'm good, you know what I mean, like, I just made you
but
guys
you
a
might get
list,
all
so
three that say they want to. I don't know.
I don't know.
give them the option. Let's see what happens.
And maybe then if they say yes, then we go forward with like something official, like a
So
contract.
on each person, are you gonna say the lowest you can go is 37.5 hours a week? Or is it 32 so they can get their benefits?
Be 37.
Yeah, that would probably be up to the department heads on how long I need you here.
For us, I mean, that half an hour, I think, is probably the tops.
Okay.
The most you would go.
Right, I know I can't do without Carla 8 hours a week. I mean, a half hour a day is one thing, but not 8 hours.
Okay.
Second one, recommendation is to use the TIF money for all street and sidewalk repairs in the TIF district. Right now, John's been talking about it for several months. We've got the hotel, or the road in front of the hotels that needs repaired. We're looking at $250,000. It's a big chunk of change. This is one of those tough choices I'm talking to you guys about.
And we have escrow of about $44,000,
Right.
so you're looking at just a little bit north of 200,000 that has to be funded.
Right, so it's either, if you're gonna, you can leave it there and not fix it, but if you're gonna fix it, it's gonna come out of general or it's gonna come out of TIF. So it's up to you where you wanna pull it from. I would say pull it from TIF. I hate to say that, but general needs it more than TIF does right now.
So you're only talking about the roads by the hotel?
Just that one that needs
The
the
one.
repair.
In front of Holiday Inn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep,
You've seen the dip?
yeah.
We didn't
Okay.
fix it, we
Be-
might.
I think I know it,
Okay,
but
behind Quick and Easy and
Right.
in front of Holiday Inn.
Yeah.
Quick
you're only talking
quick-
200 feet.
Quick version, the concrete has no
It's
base
gotta go
under
all the way.
it, so it's broke up, it's sinking bad, as Tim can testify to, us getting reports. We filled it in with gravel just to get us by, but we could do a patch for $35,000, guys, but you're just gonna leapfrog, because the next section's gonna do it, and the next section. So what we're saying is we need to go from the stop sign back to the asphalt that was done at Love's, and then
Right.
there's a chunk up on Holiday, or on Comfort Drive, right up to the intersection of 267 that they're gonna pull out too. That's all in this price, because it's just gonna get worse and worse.
So is that the capital outlay building
On
under TIF?
On TIF, yes.
210,000?
And then there's part of that under streets, also when we get to that. But the streets portion of that is not revenue dependent because we already have that money in the escrow account. So I'm not counting on that as part of, that's not part of what the balancing.
Right.
Okay? So since we have that money, that figure is left out of this. Do you guys, do you want to talk about each one as we go down, or do you just want me to go down the list again of what I?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. The third one was to deposit the village portion of TIF surplus in general. That'll be, of course, after the county sends ours back, $32,329 this year. I have already considered that in part of the general fund as revenue.
If
When
you
you're,
guys-
when you're looking at that.
She's looking at you kind of funny. If you guys remember when Gwen was talking,
Yeah.
that percent we get back, it's ours to put in back into TIF, in the general
Right,
fund.
no, I-
However we
whatever we
wanna
want.
do it.
Right, I wanted to ask, what have we done in the past?
I think last year it went into TIF, and I think the year before it went into general, if I remember right. Maybe it's just gone into TIF every time. I'd have to check.
I'm just curious as to what
Yeah.
they've done in the past.
That's not why we wanted to go into general.
But it can, there's no, you can use
May as
that
well.
whatever, there's no regulation for that.
If you put it in the general, it's not restricted.
Right.
You put it in the TIF and it is restricted, you
Right.
can only spend
And
it.
if we're at a deficit, why wouldn't you wanna
Right,
put that
right.
out all you
I
could?
think that's, to
Yeah.
me, kind of a no-brainer.
I would
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah. The fourth one was to shop employee insurance packages, with an increased deductible. We talked about it's now $250. So, of course, that can't come into effect until February. Well, January would be when we would start realizing
Right.
the savings, so it would be this fiscal year.
And I think we already did kind of talk about that. Everybody
Yeah, we
was
did.
kind of on board with that.
When's enrollment start?
January is enrollment.
Right after fiscal year,
So you can just get back to us
because
about
this is
that.
already, we're already in,
Yeah,
so you can't change it halfway through the year,
Right.
is what she said.
it's not cost effective too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna lose out, so.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I
dump
think
it on
that,
your head. Dump it
that
on
circle
your
came
head.
back in.
Several.
Dump it on your head.
The fifth one I said was to eliminate all donations from the general fund.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
To eliminate all donations from the general fund.
You know, and I looked at that because we only had $500 from that, so
Oh, no, there's,
you had 4,000
there's a Circle K
budgeted,
bag in there.
but we only had 500 given this year, so.
You want water?
No, thanks.
I'd like to touch on that real quick. There's kind of a reson for that.
Yeah,
There was more in the past.
Thanks.
I don't like doing donations. A lot of those come from, I don't want to say the mayor's budget, but they're administrative. One of the big ones that just formally were requested was that one that's the after prom. I'm not really a libertarian, but this is sort of the libertarian side of me that says this, is that, my opinion is we force people to pay taxes, and then when you do a donation like that, you're saying, hey, I'm gonna take your money, and then I'm gonna say, I'm gonna give it to this entity, and it may be a very noble cause, but we're taking somebody else's money and then giving it to that thing, whatever that thing is. I prefer to let people keep their money and let them give it to however they want, or keep it, it's their money.
I agree with that.
I think public forums like this, or the city or county or whatever, they're great forums for entities to come and speak and talk about when they do need help, but I don't like us giving the taxpayers money. So that's how I feel about donations.
Where does the money come from for,
It's still taxpayer money, right, under the mayor's?
Yes, that's why none of that, you're talking about the donations.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why.
So it's all taxpayer money, except tourism, when they fill out a grant application.
That's
but
why-
not everything qualifies.
That's why none of that's been
Yeah.
being spent, is because.
Not all of that. I don't know, I mean, I just know when I vote on something or an expenditure, I gotta be able to stand behind it. And like the prom, absolutely, I stand behind $500 because most people had kids go through JHS, you know, or will have people go through JHS. So I always just have to justify it myself. We all do, you know, so I don't want to do away with donations totally. I see it was budgeted $4,000 last year. I don't think we need to do $4,000, but I'd hate to have nothing. We only spent $500. Can I justify that personally? Sure, I can. Now, maybe you can't, so that's, you know,
Well, I mean,
each of you has your own, but it's a majority, whatever you guys think. I'd like to leave a little, but I think 4,000 is a lot.
where does the money from West Central Mass Transit, will we give money to them? Where's that come from?
Since I have been here, the board, I understand that used to be an expenditure that was given every time, like automatically.
Yeah.
But the board's only actually voted to do that one time.
The last time
Since
was
I've
when
been
Steve
here.
was the,
Right.
when I was on with Steve, was the last
So
time.
we haven't given
We gave
any
like
money
5,000, didn't we? to
Something
Mass
like
Transit?
that, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
We haven't given any in the past 2 years that
Right.
I'm aware
And
of.
if I recall, and I wasn't in office then, but if I recall, that's when there was that big budget crisis when
Yeah.
you guys
Yes.
did that.
Yeah,
That was basically a sell to keep
Keep them afloat.
the,
yeah, they were going under.
cause they weren't getting the
West
money.
Central
Because there
Park
was the,
Mass Transit.
there was the state budget
Yeah.
issue going on.
The
Right,
city
but-
gave them money, we gave them money.
because
Yeah.
Labor Drive used it quite a bit.
Yes.
Right,
And
they
that's
were
how they
frozen
justified
or-
it.
Yeah.
But yes, it was
Yeah.
$5,000.
Yeah, but I don't think we've done that in 2 years. So I mean, I don't care, if you guys wanna do away with it, it's fine. I'd like to leave a little, but,
Tiffany, I think the phrase you used the other night was really appropriate, of you can't give it if you don't have it, with regards to donations. And I kind of think that if we're looking at like cutting back on, you know, employees' insurance deductibles and, you know, cutting back in other places, then maybe at least the majority of just donations would be something that we just can't, I would think can't do.
I guess I was thinking when you said do away with it, that we were spending thousands. It was only $500.
Well,
No, and it's
yours-
those choices that I keep going back to,
Yeah.
but it's all the little ones that add up to the big money, you know, and that we're at the
Yeah.
tight stuff.
Well, that's why I think if you set a low bar, then you just say sorry.
But years prior, they were donating a
Yeah,
lot
I
more.
think you're
So,
correct,
yeah.
and I'm not okay with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think these little things like prom, stuff like, cause I know, well, I'm a
think-
teacher, so that's probably why I think that that's important. I mean, I feel like all our kids are gonna benefit from that, so I'm okay if someone gripes at me about it, I'm like, yeah, whatever.
I think prom's the only
Okay.
one we've done the last 2 years.
And it might be, cause it's $500.
I
That
think
might
it's
be
the only
it.
one we've done.
So I don't know, I mean, it's not like I'm gonna lose sleep over it, it'll make me sad, but I see your point too, so
Where's
whatever.
that at?
It's under donations, it's 9195, the last 4
And
numbers,
I kind
first
of see
page.
the prom one to help support the post-prom
I got
party
it. Okay.
as somewhat of a public benefit to it, to keep kids in a place where they're gonna be safe, not drinking, going out driving, getting killed. I would have graduated high school with a kid that I think in our senior year cut himself in half drinking and driving in his truck, rolled down the hill and wasn't seatbelted in. I think anyway, maybe it wasn't senior year, but I think that one is kind of a community benefit, just to help support keeping those kids someplace where they're not going to be doing really stupid kid stuff.
We completely agree.
Yeah. And here's the deal too, I'm not criticizing anyone or critiquing any of these expenses.
Yeah, yeah.
These are all only recommendations, like, these don't make me popular, you know what I mean? Like, nobody wants to hear
Yeah.
this crap with cutting hours and all
That's
that.
your opinion.
But that's the organizational, you know, like,
Well, we need to think
you
critically
know what I
about
mean?
it.
Yeah, that's
We do,
what, you know.
yeah. Yeah,
So,
we do.
Tiffany,
We think you're cool though.
yeah, right?
That's your opinion.
So, well,
They're
like,
like
you know, like the
assholes.
first
Everybody's
one,
got
you know, part of me, I'm actually like glad that you don't like that, you know what I mean? Because I'm pretty
About
certain,
cutting the hours, yeah.
yeah, you know, like I'm pretty certain that my gal wouldn't like that, you know what I mean? Like, but sometimes you get to a point where you have to do stuff, you know?
Yeah.
So, if we can do it, yeah, you know, if we can do it other ways, then that's great. Okay, next one was to swap out the Christmas party for a Christmas bonus or eliminate it entirely. I recommend eliminating entirely. Of course, that's up to you.
Here's my idea. If you wanna have a dinner or something like that, just to have a sit-down dinner here, I'm okay with that. The city's done that for years. But to spend $3,500 on a party, I'm not good with that.
Who mentioned the ham last time? I like
Me.
that idea.
Me. But I mean, ham's not cheap. Trust me, I like it.
Really?
Hey, bud. That was my Christmas gift, was hams. And, you know, I mean, a decent ham's $60. So,
Yeah, so
I
how
don't know
much
how
would
many
that save
department,
us?
you know, I
Yeah.
mean, you're still talking some cash even if you did that, is what I'm trying to get at.
Right.
So I think either you do something or you do nothing. So, I mean, anymore, I mean, here's my look on it. We could cut the hours, or we could give them a nice card and said, thank you for, you
Yeah.
know, your dedicated work ethic, or,
Yeah.
you know, whatever. I mean, you know,
I can tell you.
that's better than a ham for me, knowing that we appreciate everybody's hard work.
Yeah,
I can tell you as a 23-year employee, I don't care if we do or don't have a Christmas
Yeah.
party, and
I
if
don't
it's
get
gonna help,
nothing now.
and if it's gonna help the budget, then don't have one.
Right.
That's my
That's
opinion.
something we can always put back,
I
you
can-
know,
I mean,
hey,
it's-
if it's better next year or the year after, you know, hey, we'll have a, you know, catering some food here or something, you know, we don't have to spend
We can
the,
do a potluck in
We
there.
do a
Where was it at
We can do
last
a
year?
potluck
Where was
and
it at
just have
last
a
year?
good time.
Country club.
see there.
We
We
do a
can- we can
potluck
nobody-
anyway.
We'd have a
here
potluck
with us,
and have
so.
just as good a time
Yep.
and be
Right.
gone.
I'd be all for that.
Absolutely.
Bring your own.
yeah, everybody can bring their own. Yeah, that's one of the things when I said, you know, like the silly
Not
after
alcohol.
prom party, how I think that's important. I'm okay with that. I can't stand behind spending $3,500 on
I
a
agree.
Christmas dinner.
I agree.
When my neighbors come over, I would be like, you're right, it doesn't make
Yep.
any sense. Cause we're partying on their money, you know?
Next one was just to publish only as necessary in one paper, whichever has the better rate. That's a little thing, but,
Nothing says that you have to publish with two papers.
there's not, and that's honestly one of those things where it's been
Also
like,
says it just has to be a local.
right, and I'll tell you where that's come from is, that's come from like a trustee here or a trustee there saying, put it in both papers. That's one person,
No, I
but
agree with that.
not, you know what I mean,
Yeah.
like it's hard to,
Yeah.
it's hard to get direction from seven people, you know, like with that.
statement, having it published, that's what we're talking about.
Well,
there's-
anything.
Yeah,
And
there's
bids and
The legal.
stuff as it
things.
comes up. I mean, stuff does come up often.
There's a
enough.
handful of
Is the
things.
source more expensive than the Journal Courier?
Not generally,
Source-
no.
The source is cheaper, but like our clerk said last week?
Mm-hmm.
Now, there are times that we'd have to go with the more expensive paper because of time constraints, because the source, you have to have it in by Monday for them to publish
Sure.
on Thursday. And when things have to be published in a hurry, so sometimes we would have to publish it in the more expensive paper. But if we can go in the cheaper paper when we have enough time.
See, but that's organizational culture too, though, that you make sure that you have enough time. You have your stuff ready and you're done and you're ready to go and you get it in that paper, you know, like that's, I mean, that's my thought on it, but
Yeah.
you all know
Against-
how I work
yeah,
with
we
that, so you've gotta be ready, you
I'd be all
know?
for that.
So anyway, that's my thing with
Yeah.
that. The next one was to consolidate the MediaCom internet as wearable. Matt Martin has been working on that, you know, with the whole new server thing here in the PD, and Tim's had a ton to do with that. So far, we're looking at about $1,600 saved in the next year. I don't know that we'll be able to consolidate too much more, but it's still being looked at. I mean, and we're still looking to see.
Well, the things that we're adding, council, is also going on the system. For example, the new system that y'all are putting in the water park, that's going on this new AT&T FirstNet system instead of creating another static IP, which cost us $180 a month.
Who are we using now?
We had been using MediaCom for all of our cameras around
Okay.
town, our
Okay.
gate, our access controls.
Uh-huh.
Now we're using AT&T. AT&T FirstNet is for law enforcement, public safety, I guess, in general, and we're putting all of those on our FirstNet package, which it's probably 80% less.
Pretty good, nice.
It's a lot.
That's very significant.
Yeah.
I'm glad you touched on that. I'd like a specific where those cameras are located, please. Thank you. Just stay on the record.
Well, just for instance, here in the park, I've got $1,000 for communications, and once it gets onto a microwave, then that $1,000 goes away. I mean, you know, and the park is general fund. And that's what he's talking about, the system. He's been working really hard with them guys. I mean, there's $1,000 out of park. I mean, you know, 1,000 here, 3,500 there. I mean, after a while,
That's up.
you're talking some change that's
Oh, yeah.
gonna make that general budget look a whole bunch better. Just a little here and
Tighten
there,
up nuts and bolts, and that's where you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
just like you do at home. You know, well,
It's my
maybe
household,
not you, but. money
Run my
management.
household.
But I mean, really, you know.
I agree.
You watch your dollars.
Next one was to eliminate all meal expenses other than during approved travel. Basically, John and I already talked about that. That was like the street meals every now and then through the week would just go to water sewer now and not come from the streets. So basically, it would be like if somebody was.
We've moved everything out of streets
That
that
we
we
can,
can and
and
still
parks.
legally do it with water sewer.
Mhm.
And I mean, we knocked out how much?
20 something.
Over 20-some
yeah.
thousand dollars out of there
Yeah.
that, because there again, water sewer has the funds, it pays. So it just alleviates, you know, that much more of a burden on.
Right, and
general.
everything we're doing, I mean, we've gotten creative, but we can justify it.
Right, it's just, right, we're not pushing the envelope,
No.
it's up and up, it's just stuff that's always been, I mean, like, one of my employees, half of his wages has always come out of street department, why? That's just how it was, so we pulled that out this year, because 90% of what he does is water sewer. So, there was that much money, you know?
I mean, you're talking efficiency with
It-
your money.
Right.
Right,
And that's
absolutely.
Absolutely nothing wrong with efficiency.
Next one is to continue to use the tourism fund to pay for the Godfrey Park expenses as a destination site. And then, just to make and adhere to a plan to enable use of tourism fund money to be spent at Dewey Park, which would eliminate use of the general fund. So those were the recommendations for the general fund. And then with tourism, I really only had 2 recommendations. And one was to create a plan for it. And the second was to create a maximum donation amount and qualification stipulations for grants.
A maximum or minimum?
I think you should create a maximum donation
Yeah,
amount.
okay.
Because, you know, word gets out that you're giving money away, and I want some too, you know?
Right.
So, and, you know, some qualifications and some stipulations, and, I mean, I know, you know, Paula and I had talked a little bit about the applications, and they could use some revamping, you know, like.
Well, we probably made those 4 years ago.
Yeah,
And Dan was the attorney then. We didn't even have the same attorney, but we made them he actually created them, off of our ordinance. But now that we're using them, I think we could definitely update, make them more user-friendly.
Yeah.
They're kind of hard to figure out, and then there should be a part where they come back and tell us final report, and the only final reports we ever got were our own activities. Like
Right.
concert, we always did overkill of what we did in the celebration, but we never did with other people.
No. Well, and you as a board need to decide how much you're gonna enforce that too, because
Right.
since I've been here, nobody's enforced any of that. It's just been a free-for-all. So, that's, you know, one of those things.
And that's one of the downfalls of no one being in charge of the committee, because then there's no one that's overseeing it. So that's just a food for thought. Because
Is
we
there
do
money
need to follow
anywhere?
up.
Excuse me. Go
No,
ahead and
I'm done.
Cut you off. Website redevelopment.
We're not there yet, but
It's
we'll
on,
get
it's
there.
on there though.
Next
We'll talk
slide,
about
next
it.
slide.
Yes. Wait, next
Yes, I know
slide.
you're,
One
I
more,
got
let that
you.
one go.
I got you, Tom.
But your point was not lost.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the administration? I mean,
Yeah,
your-
let's hit the, okay, does everybody have their budgets from last time?
Yes.
All right. Okay, let's go then to. Okay, that first page, again, was the revenues. I was asked last time what difference we're at with this budget as it's presented.
Oh, that
We're gonna have to change the numbers around in here. Then it was a $312,720 difference. Okay?
Hang on just a second, where you at?
We're talking about this
I'm
one?
on this front page still yet.
This one right
With the
here.
revenues, yeah, as this budget that's presented to you,
Yes.
which we know needs some changes already, is over $312,720 from revenues. Okay?
Okay.
Now, like I said, keep in mind that 200,000 of that is for legal, which unless something crazy wacky-do happens, we're not gonna spend that much in legal. So we're actually much closer, you know, when you're appropriating that.
Right.
You know what I mean, like, you're budgeting, but you know you're most likely not gonna spend.
So did you wanna leave that at 200,000, although we only had like 12,000 in legal fees?
I think we should. It's been that way since I've been here.
Okay.
We did cut it down 50,000 after the first year here, but, I mean, you never know if, you know, like, well,
What's the
I know.
number?
What's that?
What is the number you're talking about?
100, 400, 9,
Yes,
150.
thank you.
9150.
Yeah, it's on the very first page. It's
Okay.
right under subtotal salary.
That covers legal for the entire village, you know, everybody's department, everything, so, okay, but okay, is everybody on administration and finance?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this one's, long and short of it, if we're gonna, I'll probably have to increase the salaries by about 4,000. Maybe 3,000 to just make that, 114. And then the other ones will just, and I'll send out a final draft prior to approval, so you guys, but of course then I'll have to adjust some of those in, percentages too. But other than that, everybody's had a chance to look at this now.
You
so-
said 114?
Probably for salaries, yeah. And then, of course, I'll have to make some of the adjustments for the taxes. With, Tom, you asked about the website. That is one of the things on there, and I've got it built into 9190. It's gonna be in the contractual other, including civic, but there's 5,000 built into that, so.
You got 5,000 of the 30,000.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Paula had asked me about Alice Hancock and the accounting fees. I went back and looked with her. 2016, Alice Hancock is a consultant. She's not a employee. She gets a 1099. We don't pay taxes on it. Hers is part of the
Yeah, she's not
contractual
under
accounting
salary.
fees. She's with, we
Okay.
pay, that is the number for our auditing firm and for office. Basically, those are the only two things that come out of that.
How much does Alice get?
Okay, 2016, she got from us 27,885. 2017, 14,761.50. 2018, $14,585. I looked for this year, we're about 8,000 right now. Alice is worth her weight in gold. If we're looking to save money, she is not where you want to cut. I promise you that right now.
Who is Alice again?
She she does some of our books. she does a lot
Who
of
does
our
she work
accounting.
for, or she?
She's a consultant. She works for the village, but not as an employee.
Okay.
She was hired before I say hired, but not as an employee. When there was a gap in employment with the office manager and treasurer, and she came in and the books were an absolute mess, I guess, from my understanding. And she cleaned it up and fixed it, and she's just kind of been here since then. She's done a lot of projects. She still oversees the books.
Does she
How
do
much
the,
do you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
who does our auditing of our,
Zoom Ballin,
okay.
Suzanne Steckel is actually
So
our
Alice
auditor.
does just the general accounting
Yeah,
for us, right?
but you say just the general. Gordon Jumper was a CPA, you know, when he
Yeah,
left, you
yeah.
lost a CPA.
Okay.
I'm not a CPA, you know what I mean, I never claimed to be, so,
But Alice isn't a CPA either, right?
no, she's not, but she's done accounting for 50 years.
Okay.
Okay, and I just want to make sure everyone understands, because she was hired when I was appointed. And it was during the turmoil of the changing of the guard, if you will. And it was a mess. My understanding as a board member at that time, when I approved her hire, it was a temporary hire. And this is 3.5 years later. So I just want to throw that out, so you guys know this was never supposed to be a full-time, that was not presented to me, that it was a full-time position. It was supposed to help get things in order, and then she would leave. I don't know why she stayed. I don't know, it's never been brought back up to us. In the 1.5 years of appointment, it was never brought up. 1.5 years under Steve was not temporary. And then, quite frankly, I forgot she even worked here for when I was actually voted into office.
And so you have a completely different understanding, because when I was hired in, there was never any, this is a temp employee, this is our lady who does this, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't, she's leaving, she's going bye-bye.
Yeah.
I mean, she taught me a lot of stuff, you know, obviously, but,
Yeah.
She's a contractual person, so you
Absolutely.
can.
Contractual, that's
Yeah.
why it was contractual, because she was only gonna be here and she could only work certain hours, so she was telling us when she could come to the village. That's my recollection of it. And heck, I didn't care because we were in a huge mess, and no doubt about it, she's very qualified. I mean, I'm just wondering if we still need that service.
absolutely. I stand behind that 100%. I stick my neck out for that more than anything else on my budget. And I'm telling you, we need Alice Hancock. Every single person on the board that when I first came in, said, and still people have wild accusations about where the money is and who's done this with the money, and everybody complains about the money, and everybody wants to know where the money is and all this. And if your money's not right, nothing's right. And as much as I get questioned and my head gets spinning and everything, I want someone else looking at these numbers and knowing what they're talking about.
So you said we're up to 8,000 now?
Yes.
We gotta see.
And so now,
We're almost 6 months in.
but this, just so they know too,
22,
the history,
24.
that job, like Alice's job and your job were one job under Kathy Simpson, is that right? I mean, that's the way I remember
Yes.
it. It was one job, and then Steve Waltrip, Danny
Well, it went
Glasscock.
Kathy Simpson, and then it
Split
went
it.
Linda Douglas.
Yes. No, Linda wasn't the last, Kathy Simpson was here when I
Kathy
got
Simpson was
appointed.
hired as a part-time after Linda. You're right, yes.
Yeah,
Kathy Simpson was here, she got fired by Gordon. He appointed Linda Douglas,
yeah,
then that blew up, and then they hired Kathy Simpson back.
yeah, so Kathy
And
was here.
then, I don't know.
And I don't know if
6 months
that's
out.
right or not, that's just how it's explained to us as trustees, that when we were hiring a new person, that they wouldn't be able to do all of it at that time, but my understanding was always it was gonna go back to like you would do it all. But again, that's just my recollection, but here it is 3.5 years later,
Sure.
so.
I think if I can say, because I was here through
Yeah,
all of that.
what's your recollection?
She hit the nail on the head when she said, everybody needs to remember, the previous mayor was a licensed CPA. There was no need to have an Alice because he did it. He took care of it. It was done. Right or wrong, whatever you wanted. It was, it was done. And I mean, you just left the city just a few years ago. I guarantee you they have an in-house CPA.
They do.
So
And
he
so
did
this-
Kathy's job, Kathy Simpson's job?
Trust me, there was nothing, and you know yourself, there
Yeah.
was nothing
Gordon
that-
didn't touch?
that he didn't touch, especially when it come to that. And I mean, I back her when she says That's
and
cheap
Well, when
money.
you say
And-
that she did her job too, it sounds really bad, like she failed to somehow do her job. I don't think anyone really totally understands what my job is. Like, I mean, I don't mean this disrespectfully to you at all, but I mean, this isn't easy. You know what I mean? Like, I love my job, and I'm not. And
Oh,
I
no,
know
no,
that
I'm
someone
not-
else could.
I
fill
would
my
never
seat,
wanna do it.
but
I'm
it's
just
someone
going by
else
my-
that would have to know
what my recollection is.
accounting. They would have to know human
Sure.
resources. They would have to be able to manage. They would have to be able to do all this other stuff. I don't think you realize how many hats I wear. You know, like that's. And I'm not complaining at all, but. Geesh, like Kathy.
Hair still looks good.
Thanks. But Kathy, you know what I mean? Like there was no way she was just not doing her job. It was,
She was
There was a lot to
overwhelmed. I
it,
mean,
you
she
know?
was stretched to the nth degree.
right, and I don't even know her, but I'm gonna defend her because I know.
Oh, no, I didn't say
you know?
Kathy wasn't doing her job. I'm saying, whatever, I don't know what mess the finances were in. My understanding is she wasn't privy to a lot of things she should have been privy to.
Gotcha.
So let me add that on. I think
Gotcha.
Kathy did a wonderful job.
Gotcha, okay.
From what I knew.
That's what I was gonna add, is
Yeah.
when she was brought back in, I think that's.
Oh, yeah.
Was the issue there, is that they realized that it was more than one job.
Oh, okay.
Is that was my understanding. Now,
Yeah.
I came in afterwards, obviously, but that was my understanding, was, hey, that's why Alice was brought in, is because it was more than one job.
So this has gone down each year, so do you think she's more towards the 8,000 instead of the 27,800?
No,
She's saying
she's
eight
at
right now.
8,000
Right
about.
So you're looking at
this year.
22, 24 for the fiscal year, because if we're through 5 months and you're 8,000, so that you're, you know, so
Because I'm wanting to know how much I'm thinking of long-term, how long are we gonna pay this? Are we looking at it indefinitely? Is
I mean,
everybody
you're looking
okay
at what,
with
that's
that?
17 and some change a
You
month,
know, I
you know,
just
so,
wondering about numbers.
is that right?
You
8,000
also
through
have to
5
look-
months,
You
so,
also have to look at it this way, if you don't have her, you're gonna have to start paying
You're gonna pay Zoom
Zoom
Ballin more.
Ballins a whole bunch more to do what she's doing, and
Yep.
it's not gonna come at the price of her, so you've gotta look at that too. I mean, because you don't have her anymore, doesn't mean that work doesn't get done, or doesn't have to be double checked, or,
Right.
or anything else, and that could be at a higher price,
And
or
don't
more
burn me at the
hours.
stake, folks, please. You know how it is with the accusations and the money and the history here. I mean, honestly,
She's, okay, she straightened up, and Paula, you were here during that period. I mean, the mess that we supposedly had with our security deposits, that woman got that straightened out within 6 months and to the T. I
Right.
mean, she is worth.
Right, well, and now that you say that I think was specifically what Steve and Danny said she was gonna do, and then
And
she'd
she
be
did,
gone.
and she did.
That-
this Alice you're talking about.
Yes,
Yes.
because guys, I just wanna put that out there, because if you guys all want this to be permanent, I mean, I don't care one way or the other. I want what's best for the village. I
These
just
are
wanna
things
tell
Three
you,
newbie guys need to know.
yeah, I just wanna tell you.
That's why I just, you know.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
presented 3.5 years ago, it was the water and sewer deposit accounts. Because that was a mess, and they brought her in, and that was all I was told she was going to do. I didn't know she was doing other
Is
things.
that where the
Well, I tell you what.
shenanigans was going on? at the
Apparently,
water
I
and
don't
sewer?
know. I was
When-
not
Well,
here.
it wasn't so much shenanigans, it was really bad
What's your last name?
bookkeeping.
Hancock.
It was-
Yeah,
it was-
here's another thing you gotta realize too.
Creative.
Our audits,
Creative.
our audits don't cost us now what they did, because
Right.
when they get here, she's got them boom, 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 boom.
Yes.
I was gonna ask, does she
So-
help with that
yes.
part of it, which is huge?
So, you're saving money on the audit, because instead of the auditors being here like this, they're here like this, because when it comes to them, it's already,
And we were getting some state fines, were we not?
oh,
We
you guys
did,
were getting
yeah,
all
yeah,
kinds of federal
yeah.
fines, like for payroll.
So-
But I take care of all that. Alice
yeah,
doesn't do
she's
any
got,
of that
she's
now,
got that
but
all under control.
That's, yeah.
But, so there's different facets of this you need to look at. When you look at it, you think, okay, that's a lot of money a year for that person that was supposed to be, temporary.
First water
But-
sewer
right,
deposits,
but
yeah.
if you look at the bigger picture as, if we had to have it at Zoom Ballin, it'd be more. If they had to be in here longer during the audits, it would be more. So, I'm not saying she pays for herself 100%, but the dollars you're looking at the end of the year, if in reality that may be this when you consider what she's saving us too. I mean, that's another way you gotta look at it.
I agree, we need her, but do we need to keep this budget amount of 28,000
That is actually a low number because that includes Zumbalin and they're like 20,000.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
all
not
right.
just,
Okay.
that's
Like-
just,
Okay.
Yeah, I actually, I need to make that higher now that I saw that she's already at 8, to be
but I
quite
think what
honest.
they were thinking, that was Alice's wages.
Oh, gotcha.
And have you,
This is Zumballin and her
Yeah.
combined.
does she just get,
Yeah.
whenever
You
she
just
needs
said
help,
she was at
she
8,000,
does it?
so
There's
that's
no
why.
cap on the hours Alice works?
No, she does what I need her to do.
Okay.
Like that's.
You may go a month and a half, 2 months and never see her.
Does that
Well,
change every year?
No, she's in every month.
Is she
Some
in
days,
there?
not every
Because
week,
there's
but
months I don't
she's-
even see her.
Well, you're in and out the
Yeah.
whole, I mean, but.
Yeah, I see her.
So Zumbalin roughly, we give them 20 grand for their
20,000.
services.
Yeah.
Reinstate what you said, so Zumba and.
Zumbalin.
Z&E. Z&E.
Yeah,
Whoever, Santa Claus and Alice,
Yes.
they're both at 8,000 right now, or Alice is
Total.
at 8?
Alice is.
Oh,
Alice is
Zumbalin's a
8,
one
So-
yearly
about
charge.
20 grand.
Okay, so yeah, so we're
We need
way
to-
under.
So you
Yeah.
need to up that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to increase that,
Yeah, because you need, if she's at 8 now, you're gonna
Yeah.
have 22 for her, and then you're saying that needs to be like 45.
that's, I agree.
I mean, am I wrong with saying, I mean,
Yeah,
because
no, that needs
if
to
you're
go
5
up
months
then,
in at
yeah.
8,000, that's 17 some
Oh,
change,
so-
that's 22, 23. I'm not, you know, whatever, I'm not math whiz, but
22.
Ballpark.
not Matt
Say
Damon.
22, something.
Yeah.
22. Yeah.
And so this says, since it's accounting fees, that doesn't count Matt Martin for the
No,
IT,
he's not
he's in a
Matt.
different. So those are the only two things that come out of there are Alice
Uh-huh.
and, which we really shouldn't even worry about her name because it's just that position.
Right.
So what do you call that position?
Independent consultant for accounting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so what that position does is, at your request. So you oversee her, okay.
So we're gonna increase that to about 45 for all the accounting services
Yeah.
in total, okay.
The computer service and repairs. Park, okay, Matt Martin, I made a copy of this, you guys will see it every month though. In payables, he has the monthly contract for $500, which includes all maintenance IT at Village Hall and the fire department, but not the police department. And it includes the monthly, that's $500. Then he also does our monthly server backup, which is $150. So it's a total of $650 to him every month on one invoice, and then you'll always see a second one, usually, from the police department, because they're not included in that. And he's,
Control his driver's license, so I keep my bills pretty low.
right, and he's the IT consultant, so there's that then too. And his now comes out of, part of his will come out of computer from general and then part from water sewer, because obviously that's our revenue. So they need to pay part of that for the server and the IT and all that.
What's
so.
it under water sewer?
Same.
Okay. Do either of them sign contracts? If you're contractual, does that mean you have to sign a contract
No,
like
they-
Alice and Matt to
I
say?
don't have a contract on Alice.
Okay.
or something like that.
I was just curious how that worked.
That's more of just the line item, like it doesn't mean that we have a contract for every single one of
It's just
those.
saying they're not a regular employee,
Yeah.
kind of? Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Legal, we talked about, was a 200,000, the publication fees, 3,500, most of this is pretty standard. We talked about the website being included under that contractual other. Mayor and clerk expenditures, we added those line items last year, I decreased budget on both of those this year, because we didn't hit them last year. Clerks went down more because she, purchased a printer and a computer last year under hers. They won't need replaced again this year, obviously, so those line items went down. Insurance is just the way it is. Rental lease property expense, for those who don't know, we do have farmland that someone farms for us. We pay half of the money.
Share property.
Right, we pay half for what he plants and
Farms
we
that, why don't we,
Ten,
go-
10 cents.
pinch,
okay, why
yeah.
don't we go to the cash rent system on
I have nothing to do with it other than collecting the payment and sending the money
Okay.
for the,
it? Go ahead.
It's just always been said, no rhyme or reason, it's just always how it's always been
I mean, if
said.
we go to cash rent system on it, and roughly speaking, it'll bring us in at least $200 an acre. So there's $8,000 and we have no expenses.
So what's the income on it?
We're getting that or more, we have.
It's on that
given
sheet.
years. I mean, last year,
Given years, yeah.
Where's this at?
it's out by, it'd be on
It's
the
the
north
40
side.
acres you're talking about.
North side of
The village side.
Moeller out there. On the back side of, if you went on the back side of Love's, there's a timber line.
Yep,
On the west side of that, there's a 40-acre square that's ours.
Yeah.
They're the old sewer lagoons.
okay.
Let me deviate just for a minute, this is a separate question, but does the Rout family trust own,
They-
still own
they-
anybody out south of town?
They still have property out and about, yes.
North of the expressway or beyond?
I believe so, both north and south of it.
I know they have a big area south that they've been trying to market.
And they still have some by Southbrook too, off of Southbrook Road.
Route owns on the south, if you take the overpass, Route owns that 200 plus acres over there on the southeast corner.
That big southeast section that they've been marketing.
We have
And then
Route owns that.
We
don't
talked
they
about the
own
yeah.
on the
I think
east
we're
side
gonna-
of
Before,
Garland?
before
Did
we
we
get
pass
to
it?
I don't think they do
They
What
any.
did we decide about
They own
donations?
tons of land,
Did we
but
ever
that
decide about
section that he's
donations, if
talking
we were
about,
gonna
they're
keep
actively
500?
trying to
Lake
sell.
Road, you're saying?
We didn't really
I
decide.
don't think they own.
Oh, I
that
did
either.
skip right past that. No, we
So
need to
Tiffany,
talk.
what did you say?
You think it was like a
Pulled
consensus?
in last year?
Okay, we pulled in 997504. We did have to pay stuff out of that.
Right.
And
How
I
much you
get
had
what,
to pay? 7,500?
well, we'd have to look back. I can look at that for you, but I will tell you that those changes don't come from me.
I
You know what I
understand.
mean? Like that
I'm
comes
just
from.
trying to
Yeah,
clean
yeah.
things up. I think
Sure.
it'd make it so much easier. And,
Sure.
and a bare minimum 200. I mean, you're probably talking 300, 325.
And it wouldn't cost us anything.
No,
Well,
no,
see-
he writes us a check when
Then that's
Right,
something, you
you
know,
cash it, that's
would
it.
be better to look into because.
cash rent and I don't,
Because
I'm
that's our
nothing
revenue,
against Tom,
but we also have expense.
Tim, but if this year, if he goes broke, it ain't my problem.
Right.
Right.
I don't know how it ever, or whoever set it up, it's always been, we've sharecropped it with him. Now why,
And you can put that out for bid too.
I think it's
Oh,
time
buddy,
to
buddy
change
deal. I
then.
mean, it's, and then.
But what I'm saying is,
Fence.
if you do that, yeah, you can put out for bid and whoever wants to pay the most of
Right.
farming. then-
Well,
Vince used to
actually,
own-
if it belongs to the city, you would probably have to put it out for bid, wouldn't you?
I would say so myself.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, that's the only right thing to do. I mean, you want the most, you know.
We just re-upped it for 3 years and it's $380 or $380.
For cash rent, yeah. So like I said, bare minimum $200. I mean, that's junk ground rates too.
Oh,
well, then we
Move it
need
to a
to,
cash rent.
then we need to let him know before he puts anything in the
And
ground
let
this
him know
fall.
by September 1st.
Yes, by fall, it's gotta know, cause I mean, now it's already up and going and
Right.
corn's already up, but, right, before he puts anything in the ground,
Right.
chemical wise in the fall.
See, he farmed this ground that we're talking about on the southeast corner forever with a deal cut with Route. And Route found out they could cash rent it to Johnson, and that's what they did. So the cash rent is just so much easier, and it's just no hassles and no nothing.
No risk on our part.
It's a two-step process. You pick your check up, you cash it. I mean, really, I mean,
That's it.
yeah. Say thank you and see you next year, you know.
Right.
Okay, let's go back to donations. What would you like me to put into that? Because I've got it blank here. I mean, are we at a consensus of a number
I
or?
think Paula's 500 number sounds fine.
I agree.
We're talking
you
about
want-
after prom.
That
and
way
things
it's
of that.
there,
Yeah,
and
the
if you
after
don't,
prom.
you don't, but it's there if
Yeah.
you do. You know, that way, so if it comes around and, hey, you know, this is a good idea, da,
What
da,
was it?
Now, like you said, when it's gone, hey, we're done.
Yeah,
Right,
if they don't get
right.
it first, then it's not like we add another 500.
Right, it's
for-
Well, that's
We're
what I
after
was gonna
prom.
ask.
Yeah,
so if
no.
you- No, actually, what I was gonna ask is, do you wanna put it, I mean, cause what was it before, 5?
It was 4,000.
Do you wanna
last
put
year.
1,000? I mean, I know I said I was against them, which I am, but if we're gonna put anything in, do you
I
wanna put
see what you mean, in case
1,000
someone
in case
un-
something else comes in, that we have a little wiggle room?
Because we don't have to approve
I'm fine with
anything.
No, you don't,
Absolutely.
I'm
Yeah.
just throwing that out there.
Yeah, maybe
Because-
1,000 might be
Cause
better.
if you put in 500, then you're like allocating it just for that one thing.
Yeah.
I agree.
Just-
Good point, Harry, good point.
I have one every now and then.
$1,000.
Yes.
Oh, Dick, I guess there's kind of your answer was that,
500.
Quit it.
yeah, I mean, if that's the budget,
You're so
I'm
sweet.
anticipating, so, yeah, we're making like, what,
Make you
$2,000 a
blush.
year off it? So, yeah,
That's about.
yeah.
I'll take all of it I can get, because I'll get it at home.
Repairs and maintenance to the building.
Let's back up one time.
Okay,
for you newbies, we do own ground that we have to pay taxes on,
Oh,
property
yeah.
tax, $400. So it's not a misprint.
We're paying Tiffany's property
Yeah.
taxes, in case
Yeah.
you guys need to
But there
know.
is a, I
It's
don't
the
even know
farm.
where the hell, it's the farm,
Yeah.
you're right, you're absolutely
Yeah,
correct.
it's the only thing of ours that would not be tax exempt,
Right.
so, yeah.
So the farm that land that we're sharecropping, we're paying the $400 tax on.
Well, yeah, and that's another
Yeah,
expense
because you own
then
the
too,
ground, yeah.
so, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're not
Yeah, you
making much
got
on
to.
that at all, so. Repairs and maintenance to the building, we're hoping to keep it minimal. With that being said, the, department heads have met and everything. I know we've talked about, like a dream of a new village hall and all this, but we would like to put a little bit of money into here because we don't have the money for a new village hall right now. We want to keep this one looking nice. So, I'd like to, Mark Haas, who's doing our floors now, thinks he can bring those back. I don't know if he can or not. John and I have talked about putting some laminate down. If we can't, making it, sprucing it up, get a couple more flagpoles out there, get some more paint down at those garage doors, make
New
it
countertop.
proud again, new countertop. We've got good labor in here that can do it. There's John, Phil Black's able to help. So that's where that money is, and it's not, it's nothing that's gonna happen all at once or anything like that, but that's what we're looking for there is just kind of sprucing stuff up a little bit and making it nicer. The bathrooms could use painting pretty desperately, and mostly pretty much areas that
Bless you.
public sees. You know what I mean? Like I'm not
Right.
talking let's redo, the offices and all that stuff, but no, just
You won't be granted if you do it upright.
yeah, right.
Home Depot out of stock rack.
Well, and that could go in a long-range plan for tourism. Because again, back when Dan and I were talking about it, this park, that parking lot is attached to Village Hall. So Dan said if that's where we came up with the War Memorial idea, so it's a tourism site, you could remodel Village Hall because it's technically attached. If we put public restrooms in, or
That would kill it,
a library annex in, down there, or something, he said if you bring it here.
Visitor center area.
Yes, that as long as it sounds and it fits our ordinance and it can bring people in, then when we do the park and add a war memorial, then the parking lot in this can be remodeled. You could always move Village Hall over there, and this could be a visitor center or something, or meeting center, or rent it out, or,
It could be
So
a-
just keep that in mind when we do.
Put Village Hall across the parking lot, put a new building up there.
No, over there.
By the
Village
fire
Hall and the
department,
fire
in
department,
that
like on the
complex
other
there.
side of PD.
Which was originally a 10-year plan that was.
And then make this
15
remodel
years
this.
ago.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, that might be long-term.
Personally, I don't see anything at all wrong with
Like,
this.
it is a long-term
Facility
plan.
here.
So you could do, how much money are there?
Yeah.
Tiffany,
This
how
is-
much money are you talking
This
about for?
served us well,
Yep,
There's 10,000 in that for the building.
I've said that all along.
yeah.
Because you might need to do upgrades anyway.
Yeah,
Mr.
and I mean
Green
that's
had a
pretty. I mean that's
suggestion
still a pretty low
the other
number,
day.
What's that?
About Dewey Park over here.
Well, I think
Put
you and I a few
Put a
years ago,
gazebo or something
Yeah,
over
we
there.
talked about
we
it
talked
quite a
about putting
while
like a community center and
Yeah.
half the tennis court, which doesn't get used, and it's falling apart, and we're not gonna put money to repave it.
Right, because
So-
nobody, yeah.
Sure.
Keep
Family.
one side, move the basketball court over here, they can still play tennis, they can still be basketball, but you could have a Morton building for
Yeah. little
$50,000
pavilion or
to
something
put up,
like
and we
that.
could finish inside of it, you could do that with tourism, you could have a community center, that's just an idea. I've said that all along.
Yeah, oh, I
I mean,
remember
I
you
don't,
saying it.
I would just soon do that out of tourism, keep Village Hall here, we don't need a $250,000 new building, for what?
No,
We don't need the Taj Mahal.
You don't
Not
want
only
any
have roads
office?
falling
I
apart.
don't. I'm good with mine.
I mean,
Right.
I'm
got-
good with mine, like you said, we put a new floor in there, paint it, what's wrong with this place?
we've got 3-bedroom, 2-bath potholes
Oh,
in
I
the
got damn
village
thing
on some
wrong with this
streets.
place.
Yep,
We don't need,
that's the way I'm looking at it, that's right.
Yeah.
Never heard potholes described like that in a letter.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
just
Yeah,
have
I
our
missed
own,
it.
own little amateur
3-bedroom,
concerts
2-bath
over here.
potholes.
There you go.
Yeah.
who said that?
We used to bring a
Uh,
flatbed.
They'll ask the city for
Remember
some
that?
money to support us.
That's right.
I like that.
There you go.
Janitorial went up on this.
Sponsor.
Oh, are we at with the Christmas party? Are we good with
We're
eliminating?
eliminating
Yeah.
that, I
Okay,
think.
and we're good with just not doing a bonus. Let's just, is that good with everybody? Just leave it. Merry
I think if you
Christmas.
start doing a bonus, you're
Okay.
opening up a can of worms
You
that
are,
we do
yeah.
not need nor want.
I agree.
I agree.
I
So-
think Christmas card, thank you,
Yeah.
That's all you need.
And you were gonna write all
Kiss
those?
my
You
ass.
gonna write all the Christmas
Yeah.
cards?
He's pretty good at typing.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
So
I'll
I'm not
type
even
all day
getting the
long.
ham now.
Yeah, you're not getting a ham, dude.
Hey, if I don't get no ham, nobody's getting no ham, so.
All these guys are the ones that come in and kill.
Right.
Ham
I'll
sandwich.
get you a ham.
Yes.
Spam sandwich.
All right, janitorial went up there because our new cleaning person is Mark Haas. He supplies all of his own supplies and equipment and all that. We do still have to buy toilet paper, paper towels, garbage bags. That's it.
Clean.
But his fee is in there now too, and his is
holy.
$4.75 a month.
So we don't have Lois anymore.
No, she quit when I gave her a list. So we have.
We'll just leave it at that.
What happens when you
So last
do it
year-
the right way?
So it went up $7,000 allotted for it.
Well,
and
didn't
he's
go up
472.
7,000. I was coding hers to, I believe she was being coded to contractual other, and that was just the cleaning supplies and all that stuff. So since he's a flat fee with that, and he's providing his own cleaning supplies, I just put the whole thing in there.
I asked her that too,
She
because I'm
was-
like, why would
Yeah, I'm
janitorial
like,
go up
is this
so
the
much?
only bathroom
She
for
was,
all
she was
the
3,600.
employees?
She was 3,600 a year.
Oh,
So-
okay, all right.
Plus,
So
we were buying
Okay.
all the cleaning
this,
supplies
this,
and all
this
that.
is what, and I'm not trying to get backtrack earlier. This is things that newbies, okay, we see,
Yeah.
you know, is everybody wiping their ass over here or something? Or?
Yeah, why are we?
Starting to-
But her is in a different one that we don't know. You
Yeah.
know what I
So
mean?
if you take 3,600 out of the 7, that's what it went up, plus
Yeah.
that's, we're not buying supplies, cleaning supplies
Right,
anymore either.
I get it, yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I say, yeah.
Other than that, oh, this is the big one too. The training sessions and materials, and the travel mileage meals, I put down to 1,000 for each one. The board will need to consider if anyone is going to go to IML in Chicago at the village's expense, because those are typically where that goes. I don't know from a trustee's seat or mayor's seat, if that's a worthwhile expense. I will tell you, I went one year, and I do not believe that I got enough out of it to justify the cost to the
IML.
taxpayers.
Explain.
Illinois Municipal League annual training, kind of like what he went to
Okay.
yesterday, but
Right.
it's
Today.
Expanded.
I'm sorry, today.
Cost-
Very beneficial.
Yeah.
It's a weekend in Chicago. I'll say I went one year and I don't think it benefited. The village paid for me to go and I don't think it was worth
It's
it.
in
Worth-
Chicago.
I agree.
Going back. I don't know if it might be nice for everybody if they want to go for us to pay once. Like you enjoyed today, you might like going to Chicago,
No,
but
I wouldn't.
then I think if they go a second time, you
They
gotta
don't have
pay.
good breakfast up there, damn it.
Yeah, it was nice.
And I could see, and I could see sending the mayor every
miles
year,
to
you know,
that
if that's
place.
something, you know, that you wanna do, but I don't. I
And
mean,
it's so big,
I don't
it's really
wanna
hard
go.
to network. I mean, there were a lot of Jacksonville
Yeah.
people there, and Andy Ezra was like, "Oh, I saw you in the hall like 3 or 4 times." I'm like, "Yeah, but it's not like it's too big to network unless you have set up meetings ahead of time." But I wouldn't go back.
No.
Are you newbies getting this magazine yet?
The IML one,
That's
okay,
the
good.
best magazine you'll get out
Yeah.
of this whole
Yeah,
adventure.
it is a really good deal. Do you think you'd want to go? Because I mean, if you guys want to go one time, I would vote for you to go.
I'm not going within this next visit here, I'm gonna tell you that, so I don't, you know, so.
I think it's worth the experience, but I
I like
feel the
reading.
same way as you of not, like the most interesting and I think best session that I remember going to was led by our attorney and an attorney from
Yeah.
his firm,
Yeah.
which I'd already talked about
You could
almost
get
all
that
that stuff
anyway.
already with him,
Right.
just
Half the class
sidebar
was
conversations.
things, yeah,
Yeah.
was things about that were going on in this village
Yeah.
from 2 administrations.
But there were former employees that loved it and they wanted to go, or not employees, trustees that wanted to go every year. I
could-
wouldn't want to go.
My
every year.
favorite part about the whole thing itself was just the trip to Chicago, because I like the city.
I don't.
That was my
know if
favorite
I'd
part.
want to go every. I wouldn't. I haven't been since the first year. I wouldn't want to go every year.
I think you need to justify, like, is it worth it for public funds?
Well, and if-
It's good
Yeah.
training, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't want
And
to
if
go.
nobody wants to go this year, then we can just take it out of the budget this year and talk about it next year. If you
Yeah.
want to go,
Yeah, I'm not going.
do any of you 3
Don't have
new
time
ones
to.
want to go?
He already told me he's not for
Harry, you
Chicago.
don't want to go back?
I don't. I
Not
haven't
this
looked
year?
when it is, so I don't.
So maybe we can just
September.
revisit it
Got
next year.
ham to
then.
eat.
So.
Well, that 1,000's still there then, like, for local stuff, you know, like Tom went to today. Those are typically way less expensive, obviously.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
way less.
Travel mileage meals, that's gonna be, you know, we have to run to Springfield for something, Mike's mileage during the day, that kind of stuff, so
Yeah.
that's minimal too there.
Yeah.
Okay, any questions?
Is the like oddball mileage thing that's packed into the trustee pay, is that a part of that, or is that just a part of?
No, that's part of the trustee's official salary.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, that's a good question.
So
That's
you
yeah,
guys
it's all
know
in
too,
there.
you'll get 2 checks a year, and what that's for is for
That
your
are,
local
sorry,
mileage.
you get more than 2 checks a year. You get 2 checks a year that are bigger than the other ones.
So what it is, you get an extra, you get a mileage pay for running around locally, for doing your duties as trustee. Now, if you were to go, like for instance, I keep wanting to say today, you travel to Springfield to do some training, you keep track of that mileage, and that's in addition to, and correct me if I'm wrong here, I think that the ordinance says if you go outside of 20 miles.
I would not- I
Anyway,
have to look.
whatever it says, whatever that X number of miles is, so if you go out past that, if you're gonna go beyond that, then you keep track of your mileage and you get paid your mileage for that. But that twice a year, that check for that is just for running around town doing your stuff, to go talk to Bob or John or Tim or Rich or whatever.
Okay, cool.
And don't these guys get higher pay now?
Yeah, and that's, you
Yes.
can see that that's increased.
You
that-
get way more than we get. You're welcome, because we voted for that.
Way
Yeah.
big dollars.
You're welcome. It's the right thing to do. There hadn't been a,
250.
Have,
yeah.
I mean, it
And
shows
we only
right
get
there on that
100.
camera. Have you seen this right here? I mean, it's kind of worth a little bit.
You were worth 250, is that what you're saying?
4 a.m.
I probably look like a hand.
So you can report that in the media, they raise their own salaries to
Yeah.
2.5. Please don't do that, I'm kidding.
So bottom line is you reduced your budget by $150,000.
I don't,
Roughly.
if that's what you wanna hear, I'll tell you that. But, and I appreciate this, that's what, you know, but to me, like, I get it, you're doing your job, I'm doing mine. I'm not necessarily looking at the budget, I look at the actual cost and what we're trying to do for this year too. So I mean, I get what you're saying, but
Well,
yeah.
if you go by cost, you had 309,000
Yeah,
year to date, right?
yes.
So,
But you gotta remember, it's not just me. This is all of the board, the mayor, the clerk,
Right.
you know, everything there.
oh,
Village hall.
this budget,
Yes,
and right here.
yes.
I think we've trimmed about everything we can trim.
I think so
Well,
too.
and then this one, you know, it's gonna be, because we went up 45, you know, we went up another 20 almost.
I
Yeah.
truly believe this one is about as good as we can.
So,
Any other questions, concerns, comments on that one? Moving along. Next page is still, this whole packet, the first one is all general fund.
Oh, yeah, I need some of that. Where'd you put that?
It was my snack.
It was hers, we stole it from her. You
That was
wanted-
rude.
Hey,
Who,
you
me?
done this?
He hid it.
That's what I said, that's why I asked.
No,
him.
I see Reese's in there.
Don't you
tonight.
ever hide snacks from a fat kid.
Oh, no, yeah.
Oh, I stole them from Tiffany. Y'all can thank her.
Thank you. Look at him, he's only giving me one.
Greg's like, oh yeah.
This one is
I'm
parks, so
getting- look.
Oh, thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and
that
defer
one.
to John then.
To what?
For parks, it's next.
I love
So you'll be up a couple times.
I don't want
Let's
to
go
buy
through all of the general fund first.
Okay.
Why don't you do all his last? Hello?
Because I want everybody to understand that this all comes from general fund.
Just going from the one she liked.
So what are you doing?
You
next?
guys wanna go to dinner, we can call you back.
What are you doing next?
I can
Just flipping
text
right
you.
to the next one, parks.
Everything stapled together comes from the general fund?
Everything
Yeah.
in this first packet is general fund. That's why I wanted that all together, so.
See, and if you look at this thing, it says too up here, general fund. I realized that when I looked the other night. You have it general fund on the top, so
Okay.
as you go through, it all says general fund, which is pretty
She's
cool.
looking at this.
Oh, okay.
So then you can see everything that's under general fund.
Looks like stop a TV bullet.
You want me to just do this, cause I can.
They're
You
good
want me to just do this? The parks?
Yeah,
Okay. Everybody ready for parks? Let's keep this rolling.
Yes.
I agree.
Okay, last year,
Big bowl.
just so you know, they're again cutting down all we can out of general. Last year's budget was 34,000, this year is 20,900. If you start at the top there of the line items, you've got contractual communications, that's 1,000. Tim, will the microwave be up? Will we see all this spent or just part of this? We don't know really.
Probably all that, just in the
This year.
implementation of it this
Okay,
year.
okay. So next year, hopefully that won't be there, but depends on how this goes. So $1,000, that's for our, there again, for the communications for the cameras, which we pay Mediacom. So that's what that is. Contractual utilities, 15,000. Now this is a kind of skewed number because it makes you think that we are spending $15,000 on a free park. But we charge, the left hand charges the right hand the same water rates that we all pay at our house. But at the end of the day, we all know we produce our own water, we have our own water plant. So out of $15,000 that the left hand's putting into the right hand for accounting purposes, billing, there may be $5,000 worth of chemical and water.
But the thing
that we're
is,
paying
you
for.
have that water available that you could sell to somebody for.
No, I'm just,
I
yes,
know what
yes,
you're saying.
yeah. I'm just saying, I don't want you to think that it's costing us $15,000. Dick's right, that's water we could sell somewhere else, but it's not like we've run out and that's 15,000 more we could have got. I understand what you're saying, but I want everybody to realize that it's not costing us $15,000. It's just, it's built out the same way it's built out to us at our houses.
And John, is that anything you want to raise? I know it's going down, but because you shorten the hours at the park, do you want to keep them shortened, or do you want to,
No, we're gonna keep them shortened.
you rather keep them
I
short?
wanna keep them shortened because
Because of the usage, right?
the usage, just the water usage, that when it's August and it's 100 degrees out at 8 o'clock at night still, and the water plant hadn't shut off all day, and we've ran
Okay.
85,000 gallons of water through the free water park, I don't see
Okay.
I just can't justify that, so that's why we backed it off. 2
Okay.
days a week, we're not doing it.
We
So,
hadn't talked about this, but would that be something that you would want to pay from tourism?
No,
Okay.
I don't.
I don't.
I think you just need to keep like we're going and.
Yes.
Because this free
because-
water park has cost us a hell of a lot.
So,
Yeah.
for everybody, tell us the hours so I can put that at
Okay,
the bottom of this.
Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, the park is open from the water attraction is on from 1 o'clock to 7 o'clock at night. It's off on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Excuse me. And then Saturday and Sundays, it comes on at noon to 7. Now, we also have talked about shutting the park down at 7 now instead of at 10 at night because, remember we talked about that.
As soon as that water.
As soon as the
shuts
water's
off,
done,
they
I think the
vacate.
park needs to be closed.
I would agree with
Okay,
that.
so, and that's just, we'll do that internally with the
And what about
Times.
Monday, Wednesday, Friday, when do you close the park?
7 o'clock. It's
So even
always-
when the water's off, you're closing it then too?
That's right.
The
Yep.
only 10 o'clock was weekend?
Well, it used to be 7 days a week it was open till 10.
What- No, I know, in the beginning it was.
Right, yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, that sounds good to
Okay.
me.
Contractual other is $1,500. That's just, if we have to have somebody come out, do some kind of contract work, that's something that.
Plumbing or,
Yeah, something we can't do, that's that. And like I said, I pinched these numbers down. Maintenance and repair for equipment, $1,200. That's, if we have to buy a swing or something gets broke, we gotta replace, that's what that is. $1,200 is our liability insurance. And then supplies other, $1,000, chemicals for cleaning the bathrooms, if it needs more mulch, if it needs this, if it needs that. It's just a little buffer in there that we've still got something, budgeted if we need something. And like I said, that's,
Sorry.
no, that's all right. You're looking at 14, 13, almost $13,000 under what last year was. And that come out of general fund, so
So the janitor just takes care of this building.
just this building. The guys, every morning, the guys open the park up, they unlock, well, then now they unlock themselves, but 7 o'clock they go over, they empty the trash cans out in the bathrooms and out in the area, clean the concrete floors, clean the stools, replenish toilet paper or whatever. So the cleaning gets done with us. Now, the newbies, I'm gonna refer to you, because you guys, that's what you've been calling yourselves. So in the past, we have come under a whole bunch of scrutiny that we don't clean the bathrooms and they look like garbage. Well, I'm sorry, but it's a free bathroom, or a free park that brings no money in, and that's low on the totem pole. So, my guys clean it, and they clean it well, every morning at 7 o'clock. And yes, when you take Junior down there at 6 o'clock at night and you see a dirty bathroom, that's because there's been a flippin' 1,000 people
Right.
have ran through that park, and I'm sorry, but crapped on the floor and smeared it on the walls and do the things they do in the public bathrooms all day long. So, just so you guys know,
Right.
it's clean daily, but these are the things we run into, so.
And so, John, that brings up, I have 2 questions on this budget, but that goes into the personnel. So remember, a year or 2 ago, we talked about a part-time park personnel to oversee that, to empty trash cans, clean bathrooms more than once, so.
We've talked about that at a few committee meetings.
Yeah, yeah.
Harry and I have talked about that. I took that out of the budget for 2 reasons. Because general fund was needing to be pinched down as much as can. We've tried to get somebody, nobody wants to do it, because 2 things, you either get a high school kid that will do it, and then they're not gonna do the job. We might as well be down there holding their hand, I mean, for the most part. And, I mean, Tom's retired, that's not something somebody is gonna wanna go down there and do. I mean, we're between a rock and a hard place, getting somebody to work it.
I will say, last time we put that out twice, I think, in the newspapers, we had 1 application, and it was not a qualified
And
person
that's-
that you would want there.
Right,
And
and-
I'm excluding your stuff from that because he applied for that, but he didn't really want that job. So this is a different.
Yeah, so it's just, it's,
In that job's defense, we also were like trying to add something to that job too. We didn't have it, and you recall that, we didn't have it as purely a maintenance position either.
Yeah, we tried to make it where they could be there that whole time, because I still feel like we should push for that, because it's essentially a free-for-all, and I don't like that part, because if someone gets hurt, that's on us, and, I mean, I don't know that having a person there.
I'm sorry, Paul, you're right.
I don't know if having a person there solves that, I
Right.
don't know. I'm just thinking, and do we,
Over.
for that liability, do we have any sign that says we're not responsible, like, for
Yeah.
accidents or anything, or do we need that? That
We've
just
got, we
happened to
we
come to mind.
had it on an old sign.
Uh-huh.
I mean, unfortunately, that sign is something that's fallen through the cracks in quite a few months. I thought we were all gonna get together and get a new sign and what we wanted it to say.
We had, and I'll call them back again, because that was last fall, and last time I talked to him, I was like, no hurry.
Right.
So
It's something that fell through the cracks, because we were all gonna get together and decide, again, what we wanted that sign to say, and we were gonna get it done, and it didn't do it. We need to do it now, because it's the
we have a
beginning of
list
the
of
season.
rules and things on it.
Right, and
Yeah,
so we do need to talk about this again and get that up there.
John, keep in mind too, that gate will be active in the next 10 days, so.
Yeah.
You'll need to sign up pretty quick, because the gates will always be closed, if you remember our conversation with
Yes.
security. The mag lock, like on these doors, will just go off, so that they can push it open, but they'll always reclose, so you're gonna need to sign for that pretty quick.
Yeah.
Has a council ever, this is none of my business, but I'm curious, what we spend in mowing, I know these are tight times. Have you ever had somebody that just in this village takes care of beautification? Whether it's cleaning the bathrooms or mowing, what do we spend in mowing?
We used to have a couple committees, I don't even think anybody
Not a
does.
committee, a person that goes out and works. and does
No, I mean, because you're the longest one on here now, well, back when you were, I don't even think we did it back then. There used to be some volunteer groups that would
it. No,
pick
an
the parks
employee
up.
that would
Oh,
mow. What
no.
do we spend now to
Yeah.
pay for mowing,
Right.
to pay for somebody to clean the bathroom? What if we had a person that actually?
Anybody ever thought of Elm City, contacting them?
I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That'd be a good idea.
They advertise they do mowing in addition to shredding and everything. Maybe they do janitorial work over there at the park for us.
I know we're all.
The mowing for the park, where's that instead of on here? Where's
It's
that
not,
get-
it's not on there, it's through.
That gets put in somewhere else?
Yeah, it gets put in
Okay.
somewhere else.
What would you think about that?
You know what, that's a really good idea.
is.
If you made that work, like, that could really benefit them too.
Sure.
Where it wouldn't necessarily need, I used to do that in my previous,
Well,
former
I
life,
think,
but
I
that
think how,
really,
out there?
I think how we
What's
could
that?
do it.
You worked at Elm City?
not there, but
Okay.
that's a good idea.
I think how we could do that is, my guys still do it in the morning, and then they could come in
Come in
mid-afternoon.
every day through the week.
Through the week,
They
mid-afternoon,
probably
and
work
just
weekends,
kind
I
of.
would think.
Because that's all
Spruce up
you're
a little
needing. You're
bit.
talking about 1 to 7 and noon to 7.
Right.
So if your guys clean it in the morning, they're good to go to open.
Right.
It
And
just
then they
be-
could come in mid-afternoon and have it looking decent again by time.
And you could see what they would bid on doing our mowing on the village property also.
See, I
No,
don't think,
you
I don't
don't-
think,
you don't
I
like
don't
that?
think we wanna
No.
go there.
You're asking for another liability.
Yeah, and we've got a lot of sites that we do. But I do like it for the cleaning end of it. I think it's worth calling and seeing if they would be interested in it.
Well, that would help them so much too, like, I just love that.
They love to get out and it's good for them.
Absolutely, and it's good skills
Good,
to learn,
yeah.
I mean, that's a great idea.
Yeah, I just wanted to see where we were on that or if we we're going to talk about that anymore.
I think you've got a full-time fire chief, you should have to mow the yard.
That could be part of your position.
He just offered to do it, I wasn't
Clean the
trying to
toilets.
bus.
Oh, you do? Oh, dude.
I wouldn't have a problem doing it.
That just.
And one more question, John. We had also talked about in the past of when we were redoing that park, repairing the big toy and the swings. Because you guys said that you could maybe get replacement parts or have that company come, and I think the ball, not on you, but I think that ball was dropped
think
on
it
our
was,
end.
yep.
So I see you have repair. What,
That's just in-
and could that fit in there or do you have any idea how damaged that big toy is or the?
I think that'd apply, I mean,
You think
well,
that
we're
would
just
work?
talking bits and pieces here
Yeah,
and there.
because wasn't it, you were the one that went, your son?
Well,
and-
okay, now the stepping stones are gone. When we redid the park this year and put the mulch in, we
Yeah.
pulled them out because it kept rotting the seats off, and then you had a pole sticking up there. We
Okay.
said we don't even need them anymore, they're all completely gone.
Okay.
So that won't happen again.
So
Because, I
there were
mean,
pieces, they were little pieces though off the
Yeah.
big toy, right? That were kind of a safety
we've
concern.
replaced some, I don't
Okay.
know if it's what you were talking about. We had some spinning wheels on one of them that was bad, and we've taken care of it, so.
Well, and maybe you have done,
I do
I just
believe,
didn't know.
I do believe, and I haven't had a chance, didn't you tell me the other day that one of the kiddie swings has got a, so, yeah,
Little buckles.
yeah,
or-
so there's some little things we need to tweak.
So
but-
do you think you have enough in your
Oh,
budget to fix
absolutely,
those things?
yeah.
Okay.
So the paper I brought in the other day, was that for, that was for the park for, it was like $20-some thousand. Has that already been taken care of this year? When you said that when we done the landscaping this
That's
year?
the tourism stuff.
No,
they're doing this for.
that was for additional like flowers for around the entrance.
Okay, all right. So that, okay, all right. Because I knew that was for the parks, but you're saying that's out of
It gets
tourism stuff.
confusing
Yeah,
because,
Okay, all right.
tourism.
yeah.
I'm
Well, that
learning.
only changed this
I'm
past
learning.
year, so, yeah.
For all of you that did so much work on that, I know you guys spent a lot of time down there. I was down there really for the first time the other day with my daughter. Park's nice. The park's really nice. The new mulch, rubber stuff they put in. How'd they put it in? Is that new?
Mm-hmm, oh, yeah.
We enjoyed it.
How about the boulder? Are we gonna discuss the boulder?
Can I be the bearer of bad news? I'm gonna have to contact our engineer and they might have to make an adjustment to that. It's supposed to be playground safe and,
Yeah, it's rubber mulch, isn't it?
well,
Rubber
it was,
tires.
Rubber tire, yeah, chop.
it's got some metal in it.
It's got steel in it from the
Rubber,
belts,
not from the,
from the belted tire.
yeah.
Yeah, from the radial tires.
But they're supposed to be all
You're
from the
kidding.
sides of tires, there's not supposed to be any metal in it.
Yeah, but that shouldn't be, that should be on that, I mean,
It's not on us, yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
I mean, we ordered it from a place that was playground safe and we paid an engineer good money to oversee it. And so if there's metal in it, it's not on us, so, but, yeah.
Dick, you better get on and get some free shit out of them.
Let's go! So, and of that money we spent down there, that was probably, that's the,
That's a
Little
big
lion's share.
that was, yes, that's the lion's share, yeah. So,
Okay, so
The
that's,
boulder thing we
bad.
should talk
That's too
about
bad.
at a
it
different
is,
meeting.
it really is.
anybody got
The
any
boulder
other?
thing we should talk about at a different meeting.
Okay.
Were there gonna be any changes to the parks budget?
No.
Everything was there,
I don't
okay.
think so.
So if there's no other questions on that,
That was easy peasy.
You do need to follow up on that sign pretty quickly though, right? Tim says.
Yeah, yes.
You can handwrite, Tim, you got
we'll get
poster
together.
board, don't you?
Harry and I'll get together, and figure out what we, everything on there and get it
Okay.
rolling.
him out and do announcements every morning.
Yeah,
Right.
you don't have anything else to do, right?
Next one.
After your
Raise every hour.
donut, don't policemen eat donuts after that?
Which one you want to do?
Oh, I thought you were talking to Dick.
Next one
No,
back
I
is
meant
the street
Tim.
department.
She don't need your help, she's been around.
That was a good one, I like that.
Okay, so do
It
you,
was a
you
zinger.
don't want me, I can do it.
John will go again with this one. I will tell you though, that capital outlay is exactly what John said before.
Yeah.
That's that 43,275.
Where we at now?
We're on
Street
street
department.
department. We're
Okay.
going right back to it.
Moving on.
Okay, so if we, you want me to do it?
Well, I just want to tell them, so you understand, when you look at this street department budget, if you look at the bottom and you see the middle number there, the 75,250, that's the only amount from the street department that I'm counting when I'm saying that we're
And I got that down.
on the amount that we're off budget, because I'm counting that 43,275 as not revenue dependent, because we already have it.
That's an escrow.
Yep.
I
So,
see.
so you guys know, back when the Comfort Inn was put in, that whole subdivision, when it was done, they were supposed to be sidewalks. They didn't get them done, so the village held out, I'm gonna say, right around $100,000 and put it in escrow. And it never got done, so that become our money. So then, as you come in and build something new now, it's a requirement, you have to do your own sidewalks, you have to do your own.
Oh.
We took some of that money and built some sidewalks on the old existing stuff. There was 43,000 left, and the attorneys say that we can use it for the road out there because it's in that same subdivision that it was kept for. So that's what she's saying, that's why. So if you look down there, I'll go over these line items however you want, but at the end of it, our total capital and operational total is $118,525. If you take the 43,275 out, that's actually
The 75.
right. But last year's budget was 99,000, so that's how much we dropped even street down to 75,000 from last year. There again, because that comes out of general fund, we knocked that much out again. So,
And just so you guys know too, if you ever get someone saying to you, well, our damn water bills are going up again now because you're paying this out of general, or you're paying that instead of out of general, we can justify it. I don't take any part of my salary from water, sewer. I do work for them. You know, none of our administrative people do, you know, so there is, we've thought this through, you know, like, and we're not just charging everything to water, sewer all
like
of a
Greg
sudden
said,
to save
we're just
general,
cleaning
you know.
up things and being more
But you might get a
efficient
real
with.
question with that when we're looking at raising rates, you know,
Right.
and knowing that we've done
Oh,
this.
yeah,
So,
I will. You know my neighbor.
Yeah, but you know
Do
what I
we
mean?
have
So-
a, from last year, this paper that you gave us, is there one that says street owner?
No, it says Road District 15
That's it.
fund.
You got it.
Yeah.
That's
Gotcha.
the one that
That's
for
it.
street.
Okay.
But the guy
So-
says he doesn't wanna do anything with numbers, you're sure on top of it.
I didn't say I was dumb, I mean,
So if you
That
take,
was Tim that said that.
if you take out capital outlay, which is 43,000, that's for the street out there. Come down here, 3,100 is workman's comp insurance.
What about the salaries? Those disappeared.
Remember earlier we said we pulled it out of there and put it all water sewer.
Okay,
So
and
that
so you were
way-
talking about that, and then that also affects the IMRF and the Social Security,
Right.
Medicare, okay.
Because 90% of his work is water sewer anyway. We all work in the streets, so we could justify pulling it out of there.
Okay.
That way it just lightened up general fund that much more.
As long as you say we can do it,
We can do her.
all right.
Contractual engineering, we put $1,000 in there. That's just, I mean, you know, if we have to have something engineered, it's
So-
not a
Yeah.
specific project.
And what was the 19,687 from this past year for that? Because we were over like 18,000 in,
I would have to look back and
Engineering.
see.
I think it's the sidewalk
I
grant
think
that
it
we
was,
looked at.
okay, you're right. We-
Sidewalk.
We had the opportunity, if you guys remember, to get a $200,000 discretionary grant that was for school safety.
I do remember that.
Okay, and we were wanting to put sidewalks, more sidewalks in and new, and just, it had to be within a certain area of the school.
Okay.
Well, we had to pay up front the
Yes,
engineering on that.
I remember that now.
That was
Okay.
that. Now, we didn't get the grant,
Mm-hmm.
but we're not out of the running.
Okay,
Jacksonville didn't get it. There was a ton of people that didn't get it. There's a second round coming up this fall.
Okay.
We have to spend no more engineering fees because it's already engineered.
oh,
We just resubmit it, and there's a good chance that we will see it come through on this next round.
okay, perfect.
So that's what that was.
Okay.
Contractual mowing, $5,000, that is all the mowing throughout the whole village. All the sites that are done, and
Are the
remember,
new guys cheaper than the old guys or higher?
they are just a tad bit
They're
higher,
higher.
just a tad bit, but they are doing a wonderful job, are they not? The new mowing people. I've had nothing but great luck with them now. He may feel different. He's had them do some work for him. In the years that we've had it mowed, these yards have not looked as good as they are right now.
Who does it?
CNR. Now, I know he's had him do some other work, and he may have some issues with that, but I'm telling you, as far as mowing, trimming, and spraying, they've done a great job.
It's the same CNR construction.
No,
he does?
no.
Oh, I
CNR.
thought maybe he had more
Ronnie.
business too.
No.
Right?
Ronnie, yeah, I can't remember his last name.
Okay.
So far, we've had no problems. He's called me almost after every mowing and said, is everything good, or is it
Ronnie
okay?
Bosch or something.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. So anyway, that's the 5,000.
So does he do now by the PD?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because we used to have a fire department
No, we did
member
that.
doing that.
We did.
Oh, I thought Dave
You
Biden-
guys did the fire department.
I would do some of it.
Do it, and then my guys about every other time or every third time would mow the field
So
south.
do they mow the field
They
and
mow it
around
every other
everything?
time, every other time.
So what do you mow?
The
What do
only
your
thing the
guys
guys mow is the sidewalk that goes out south, all the way out by the cinema.
Mm-hmm.
They just go out there with the tractor down one side and up the other. The state mows the rest. We keep it so the weeds don't get into the sidewalk.
Okay.
And then there's an island on Laurel, kind of like no man's land.
Yes, I know.
They mow it, and then they go down and when they go down to the water plant that needs it, they mow down there,
Okay.
down at the river.
Do you feel you need to raise the 5,000 to 7,500?
No, because we went off his bid and basically last year, that's a crapshoot because you don't know how much you're gonna mow.
That's what I'm getting at.
What about Diamond Fried Prairie Land?
The only thing we do is the diamond ditch. Prairie Land does Michigan and Greenwood. They do their own ditches.
Is it the mowing companies?
The village, I'm sorry.
So you
The
don't,
village.
your
We
guys
mow.
don't do it,
They
the
do.
mowing company
They do,
does?
yes.
Gotcha, thank you.
It's part of ours to do.
Oh, yeah.
We quit, we used to mow Greenwood and
Yeah,
Michigan.
yeah.
And finally, I told Gordon one time, I said, I'm done with this. I said, they have a bazillion volunteers, why are we doing it? So we quit, and they've mowed it ever since. But we do the diamond disc because we put the riprap in there and it's a little
Yeah,
harder, so we
yeah.
said we'll
They
continue.
do
to
Lincoln too.
They do Lincoln too.
Yeah.
The Prairie Land does,
Right.
yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Contractual publication fees, $500. There's years we spend 100 or 200. Sometimes it's 400. Sometimes it's nothing. So it's one of those kind of like the, $500 or $1,000 you're gonna put in for donations. We put something in there so we're covered if we need it. Contractual communications, $1,000. I need to look at that because.
It shows nothing of last year.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think, I have to look back and see why I put that in there. That could be a typo on my part, so we'll look into that. Contractual utilities, $36,000, that's for streetlights and stoplights, because we pay the power for those. That's based on how many you have, and they have a figure, however many looms they are, and that's how it's charged. Contractual other, $8,000, just contractual work. I mean, I could look back and show you what we do. I mean, it's different every year, so. $1,750 on fleet insurance. Repairs, maintenance on the building, $500. That's, there again, it's, if we need a new door, if we need a gutter, if we need whatever.
Which building are you talking about?
That'd be the shop up
Okay.
top, yeah.
Okay.
Repairs, maintenance, equipment, $4,000. That covers lawnmowers, tractors, backhoe, bobcat, anything they may need. We do all of that on there.
Again,
Last year we had a couple hard hits. It was not the norm. That's
Okay,
why it was.
all right.
That's why I wondered why
Some
it
of
was
these-
over.
I look at them, I base it off what we normally are. Last year we had a lot of stuff going on that's not normal.
Are any of those things, John, that you said we got hit with Can any of those be on some kind of maintenance plan or
No, we,
replacement plan?
like the backhoe, we took it in, we ended up spending $10,000 on it. We hadn't touched it since we bought it.
Okay.
This last one. We had the injector pump went out. They're not cheap.
No, stop you for just a second. Eventually, you know how we were doing with the trucks, and when we get to that, I'll explain it to the newbies. That is an item that we could do like we're doing with the
With
trucks,
equipment.
but it's a huge capital outlay, and that's something we don't have the cash for now. So
Or it's something you can work up to every year, like you
Right.
do, you know, a backhoe and then
Right.
whatever.
well,
You set it
that's
up
what
that
we're
way.
starting
Right.
out with his
Right.
truck. So
This backhoe's been a really good one. I mean, you do the math, we've had it, I forgot how many years now. If you do the math on what we spent on it there, it breaks down to nothing a year. It just happened all at one time.
Yeah.
We maintenance it, we service it, we do all that. This was stuff that had to go to Caterpillar.
Okay.
So, for repairs, maintenance, vehicles, I put 3,000 in there because this is more or less the old dump trucks, because with the new vehicles, that, you know, we're gonna start, like you and I was talking about, and you guys know what we're doing there, I think, but we're gonna start getting three new trucks every year. But you gotta remember, we buy them at state bid. So like, for instance, the 18 we have now is a Ford, hurts me, but it's a 19. It hurts me.
I love it.
So it's a quad cab, 3/4 ton, four-wheel drive. Very, very resellable. We paid $28,000 for it. 29,000 for it. That truck will blue book a year old with 15,000 miles on it for $36,000.
And why is that, John? Why? Say it.
People are suckers.
Because it's a Ford.
But we buy, I opened that can of worms, didn't I? We buy low and we can sell high because we're buying them on state bid, we can sell them at market value. So even if we just put a reserve on it of $30,000, that's gonna allow us to do what? Buy another brand new one in 2020.
So it's a wash, yeah.
It's
You're
a wash.
upgrading every year for
nothing. Once
Right.
you've made your initial purchase, you've got three
Right.
new trucks that are under warranty. You're not gonna put exhaust on them, you're not gonna tune them up, you're not gonna put tires on them. The only thing we're gonna do is change oil in them.
Right.
So I put 3,000 for vehicle maintenance. That's more or less for the dump trucks that we don't buy new.
but with that state bid, you have to keep the item a year.
1 year.
So that's
Who gets all that business? Morrow Brothers?
Morrow Brothers.
Yeah.
It goes to whoever gets the bid, but
They-
Richie and them
they
have
sell.
had the state bid
They sell.
for
Yeah.
years.
Well, they've got, they're the 5th largest in the country of government fleet and
wouldn't doubt
police
that.
and, you know, so,
All right, and they are very good to us.
yeah.
I had Nick Examos tell me that when fire department bought, a new pickup, he said, I'd match that state bid. All you gotta do is ask me.
Mhm.
Who's that?
So, Nick Examos.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Supplies, chemicals, 1,500. Basically, that's weed killer. I mean, we'll go through 2 or 3 barrels over the year, and I mean, you have to. You know, you spray it and you kill them, and then it rains, it's going back in. So,
Did you say, backing up to that mowing, you made me think about the weed killer. The mowing company, they do the park?
no.
Along that fence, the chemicals,
He
or-
did one time,
Okay,
but that wasn't part of his deal.
okay.
But he went ahead and did it the first time.
Okay.
So for the most part, we spray it. And the
Okay.
guys just sprayed again this week in some of the islands and around the parking lot and
Okay.
Diamond Ditch.
You just
and-
got me thinking of it, because I know you
And
use
just
a
so
lot
you
of
guys know,
chemicals.
Tim and I bought a 30-gallon barrel this year and split it. That way he's got it for the PD, we've got it, and it's concentrate, so we can, I mean, it's full strength that we can mix it down, so that 30 gallons will go, you know,
Okay,
90
good.
gallons.
Good.
So,
All right, thank you.
fuel supplies, 5,000. You'll see that in all 3 departments. And what I do is I go off of, I'll take my total fuel sales for last year. I'll divide that by
For fuel.
what it
cost
averaged.
Jump, yeah.
That gives me gallons. I take that times what I look at the market and see what it's doing. I add a little bit to it. That's where I come up with it.
And
That's
that
as
extra
close-
19 cents that Pritzker's gonna add to the gas tax?
Yeah, I added quite a bit in.
I thought it was
Now-
gonna be 25.
Now, there's years I fall under on fuel, and there's years that I'm over, because It's not, I mean, we pretty well drive the same amount down the river, same amount here and there. You may snow plow a little more like we did this year, but what gets you is how much that price fluctuates. It's just, it's a guessing game. Office supplies, $500, that's just obviously what it is. Office supplies for whatever it is you need. Postage, $200. We don't use too much postage in the street department. Supplies for the shop, $1,200. That's just, I mean, what it is, miscellaneous through the year. It doesn't take much to need this or that tool, or something breaks, or, you know, paper towels, or cleaning supplies, and uniforms and clothing, $700. You'll see that in all three departments. There again, for you guys that are new, the union, the guys' union contract, they get $500 a piece a year for clothing. So that covers that. We buy their clothes. They can go anywhere that we charge. They bring it in. I put it in the computer on a spreadsheet under Jason's name. He spent this much as of to date. If you need a new coat, you can buy a new coat. If you need new boots, you can buy new boots. You know, we don't have uniforms, just jeans and what, you know. So that's what that is. Supplies others, $2,000. If you take that out, there's times that you end up needing, I mean, just a variety of things. And in a year's time, you don't have it in there, then you're over. So we put it in there. Sometimes it gets used, sometimes.
That's your $2,000 cushion.
That's right. And there's times that you may have $1,500 of it left, you know. And then there's times that something off the wall comes up you've got to have. And then travel, mileage and meals, $300. That's there again. Guys go on training. That's for that. There's times that we may be out all night on a water main break, get done at 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to buy them breakfast. They've been out all night and they're all back on the clock at 7 o'clock. Same with snow plowing. There's times we have a water main break through the lunch hour. And the
But those
office.
not coming out of street department anymore.
Right.
That part, not the meals part. It's gonna be more travel mileage, remember?
Oh, that's right, that's right. Yep. So it's still in there for travels though, because they're again trained in anything, so.
All right, I've got a question for you, and you're gonna have to help me with this, because I
Yep.
know oil and chip comes out of motor fuel tax,
Mhm.
okay? And then you just talked about TIF and the hotels, the road there, but where in this street department budget would we allow for repairs on existing streets?
We wouldn't, because that'll always come out of out of MFT.
So.
We can do anything on the roads out of motor fuel
Okay,
tax.
so, all right, here's my next question for you. You probably know where I'm going, because I like to plan ahead. So if you divide the village into 4 quads, is it, does it make sense to do like one quad, we're gonna fix roads, or I don't even know what we need to do. One common theme I get from people is, what's your maintenance plan for roads? And I don't have an answer.
What that is.
And so I'm wondering what we could do.
We do a drive-through every year, every April.
Okay.
Mike McEvers and I do, the
Yeah.
engineer. And we go every street and we figure out what street, you know, okay, this street doesn't need oil and chip this year, it's pretty good. We get over to this street and it's checking up pretty bad. So, I mean, we don't do quads, because then you're gonna have a quarter of the village that's not gonna get touched for 3 years, and then them roads are in terrible shape. So we go through and we pick the worst ones. We know how much we're gonna spend on motor fuel tax for the year. So sometimes we can add a few more streets to it, sometimes we have to take a few away.
Okay,
You're never gonna see on the program, overlay on any street, because that's way out of our budget and it's way more than motor fuel tax can handle. The only time that happens is when we do something that we banked a lot. If we know that your street's gonna need it in 5 years, we're banking all the motor fuel tax we can, so that in 5 years, there's enough in there to do it.
Okay.
Or we get a 2080 grant, which like right now, Michigan Avenue, which we're doing halves with the city, that's a 2080. But that 20% still costs us $95,000.
Yeah.
And I've banked that over the last few years in motor fuel tax, and that's all coming out of motor fuel tax.
Okay.
None of Michigan Avenue is general fund.
so thinking of even like because a lot of people gripe about in front of their houses, and you came and you dug out on Diamond, where I happen to live, because we were getting a lot of water, and
Right.
you pretty much cleared out the pipe that's under our driveway.
Right.
So now it flows better. But so what is that? is that again just driving around and seeing where that needs, or can that be on
Well,
some kind of?
I'll put it like this, and not being smart about it. That could be a 5-day-a-week job all summer long. We can't devote the time to it.
No,
We have-
I get that.
No, what I'm getting at is we have dug so many ditches this year ourselves because of the flooding. You just can't keep up with it. And motor fuel tax last year, I think we spent $5,000 out there and had Scott Rollins do some that I'd say needed it until we were out of the money. We don't have it in there this year because of $95,000 going to Michigan. And we had to have enough in there to keep our program, to keep everything else oil and chipped. We have, weeks on end, we have worked on. The guys have cleaned out ditches and drains to the tune of over 3-ton dump trucks full this year, just this spring. And I don't know how many we've dug. And we will continue to hit and miss on them through the summer. We just can't devote day after day to it. We try to pick the worst ones, and we do what we can. We just try to whittle away at it every year. The thing is, we could have somebody come in and do every ditch in this village. Within 5 years, they'd be back in because it silts in. It's an ongoing maintenance.
Oh, no, I get that, and that's why I'm thinking long-term. Is there any way we can tackle that 5 years down the line? Because, yeah, I mean, once you get it
Well,
done, you're gonna have to redo it again.
And I guess
know
that's
it's
what I'm
not-
trying to say is we have been and we do throughout the year. We do all that we can. It never ends. It's not like, okay, we dug ditches last year, we're not gonna do
Oh, I
anything this
know,
year.
yeah.
It's ongoing.
Yeah.
But there again, I have 3 guys for 4 departments, and it's like I tell people, where's it out on the totem pole? Now, flooding is high up there, and that's why we've devoted a lot of this spring to it. But we just can't keep going and going and going. I could drive you around the village right now and give you a list that long of ditches that need it.
I think it
And-
really helped when we had that extra, because we had an extra $5,000 devoted for contracting out. So
Yeah.
we had them digging ditches, and we also had
And
the contract.
Well, that's what I'm
And I wanna
saying is,
get back-
could we budget more, or do you need a new guy,
Well-
another guy? Because I wanna have answers for the residents, and I don't wanna overwork your departments
the
either.
budgeting, that's up to you guys, because it's gonna have to come out of general fund. Because motor fuel tax can't support it because we're banking for other big projects. And meanwhile, we're not letting it go, we're still doing it.
Right.
To answer your question, for another guy, I can't justify one 12 months a year. I wish I could say I could, but I can't. There's times that I can't keep up and I need that 5th guy, but that's where the summer help helps coming in.
And you've always said that, because I've asked you that multiple
Yes.
times.
I would like to say, yeah, I need another guy. I do need another guy. I can't justify it for 12 months. And then I'm not gonna have people saying, well, all they're doing is standing around, so I can't do that.
Well, and I don't know, I've been involved with several budget talks, and that's one thing that is recurring, and we never seem to
Right.
address it in a long-term plan. And so I just wanted to open
Sure.
that conversation and see if that's something, I don't know how the rest of you feel
I
about
know it's
that.
not balanced, but I really liked it when we had that extra. I know it
I did too.
could be more, but the $5,000 was a good number. I saw a lot of improvements around town. It didn't clear them all,
Yeah.
but
No, but it lets us take the worst of them that we don't have time to get to.
it definitely
and it's
helped. I
getting
saw a
done.
big improvement.
Yeah.
See, and I like that. I mean,
Yeah,
where
I'm
was
all-
that? Was that out of your street department? What?
Yeah, I was on the street department, which comes out of general.
Sure.
I'm all for it, but
So
there,
what
at the
line
end-
item was that? Do you
Well,
remember?
just contractual other.
So be contractual
Mhm.
other, okay, yeah. I don't know, how you guys, do residents talk to you about that? That's like the one thing
That's-
people always talk to me about.
Well, and that helps with the flooding and drainage. I'd say
Yeah.
drainage instead of flooding.
Yeah, I mean, it did
Which we
wonders
all know is a
for our
problem.
street, and
Right.
I know we're not the only street
Right.
that's affected.
I can tell you all in here after being in the truck with John a couple weeks ago, I think he's understaffed.
Well, and I
really
ask
do.
him that all the time, but
Yeah,
I
really
defer to what
honestly,
he says,
I
but,
think you could keep another guy busy if
I could 9 months out of the year, 10 months. It's when it gets to fall, it's a lot of busy work that they do, and I don't know if you're gonna get somebody in here and say, well, we'll have you for 9 months a
Yeah.
year. So,
Well,
there again,
what if
that's-
you went with a temp agency?
I don't know.
They would find the employees.
If they could find
for you.
somebody that,
Well, I guarantee you they'll find you someone.
You gotta pay them a certain amount too also, right?
You do, you pay that temp agency, plus you pay the.
So basically, after you pay them and then you pay the workers,
But you're
you're
not
paying
paying
some.
benefits.
Well, that's true too.
I
You have
think
to
if
check
we went with a
contract,
$5,000
so
deal
that's-
like we had and hired, I'm gonna use Scott Rawlings, cause he was the guy we hired.
Yeah.
How long did that 5,000 I mean, are you talking?
We got quite a few ditches done. We got quite a few.
But
And
it was
if
$5
people
grand.
That don't seem,
commenting
it don't
on
seem
that.
like
People
5,000
were-
would be
It-
running very long to
it's-
get that many, you know.
It's not, but I
Because
mean.
it's not a fast process.
It's not a fast process, but it'll get you 4 or 5 blocks.
Well, then
done.
what about-
I mean, different areas done.
Right.
I mean,
Well, what about 10,000 then, or 5,000 this year, 10,000 next year, or,
That's-
I wanna give something to it, I don't know. how
and
you
like I
guys
said,
feel.
there again, that's a question for you guys.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't answer that. I mean,
Cause I appreciate you trying to balance your budget, and that's what, I mean, we all appreciate that. I just keep thinking, if I don't say something, this could be another budget year that goes by, and we're not gonna address issues, and,
Ditches and potholes.
I know that's not your call, then,
Right.
but I just wanna get your
I
feeling.
mean, I'm all for it
Yeah,
because that helps us out.
Yeah.
And we're still digging them as we speak.
yeah.
You
What
know.
were you saying, Tom? Sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, I have a tendency to do that, but.
Oh, go ahead.
But,
Well, I talk a lot,
before-
so you have to.
Before the election, I was going door to door throughout the village.
Yeah.
And potholes and ditches were the two
I agree.
two
Yeah, I
main
agree.
things that people had complaints about.
And that would take some off of your guys. But
Like I
yet
said,
we
I-
could still get it done, cause what's the bottom line? We want it done,
Right.
you know,
Well, like I said, I
Responsibly.
keep saying it, but that's a question for you guys to
Yeah.
say
Well,
yay or nay.
it's whether
I'm
you
not-
can justify it in there for us, you know.
Right.
So how much, in your professional opinion,
Mhm.
how much do you think that you would need to hire summer help to get that done?
Well, let's back up here a little bit. If I have summer help now, I mean, he's painting all the fire hydrants, which have been needed to be done for years. You know, he sprays weeds. He does a lot of stuff. He does a lot of stuff that needs to be done that we can't devote time to. So we can't have the summer help and another temp help. You know, I mean, we can't spend that kind of money on it. But so.
Well, we don't have the equipment to have summer help dig ditches either.
Right.
'Cause
Well, and
it's gonna tie up equipment.
I don't even want a temp person in the backhoe digging
Yeah,
ditches.
qualified.
You dig-
That's
you
what I'm
dig-
saying,
You dig,
but
so
either nor.
but they can help in other ways. They can help in other ways. You know, I mean, so that there again, that's I don't know that, and we've already got a summer kid this year. So maybe next year we look into it and we say, okay, we're not going to hire summer help this year, but we're going to hire temp. However, you do it for 6 months. You know, instead of just, you know.
Get some community service workers.
Yeah.
Remember then too, though, that you gotta train them then, where
got-
if you just
that's
hire it
just
out,
it.
they come in and
Yeah.
they just do it, you know?
So,
like-
we're talking about different things then. You said potholes,
Well,
and ditches was one.
we do the potholes every year. I mean, you're gonna have bad roads in the spring when they've had
Yeah.
freezing and thawing all
Yeah.
year, and you can't get patched, that's why they get bad.
So ditches
And-
would be
The ditches,
the help?
well, no, cause there again, the odds of, if somebody's qualified to run a backhoe and know how to do grade, they ain't gonna be working through the temp service, I'm sorry.
No, I mean like if we hired it out.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, I'm talking about
Because
contracting.
Reynolds hires all their operators through the temp service. And some of those people that come in to run a forklift truck or something like that, they have some of that background.
The only benefit I see to contractual instead of hiring that way is you don't have to oversee them.
Right.
You tell
Right.
them where
Here-
to do it and they do it. It's their job.
If I know that the guy knows what he's doing, but I am real picky about it because you only have a shot to dig a ditch to make it flow
Sure.
in time. Cause if you dig it the wrong direction or too deep, then you gotta pull.
So is there
So you
a
got.
contractor you recommend?
Oh, Scott Rollins, I don't worry about him. Once we hire him.
That's
he's-
what I was thinking. If
Oh,
someone you don't
absolutely.
care
I
about,
don't,
you know
Scotty,
they're
I
gonna
just,
do it.
Scotty, I give him a list, say here, 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 and here, and I never go back until it's done
He's
because,
got all the equipment.
because I know that it's right.
Jack-
City dug out a bunch around a rental house and they're about 8 inches.
And they
too
don't
low.
flow, yeah, and you can't fill it back in because then when it rains, it just washes the dirt back out.
Washes it
There's
away.
no
So
packing
what-
it back in there.
What if we took the village and we made 4 quadrants out of it? and we say we wanna do one quadrant this year, so in 4 years, you've done the entire village, and then in the 5th year, you start over again.
You're
I mean,
talking
is
ditches.
that-
You're
Just
talking with
ditches. Yeah,
We could do that, and in between, we can keep up with the ones that aren't getting touched for a year or two to, you know, you're
because
gonna
it'll
have.
take a while to get
It
through
will.
that,
It
and
will.
then we should be
You're
okay.
still gonna have to fall back and do a lot of that needs it in the,
Right,
you know.
but I'm telling you, yes, $5,000 is a good chunk of change, 10,000 is a good chunk of change. It ain't very much when you're, like Jason said, when you start talking digging ditches, because it may take you 45 minutes to an hour on one long run.
On 60-foot property.
Right, on a long run, so, I mean, that sounds like a lot of money, but you may find
Right.
that
By the time you
spending,
pay that and pay his equipment, cause he's charging his equipment plus his labor hour,
Yeah,
that one property, that 5,000 gonna get eat up real quick.
real quick, so you may be talking 10 years to go through the whole village, I mean, really, money-wise. So, there again, it's however you guys wanna do it. I like to hit and miss on the worst areas and situations, and have him do that, and then the next level of them, we keep up with, well, don't keep up, we just hit and miss on them. But that's,
so you'd rather if we contracted money for that you pick which ones instead of dividing into like,
absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely, because then we can hit the really, really troubled spots.
but then still with that overall idea in mind that eventually we're gonna get through the whole village, right? Because that's what I eventually want to happen.
Absolutely.
And then after I'm long gone off of here, I can look back and go, oh, look, they're still doing the ditches.
Right,
That's a
right.
good deal.
If I'm hearing you right, and correct me if I'm wrong, is if we divided it into a quadrant, you're saying that's a good idea if we had enough money to do the entire quadrant, but,
For the year, right, but
but you're talking,
I don't-
you know,
right, and I
big
don't-
money if,
And I don't think you can throw enough money at it
Yeah.
without really hurting it, the budget,
I
to
guess.
do a quadrant a year.
And there'd be no way of knowing what it's gonna cost you till you get in there.
I got you.
No, and it may cost you X amount this year, and the next 4 years you come back to it, it might cost you
Yeah,
more because it silted in more, or maybe less because it hadn't silted in as much, so.
This is my opinion, I mean, this is something, if I was in that position to make that decision, when you do your drive-through with, you said earlier, on your streets.
Right.
That's something that can be taken care of then. Okay, we're out looking at streets, so we're checking ditches now at the same time and say, okay, and then you get your list, okay, these are higher priorities. And that's the only way you can do it.
It is.
I don't agree with the zone thing because you're gonna get people that you do twice before you get to the one, you
Yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah.
So,
And that's why I say right now, I can tell you where the worst ones are at, because I see them every day.
right,
You know,
Good,
and
that's
that's what we
great,
go after,
yeah.
we go after the worst ones.
you know,
well, that's why I
You
asked
gotta
for your
go
help.
on.
I have no
Yeah, I
idea.
mean-
I just know what I would like to see done,
But I
have
like
no
the idea what you're talking
how
about,
to
but
make
there
it.
again, I will say it again, that's up to you guys on what you wanna put at it. Whatever you put on there, I will have it done, trust me.
What do you see that needs done?
Do what?
What do you see that needs to be done more
From what to what? What do you mean, as far
as
as,
far as the ditches?
you mean ditches or something else? Or you mean,
Do you
what's the
need
worst?
more money to do that?
Oh,
And if so, how
yeah,
much?
I mean, it'd be nice to throw another 5,000 at it again this year on top of what we're digging.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I'd be good with throwing another 5,000 in there.
I'd even like to see if we could go up to 10.
You know, or 75, I don't know. I don't know where you're gonna end up with. I think that's kinda, it's up to you guys, but I also I wanna hear from Tiffany on where the cuts we've made, what it's done for them.
It's up to the board as far as how hard and fast that line is if we're balanced or not. Because we have reserves.
that's why I
you
say,
know
that's
what I
why,
mean?
you gotta make sure it's allotted, that's why I
Right,
brought that up.
exactly,
Right.
yeah.
Tiffany, I was looking through this, and you can, please correct me if I'm wrong, but there's 10 pages here. And they have how much we spent, what the budget amount is, the percentage of the budget for each page at least. And of the 10 pages, 8 of them are under 100%
Right.
budget spent. And of those 8, like 6 or 7 of them are like 50% or less. So is there any real harm in saying 10 grand to John for having somebody else dig ditches, because where he might actually spend the 10 grand on it on
I get what you're saying. You're allowing other money that's not spent to
Yeah.
go to something that's gonna be spent that's useful.
Yeah, like the fire rescue spent 73%
And I'm
of their
glad,
budget.
I'm glad you see that, because that's another thing that when you do budgets, you try to make that balance. But like Tiffany have always, and I've always said, it may be unbalanced, but by the time you got done spending in there, you still were balanced because you didn't spend what was over.
Like, had you spent what was budgeted, you would have been so damn far in the
Oh,
hole, there was
yeah.
no coming
Yeah.
back, you know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah, right.
So,
Because
I mean,
this entire thing being general fund, like, when you look at it here and you keep it all nice and organized and neat, but if you go to the bank and you look at it, it's a single bank account. And
For
the
general
whole
fund.
bunch of money
Exactly.
in one bucket, and this is keeping it organized and orderly and accountable.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, whether Tim's spending it, or Rich, or anybody, it's general fund money.
absolutely right.
And
So
you're
I don't think it's-
prioritizing.
Yeah, and so I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to be, we'll budget for it because we wanna do it. And then some other places where we've gone a little bit over just for some cushion, like, let's hope, legal.
Exactly.
Yeah, because that's a big cushion, but,
Oh, the 200.
yeah.
But we hope we don't have to use it.
And
Well, and
so-
like you said, they're prioritizing, I mean, that's
Yeah.
the whole thing.
Well, and
right.
this is the thing.
It's gotta
that's-
be there.
This is the one recurring thing since I've been on the board that I keep hearing about
I
from
agree.
the residents. So I have not yet said, hey, I want that included in the budget, additional, except for that 5,000. But then, I don't wanna be done there. We're not
Right.
done. Yeah.
It's never done, yeah.
Yeah, and people need to understand that this is ongoing, and so I say it's a big priority. I'd like to
Yeah,
give him
I think-
10,000.
I
think,
agree.
John, if you think 10 would be worth it to you,
I like the 10 number.
Okay, John, you want it under contractual other?
Yeah.
So that's gonna go 18. All right.
What?
Now I can go tell Walter.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Isn't he
No.
moving anyway?
Yes, he's moving, I think.
Hey, another high five on that one. Hey!
No, he's a wonderful neighbor. He is.
Where is
That was a
Walter
joke.
going?
I think
You'll
to
see it
Missouri.
in Christmas time.
Yeah.
Wherever he goes, you'll see it.
You see him from a satellite probably, couldn't you?
So Johnny, all this talking and they're raising.
Yeah. Giving John more money.
Don't worry, we'll cut it back later.
Taking notes.
Don't worry, we'll take it from you.
All right, next one
I'll
up
give
is
it
our
to John.
codes.
Ain't no shit.
For codes, for salaries, those are the two positions that we talked about with the enforcement and the compliance. I know you've said building inspector.
I understand, but it
You know
just
what I
wasn't in
mean?
there.
I know, but I mean, it's kind of just all falling, yeah, so it's all under that, so that 18,000 reflects two part-time salaries.
Okay.
And then no health insurance, life insurance, IMRF, none of that has to get paid in on that. So those percentages are just what they are for, based off those. We put 1,000 under contractual computer service repair,
just one past
so they
year
pay
mistake.
part of it since it houses theirs also. Morgan County RPC, that's by, that's, trying to think, is that by ordinance?
That's Morgan
No.
County, I don't know, that's not Dusty Douglas, that's the other.
Yeah, that's.
Regional
Yeah,
Planning
yes.
Commission.
Why,
Yeah.
thank you.
That's the 1,000, and that, the next one, the economic JR EDC, that's 5,000, those are the same every year. One thing we were looking at here,
I bet he puts that in there, though.
Sorry
Had to help him.
interrupt. You're on codes
Uh-huh.
budget. So we've done something a little bit different with pushing the envelope on some of these properties. And you asked me in an email.
Yes.
I didn't respond. Is that built into that budget? Because what, council, what we're.
no, and we're gonna need to talk about that, I'm glad you
Yeah,
brought that
so
up.
what we're doing, some of these properties, there's one down by, the water park. The grass is literally 3 foot tall. Very nice house, but it's in a state the ladies, it's a battle. We did everything we could to try to get her to mow. We finally hired a company. They came in and mowed it. We asked them to send us a bill, which will go to the codes budget, and then we'll go after in turn the property owner. If they don't pay, then we file a lien on their property. So, in this particular situation, that house will be sold. It's unoccupied, so the house is very nice and will be sold relatively soon, so we will get our money back.
we may be approaching the same situation with the residents behind Circle K.
Oh, boy.
We'll know after tomorrow. We have made contact with her and sat down and had a meeting, I know. I
Wow,
thought she was,
Linda.
yes.
I'm impressed.
I'd like to put maybe, I don't know, 3,000 then under contractual other. That's gonna be a pass-through for the most part because
Exactly.
we're gonna recoup that money, but,
Okay.
so,
delay.
yeah.
And that's under what?
Let's go ahead and add that then under contractual other.
I need one
So-
by, I think.
Yeah, 91.9, so
Yeah.
up 3,000 from
Yeah,
that?
so
Okay.
I'll put that up there. So
85.
good point, Tim.
What was the figure again?
8,500 instead of 5,500.
Right. The rest of this is pretty dang, I mean, basic, you know what I mean? Like, it's pretty streamlined as little as we can get here.
Now, does she have any like fuel costs for driving the vehicle? or
Everything
anything
we've
like
put
that?
under there typically, I assume Tim's just coding with his police.
Is she, the vehicle, fuel and all that, does that run through your department?
It does.
Should that be under codes or no?
I don't think it's not. I mean, I think we're, you know, we're
It's gonna be minimal. I mean,
It's
it's all
okay.
general fund anyway.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
But
She
the,
fills that car once a month.
Okay.
the travel mileage meals there, that travel will just be Phil Black because he doesn't have a code enforcement car, obviously, so whatever miles he goes, he'll get. Now, with this one, is this where we were talking about where, that you had Bree on the alert thing?
So, no, I actually, I don't know where you put those.
Well, let's see.
Because they were divided up. So, council, something that we talked about just briefly, last year, and last year not meaning the budget, but last year, 2018, was a civic notification service. That's something that we're gonna ask you to move on in this budget year. And essentially what it is, to dumb it down for me, not for you folks, but it's a text alert system that any citizen of South Jacksonville, any village resident can sign up for. When there's a road closure, when there's a lockdown at the school, you name it, if you can send instant notification. It's kind of the thing that most communities, a lot of communities, not most.
Let's just move it on to technology is all it is.
Where is this at?
Tiff and I talked it through, and I think the total to implement the project is about $8,000, and I think we talked about dividing it through.
And we'd like to split it even with water sewer, and John talked about that too, because we could put out the notices for like water main breaks,
Boil
dirty
orders,
water,
boil
boil
orders,
orders.
absolutely.
I will tell you, being in the office, that is one of our #1 complaints is, I didn't know that, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that would be, and like, I know John's had this conversation with me, like, somebody's always not gonna know, but, and I get it, you know, there's the internet, we do everything we can, and they get the notice out right away, but there's always people I didn't know, you know, so.
Something to put on the website.
Well, and even when it goes there, you know, like.
No, I'm saying for is the application of
Oh, to
to sign up to
Sure,
get that.
absolutely.
Then when somebody says, I didn't know, well, sign up for these text alerts.
Absolutely.
Right.
And you will know.
Because there comes a point where you just have to say that we are comfortable with all the ways we
Right.
are.
Absolutely.
You know, and
Got rid of
it's,
smoke
you
shops
also
a
have to
long
have some
time ago.
responsibility.
Where you at?
Yeah, what line is that?
Well, and that's what I was getting
They were
at.
just talking about.
There
it.
is no line.
There is
No,
no line.
Okay.
No,
All right,
but
that's fine.
if that would, and I think, I mean,
But it's on your budget?
I don't know
It's
how
on
much
my
these
first
things cost.
Okay.
But I think $8,000 is pretty dang good.
That's,
know what I mean?
That's pretty good. At Waverly, we're getting rid of our awful system, and we're getting School Messenger, which is what District 117 uses.
Yeah.
And the setup charge for that, for setup, and then like the first year, 2 years, whatever we have to pay for 380
Yes, I know.
users,
9 o'clock.
it was only, I don't know, $2-3 grand or whatever. I don't know how they build this sort of thing, because it seems like all the school-focused ones kind of build the same. But if you're looking at $8 grand for it, for something with the scale of this, then that's not too bad.
Greg, there is a recurring cost, so that's to implement the system, that's the software on.
Oh, you're gonna pay licensing for it.
Yeah,
or
but
licensing.
I wanna say, don't quote me exactly, but I wanna say that's around $3,000 a year to continue this.
Oh, and I'm sorry, I didn't realize you had that built into the police, that's why I brought that up.
Pass that over,
Okay.
see what's in there.
Thank you. Perfect, okay.
I thought you could put it on.
Dog did it.
No. No.
So the
Okay.
residents would have the option of signing up for this?
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, so they could, it
And
didn't
get it
just
on
be a
their,
text
get it on their
message.
cell phones like. other
Absolutely,
towns.
water main
Oh, that'd
break,
be a good
you know,
thing.
well, you know,
I think
like
it's a
when,
great idea.
when they had them homicide, you know, like someone say, you know, like
Yeah.
this morning, you know, like stuff happens and you get something out. so.
Ezra has it.
Because the school messenger is like $1.50 per student, and you pay based on your student enrollment. So if you scaled that up to a 3,000 kid school district, you're probably looking at $1 or whatever, or maybe a little bit less. So that number kind of fits even in that model. It sounds very reasonable. I love that idea. I've wanted to do that idea since before I sat in the seat.
I think that's stuff that people will actually care about, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
I do too, I think that's great.
And it'll be a really visible
Yeah,
place where their money's going.
right,
Because
right.
then they'll know.
Oh, yeah.
But you could even prioritize the type of things you do, like, you know, on the Sunday before the park opens.
Yeah, and then we're listening when they come in and complain and say,
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
So- All right, next one up is fire department.
Fire department.
Ta-da!
Can you talk back like an auctioneer?
I'll do my best. I listen to Dick.
So,
All right, I'm starting off capital outlay on equipment, $43,000, that's for some new extrication equipment. Currently, our, main unit is roughly 14 years old. We also have a backup unit we can keep on our engine that's at the end of its life. It was serviced earlier this year, and the guy said, you're gonna have to watch this, and it's not gonna last much longer.
What do you guys use,
Are
Rick?
those Hearst tools?
First,
So you're interoperable with the city then, correct?
yeah, they've updated to, they're Hearst, but they updated to the power pack without the hydraulic hoses.
The battery pack.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
yeah. So that's, what this would be the battery pack.
Okay.
It's more up to date, it's newer stuff. They don't really sell the stuff, the hydraulics anymore. You got the hydraulic hoses, the hydraulic reels, you got a power unit, power cords, so really, we'd be going down to like, a spreader, a cutter, and 2 sets of rams, and alleviating all the, cords, which would free up a bunch of room on our truck. So that's what I would like to be able to replace this year, our vehicle extrications.
Those are nice. I use those in, the ops over there at ULI.
Yeah, and a couple years ago, we had a guy here, he let us use them, but, you know, we weren't just quite ready to pull the trigger on those. But now it's time with one unit, getting ready to, end this life.
How old are you guys?
14, roughly 14 years old.
They need to go.
How many of those would you require, Richard?
So, in this price here, it's a cutter, a spreader, and two rams.
Those are all on the rescue squad?
Yes. And in that too is a couple extra batteries and charger. Moving down, salaries, we talked about this last meeting, briefly, I guess. Out of the 66,000, 6,000 of that is 2,500 apiece for each assistant chief and $1,000 for the secretary. The other 60,000 is for a chief's salary. This insurance, all this stuff.
And all of that stuff is because of the request for the full-time chief,
Not
correct?
all. And Tiffany can maybe.
Yeah,
tell me a
Tiffany, you
little
wanna
bit
touch
about
on those, the extra costs
Um,
that go with the 60?
The health would be part of that, the life and STD insurance, unemployment would probably a little bit of that, but not the whole thing. And you would still have some cost there. Work comp would be still the same, at 11,000. The IMRF and the Social Security and Medicare would be inflated with that salary, but you would still have some cost because of the other salaries.
So total package being what?
I'm gonna say 80 grand all in.
Cause I don't see anything from IMRF last year.
Right, because
There wasn't.
unless you're a full-time.
Right,
You don't.
so those both have to be added, yeah, okay,
Right.
got you.
So what's the need for the full-time now?
You talking next?
Yeah,
Okay.
for the full-time position now.
So I kind of touched on it briefly last year. So my biggest concern right now is our daytime calls. We're just like a lot of other communities, we struggle during the day because everybody's in their full-time jobs. I'll give you an instance. Murrayville, what's an ambulance service is paying somebody during the day to run their ambulance. You know, so I mean it's not unheard of. We've had, since January 1st, we've had 9 calls that we were not able to respond to. We've had 24 calls that we were understaffed running to. So I mean that, you know, my obligation is to provide fire and EMS service to the citizens of South Jacksonville. So this is why I see the need. If we don't show up at somebody's house, they're going to be questioning why. And that question has arose. And I have to let them know, you know. We're a volunteer department. Everybody's at their full-time jobs. We're doing the best we can. And I also feel there wasn't any planning for personnel from the past chief. I'm not sitting here disrespecting them, but it's just how it happened. I seen it coming for years where there was going to be a bunch of guys retired at the same time, and it happened. And I feel that 5 years ago, this spot should have been discussed with the amount of work it requires to do your day-to-day job. Lost my train of thought. And every other department head in this village is full-time, which we're all required to do the same work.
How many, you're saying 24, you didn't have enough, 9 you didn't have any.
So there was 9.
No, hold on. How many, I know you probably don't know this off your head, but how many calls do you know to this, let's say within the last 3 weeks, that you've had since the first of the year? In other words, so that way, in my head, I can put a percentage on how many calls we've had, and 24 we haven't had enough, and 9 we haven't had none show up. You know what I'm saying?
Like how many calls we've had since January 1st?
Total. Not out of town. I'm talking in our.
225 calls since January 1st.
God, this guy's on top of it.
That's just South Jacksonville.
Yes.
So 10%, we haven't had enough.
But is that fire calls or a mixture of calls?
That's fire EMS.
Fire EMS, so how many were fire calls?
I don't have that breakdown.
Okay, because I think we're,
We'll take that back. We've been lucky in that aspect. There's been no fires. The only fire that we missed was a Jacksonville Mutual Aid call, which
okay.
I'm counting that in there. We weren't able to respond. We got an agreement with them, but it wasn't to the citizens of Jacksonville. But that was the only one.
Okay, go on with your thought.
No, I just, you know, even if he says it's 225 total, so, you know, I mean, that's 10%. So, that's.
I was just thinking what Dick said, and I'm gonna say you actually said something that made sense last time you did, last week.
Wow.
I thought you did.
Hey, call it 2.
2 points for me tonight. No, but I mean, I just think that you asked a good question. What are our priorities in the fire department? And I've never thought of that as a trustee. What do I expect from our fire department? I think we're fire first. That's what I've always thought. But then I'm hearing it's more maybe EMS. And then we have ambulance. in there, so I don't know if that's something we have to come up with as a board of what do we see it as, you know?
Well, so
Life
our motto-
safety is always first.
Okay.
You know what?
Life safety
Life,
is always,
yeah.
that's
Yeah,
your,
life
that's
safety-
your number one priority
Property
right
is,
there.
That's across the.
Property
More
perseverance
priority
is set as
Okay.
number two.
But you got also too, you know, 75% of our calls are medical calls. That's just, that's fire departments all over the nation. I mean, that's just how it is. But like Tom made a great point. Life safety, it doesn't matter if it's a fire or somebody had a heart attack, it's somebody's life.
Okay.
Some, also on the calls too, at least 60% of our calls are between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. That's when we're short-staffed. At 6 o'clock in the morning, we got people getting ready to get ready for work. You know, may have to travel. We can't allot that time to go to the call. And by 5 o'clock, we're getting some people off work and back in the area.
You find more cardiac arrests early in the morning or early in the day?
Yeah, it's pretty.
I think the
pretty
statistic
typical.
is, wow, is morning on that.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm
Just
curious
slow
what your department thinks about a full-time chief?
Yeah, I mean, I discussed it. We had a meeting last night. And I talked to some beforehand because, you know, it was out in the paper and we, you know, just discussed it. No, I didn't get any negative feedback from it. They see, and I broke down the numbers last night, giving them the same numbers I'm giving you guys. Because I don't know that sometimes they're their job, so they might not know if we had enough people to go on call or not go on call. And you know, they don't see the statistics that 60% of our calls, yeah, try to put that out there, are during the day.
So when we made the 5 mile radius thing, you hired 4. How many more applications have you received?
I got 2, and they're wanting to wait till they get through their EMT class. There's a couple of other ones. We've done a couple interviews, but there have been some that just haven't fit.
So 10, let's say, are you saying?
Yeah, and some of those were before we lifted it, the residency. Basically, since we've lifted that, there's only been 4 new applications.
Oh, so you haven't hired any since?
So the 4 names I gave you guys last week,
Right.
those 4 are wanting to hire and approve at this board meeting this Thursday.
Okay. And 2, you said that were EMT.
So one's a paramedic, one's an RN nurse. All he has to do is take a 40-hour bridge class and he'll be a paramedic, and he's definitely on board for that. The other 2 are EMTs. And one.
Those are your current.
For this coming up. And all 4 of them have had fire experience. I've had one that went to the fire college, one that's been on our department before. He's been at Champaign Fire, he's at Beardstown Fire right now. One was at Meridosha Fire.
Are any of these able to respond during the day? Do they have, or do they
They-
have full-time positions or other prior?
They do, but they will be able to help out a little bit. And I think basically how the schedule's gonna work with them being at their jobs, I'm hoping that we have one of them throughout the week, one each day.
So how many, I know this may be hard to project, but how many more applications do you think that you'll be getting with this 5 mile radius expansion?
I mean, I don't have.
When's your open house gonna be?
June 15th.
June 15th?
I want to touch on, I think it was a great idea on the food, the get together down there in the park. I think they,
Everything was a great idea.
anyway, I thought it was a great turnout, so.
It was, everybody was glad to see it was back. Enjoyed the food and was already requesting to do it again.
When you guys could not make the first responder, what happened? They turned it over to somebody else, called somebody else, or what?
Well, his wife started the one that showed up.
And was there a break in the action from them showing up and not
Well,
5
they're
minutes?
typically there before Lifestar,
Long before.
So there was a patient care delay. And, at the same time, if it's a serious call or, you got an obese patient, they're restricted
Easy
to
with
2
that.
people.
I'm looking at a point here where, and we talked about this before, but one guy can't make a call, correct? So if we hire you full-time, you then are gonna have another full-time guy or a daily full-time guy to help you, correct?
Yeah.
And that will be hired at $20 an hour?
Well, I'm not really proposing that this year. I would like to see, in the future, yes, I would like to be able to see 2 full-time guys there, if we can manage that. I'm not talking this year, but with these, I'd like to be able to have the full-time position and rely on one volunteer to run these calls during the day, at the bare minimum.
So you're saying the future one, when you're talking about, would be
Right now. Right now.
okay.
If you were hired tomorrow to be a
No,
full-time
No,
employee.
I'm saying, you're saying that as another one, as far as
Yeah.
somebody to assist with him.
Right.
You would want that person as far
as
as an EMT per se position, correct?
You have to have 2, correct?
Yeah, but I really think we can maybe pull that off with the volunteers. When you say $20 an hour,
That's what you get now per hour.
yes, but you're not talking about them being there all day, you're talking about them being there for each call we have. Because if we on a call for an hour, they're getting that $20. Well, they're not gonna stay around the
But-
firehouse the rest of the day and get $20 an hour.
So you could run back into the same thing where you don't have anybody, correct?
There might be, I mean, it depends, it really depends on the schedule. And I'm working on a schedule right now with the volunteers that do have some daytime availability on this rotation, to where we know when there is one available or if there's not gonna be one available.
So how many volunteers are you up to right now?
19 with these 4 new.
19? So if we eventually, with the expansion of that 5 mile, and they get it up farther, you're gonna see your missed calls go down, correct?
Not necessarily.
Let me ask this too, and
Because, I mean, if they have daytime job just like anybody else, then it's not fixing the daytime issue.
as far as the second I'm just.
Yeah, go ahead.
As far as a future second person, there is a grant out there that you can hire another person and they pay that salary for the first 5 years, and then it's on the department after that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's something that hasn't,
I don't know if safer grants go for,
I think it's 3 years.
do you have to have a full-time position to qualify for that grant?
I'm pretty sure you
I think you do, yeah.
I mean,
See, that's-
if we're looking at, future, another respondent, it has to be however, I don't know how that goes. I mean, that, I don't
That's,
know.
that's what I'm going with. I think this is a starting point because, obviously I don't see how a volunteer chief's gonna supervise any full-time employees when he's not there.
Well, I'm just saying that.
But.
If that's a grant that we can get, because we have a full-time position, then, we don't have to worry about that for the next, and maybe you have to pay for their health and benefits. I don't know how that
It's a
goes.
percentage, I think.
Yeah.
They pay a percentage for each one that you hire for the first 3 years. I think the percentage decreases each year, but.
I see.
So that would allow some time to work on these grants for these future plans.
Well, you said something about a grant writer last time we touched on this.
Yeah, you
That's
hire
something-
grant writers and
How much is a grant writer?
Well, that goes, it depends on what grant you're getting, 'cause some grants,
It's
they
subsidized,
they
so-
take a lot more
So is that
paperwork.
contractual, is like we
What
do here?
your grant writer expense goes into your grant.
Oh,
So
okay.
it pays for itself if you get the
Okay.
grant.
Yep, gotcha. That
They're
makes
almost
sense.
like a workers' comp attorney,
Yeah.
if
They
they don't
pay
get the
for
grant, they don't
themselves,
get any
yeah.
money.
And you don't have to pay for, if you don't get no grant, you don't have to
Okay.
pay for that
Okay.
access.
Something that, not to speak for rich guys, but something else, I don't think the council should be considering whether we need this or not, because it was needed 5 years ago. If you don't believe that, come visit that complex over there. Plain and simple, your questions will be answered. The only question you have to solve is whether you can afford it or not.
Yeah.
You've got $5 million, probably, and Johnny, I'm not sure about yours, $5 million in assets, the largest assets of a single department in this village, being managed by part-time people. I mean, you're way past the time where you needed this position, it's just whether you can afford it or not. Not trying to be disrespectful, Dick, because I know you've looked at this from every angle in the world, but this village is not this little village anymore.
Well, and I think it is, for me, it's financial.
Absolutely.
And sustainability.
Yes,
And
it
so I'm looking at the other department heads, because what they are full-time departments, now you have some part-time people, but your salaries are $412,000. Tiffany's is $114,000, John's $121,000, right? Your
Like,
salary.
Oh, for the whole department.
Yeah.
I think said mine. I'm like, no.
You got a raise!
Yeah. No, when you were saying all that, I thought.
I got the nunchucks out on that.
Ah,
She was like, what?
Well, because I'm thinking.
Your whole department.
Okay.
She didn't
Well, you
bat
know,
an eye
I like
to make it
accurate
400.
information. I'm thinking that's a
While they're
no.
hurrying home that I was making.
He makes $412,000.
Well, I didn't know where you were spewing these numbers from. I was like, no.
No, I'm looking at salaries.
Okay. Gotcha.
114, I'm coming through.
Okay, back to your,
Sorry.
I was tracking.
Yeah, so I'm going off the salaries, Tiffany, under
Gotcha.
each department.
I thought you said department heads. So
Yes.
I thought you
Oh,
were
no,
like-
I meant for your department. And then
Gotcha.
John's got 121, a little over 121.
Just in one.
Times two.
Just in one department, but you have a lot of
Right.
departments.
Yeah.
So then I'm looking at the proposed for fire, and we were at 6,000 and now we're 66. That's where I have, well, not really that, then everything 80.
No, we were, just to clarify, we weren't at 6. We
Oh,
were
okay.
at,
14 and then the,
Okay,
last year, we were at 10,000.
okay.
what?
So
Because
we're,
Some of it was.
So part of that,
Oh, okay.
Brian, something I wanna hit on is.
Sure.
I took $4,000 out of that to go into the salary, because I get $4,000 a year to be chief.
right,
So
yes,
that's already going into the salary.
yeah.
So
I took,
62, yeah.
Yeah.
And now we're 62.
so then I took, roughly I took $10,000 out of contractual fire rescue payment, because on an average, I'm $8,000 to $9,000 per year for my calls I run.
Mhm.
So that goes into that salary.
Right, and I'm just strictly looking at this from a financial standpoint. And to pay the chief more than we pay the employees in a department together, cause like, look at police, Tim obviously makes the most, but he's got a lot of high salary guys in there as well. It all kind of works out. I'm just trying to justify it in my head, and I'm not disputing anything you just said, Tim, that the village doesn't need this, but I'm gonna tell you, after the years I've been on the board, we've never once discussed a full-time fire chief. And I told, I shared that with Rich. I'm not saying anything I didn't say to him when he called to tell me about this. I always look at these as, I want vehicle replacement schedules, I wanna know what your building maintenance looks like. That's where I'm coming from. And adding a position, I'm not saying that that's not something I might have thought about. I'm always open to hearing it. But it wasn't like a priority item, and maybe that's because we haven't discussed it as a board. I don't know. I'm not saying it's not needed, but it was not even on my radar. But I told Rich that
And I
when he
think,
called.
Paula, just sheer respect, I think the reason it wasn't, and I like David Cox, we got along great. That was never gonna be, it was talked about for several years with him. It was just never gonna be with his, because he couldn't fill it. I mean, if, with his job that he had, if that was gonna be a full-time position, he'd have to step down. And obviously, it's not something you want to do. And that's quite honestly why it wasn't.
Yeah, and that may have
years
been.
ago.
But then I think of other things. If we create a position, doesn't that make us as a board have to do anything else? Do we have to create that position as an ordinance or,
Yes.
and then, no offense to our current chief, but who says he's the best candidate if we have a full-time position? So by law, do you have to open that up, for applications? I don't know anything about this, because we haven't discussed it.
I don't know if we don't advertise, if we don't accept applications, does that violate EEOC?
Not if you're promoting from within.
Well, our department heads are mayor appointment anyway.
It'd be a new ordinance. I mean, it'd be a new ordinance. It'd be redrafting the current appointment ordinance for the police. I almost said police chief, the fire chief.
And officers, right?
It would have to.
Not the officers. I mean,
Well, I know, but
yes, it would
that
delete the
ordinance.
fire chief from that ordinance, and it would you basically take like the fire chief ordinance. I'm
Mhm.
sorry, let me get my train of thought right here. You take the police chief ordinance more or less and just kind of mirror it for a fire chief, and then delete the fire chief from the officer ordinance.
And I mean, honestly, Rich, you're taking a gamble with there too, because the next mayor could come in and not like any one of us and see ya, you've been great, but I got my own guy,
Yeah. Well, and I'm back to the sustainability. I don't know, $80,000 is a lot of money, and it's not fair to whoever gets in that spot that's rich, and we tell him next year, we're taking your retirement, everything ends. I have no way to guarantee $80,000 next year. I don't know, none of us do.
What I don't understand is you're sat here a minute ago and it's trying to add an employee to John.
Right.
But you have a problem with adding an employee to the fire department.
Yeah,
How
yeah,
is that?
because John, I feel, well, and Tom said too, he runs several departments. John just doesn't have one. And so we ask a lot of him, and I expect a lot from him. So for street department, I think we're understaffed. I have said that from the first time I was
So when I sit here
on
and
the
tell you
board.
that we're understaffed during the day, that doesn't matter that somebody's life's on the line?
Oh, sure it does, but we're not talking about an $80,000 street department employee, and John's budget is totally different. You guys all come to us as department heads and you're only thinking about your own budget. And I get that, because that's what you're supposed to be doing. We have to look at the whole village, and I just said here, since I've been a trustee, I've not had one complaint about the fire department. I've had complaints about streets and the sewer and the water rates, and I've not had one complaint about the police department. But I want to do something about the streets, and John tries to keep his budget down. He didn't ask for a new
I'm
employee.
keeping my budget down too. I went through, this is the same chief did this budget for the last 20 years. I went through and cleaned it up a lot.
You did.
Yeah, you did.
I understand, and I
Yeah.
understand your concern about sustainability, but let's.
It's not, Rich, this is nothing personal at all. Do you not understand that $80,000 is a lot of money?
It is a lot of money.
That's all I'm saying, and that's all I'm saying. It's nothing against the fire department. I voted to change the radius because we want to get you more people in there. I have no problem with that. I spearheaded the drive to get you guys your money back. I totally supported the fire department. So it's not, please don't take it personally. I'm thinking of this as just another budget. I think they're all important, and I don't want you to ever feel like the fire department is not important. I don't think I've portrayed that as a trustee, and I hope if I have, I certainly don't mean to. $80,000 to me is a lot of money, and that's all I'm doing is asking questions, as I would if, we've asked him a lot of questions when he wants raises for,
So is that type of salary a lot to ask for the other department heads?
Well, no, it's not an issue of the salary itself.
Right.
She's discussing don't get defensive.
No,
She's discussing the sustainability, and it's a fair question to ask. This would have to be an action item to create this new position. So since we're there and we're at this point, I'd like to go ahead and get a consensus of the rest of trustees as well.
Sure, yeah.
On their thoughts. So if anybody else would like to chime in, because like I said, the position itself.
Expanded.
Yes, yes.
Okay, well, we expanded this 5-mile radius to get more volunteers in. I would rather wait and see, do we get more volunteers in, and does it take care of the missed calls before we spend 80 grand?
You want an action item right away for this Thursday?
I actually, we were actually just a sidebar just a few minutes ago, an hour ago, that if any of you have reviewed the agenda, I actually forgot to put that on there. So no, it wouldn't be, unless we had a special meeting, it wouldn't be till July anyway. At most, and maybe what I would suggest now is that we would budget that and leave that in there, and then discuss the position at
A later committee.
a later committee meeting.
We don't have to spend it.
Yeah, if it's budgeted, we don't have to spend it.
Okay.
It's in there if we decide to make it a full-time position, but at the same time, I would prefer not leave them hanging.
That'd be fair, yeah.
Because I'm missing with this. I got a full-time job now. I'm willing to give it up for this place. I've worked there I just turned 16 years. That's a lot for me to give up. And I'm willing to do that. And because of the media, it was in the front page of the paper. So I have to go explain to my boss what happened. So I want to just please consider that, because I didn't have any control over being in the paper. It was on the front page of the paper, so I have to explain to my boss what that is. So.
And I think it was brought out last time. How you got this figure is, and I want to make sure I didn't get miscommunicated on the last time we touched on this, I think the last week. You got this from, you called around, you got communities this size, this was their going rate, or is it an average, or how did you come up with this?
That was the general consensus, and I also went off of, it's public information. I talked with Tiffany a lot on this because I didn't know, based off of department heads here.
That's what Havana gets.
I thought that's what we said, Havana or Mouse, I think Mouse Sterling was brought up. But, and
Our
I guess
department
this
heads
is how
up
I
here are
feel.
all over the place,
We
quite
got,
honestly.
our biggest budget is in both of our police and protection
Public
and
safety.
our fire
Yeah,
department
yeah.
and safety. So, I understand, I totally agree with what you're saying as far as, 80,000 is a lot of money. But these are two departments where we put most of our money towards. So, I don't know. I mean, I understand it's a lot of money, but that's where we devote, a lot, 75% or 65% of our money towards, and, like I say, that 60 or 80 can pay for itself on one call, in my eyes, I don't know, that's the way I feel, but.
I didn't figure the 60, 80 pays for one call.
Well, if we had 9 people that couldn't show up, and response time, like he said, you gotta I don't know how you worded that. You gotta, how did you say that earlier?
Delay in response.
Delay in response, and that person dies, that's, that 60 don't mean shit. That's somebody's
why we
life.
had a automatic mutual aid with the village. I
It's
know
a
that's
fire
a few.
mutual aid agreement. I don't know why everybody has to always come back. Why? It's not Jacksonville's responsibility. And
I
then-
know it's not.
So,
So
I
do
don't think-
they have, let me ask you this, do you have automatic mutual aid with them if you don't have personnel to respond to an EMS call?
no, if we don't answer the page, it's on dispatch. For a medical call, it's on dispatch to dispatch them if they feel the need.
Here's a perfect example.
Okay.
If we have automatic mutual aid, then why do we need 3 officers on duty during the day? We have Jacksonville's mutual aid, so why are we paying 3 officers during the day?
Well,
Who says
that's
we
true,
do?
it goes both ways,
Huh?
though.
Who says we did?
Well, I'm just saying, we can't, in my eye, this is my feeling, nothing against anybody else. We can't rely on mutual aid from other departments. Otherwise, then why in the hell do we even have a fire department? That's my opinion.
That's true.
Because-
the big thing with automatic mutual aid, in both ways, this goes both ways.
Right.
Because being a
I
fire
understand.
officer, there's been times when I've called the village because I need more manpower right now.
Mhm.
So they made that automatic mutual aid, so if they get a call to the hotels out here,
And then get
Jacksonville automatically responds with them in case they need that backup.
Or if you get another backup call while you're out there, I understand, I get it. But like I say, I'm
It's a
voicing my
redundant
opinion.
safety system, let me put it that way.
Right, I'm just voicing my opinion. Like I said, I guess this is what he said he came with, this is what similar communities, what they pay, you know, and like I say, you know, our other departments have a full-time head. And, I mean, obviously, I'm trusting him that this is what they are. I mean, I didn't call them. I didn't see what they pay their, you know, people. So, I mean, if I can't trust him doing that, then why are we voting for him to be a police chief? That's the way I feel.
Fire
So,
chief.
or, shit.
It's okay, I did it like 20 times, so.
Sorry, sorry. But,
I carry a gun, carries a hose.
yeah, and it's gonna take more than that gun. Oh, that's how I feel. I'm leaving it at that, so. Obviously, we're not doing it, you know.
No,
right
we're
now
not
it's gonna
doing it
be
tonight,
different.
so.
But I'm just, hey, that's what I'm here for, to voice my opinion, so.
Well, I'll go next because it seems like we're going around in a share circle. I've put a lot of thought into this since last week, and I really kind of agree with my neighbor here that about looking at the value of a life. And I know we expanded the range for where people can apply from. And so we have these new 4 people in, you know, they can have some daytime availability, whatever. But if only one of them can respond, then we still can't send anything. And from talking to, I think both of you guys last week, it might have just been you, Tim, I don't remember, about some of the response time from Lifestar, that it's can be quite a long time waiting for them to get there. And I think that if we have one person full-time during the day, then that's one more person that we don't have to worry about for a volunteer. So let's say there's just Rich or whoever, chief, and then one volunteer can come. Well, now they can go. If 2 volunteers can come, now all 3 can go, or 2, or however that works in that world. But I feel like in public protection, it's less about, I don't know, I don't say making money, because I don't think any of it's about making money, but it's less about the money than it is about the service, because it's providing a service to the community. Whenever I have had libertarian friends, like you brought up libertarians earlier, who have talked about how terrible paying taxes is and how terrible all that is, and I'm like, well, who do you want to be your police? Who do you want to be your fire? Who do you want to fix your streets? That's what people pay taxes for. And so people pay taxes here for fire department, and we can send emergency people. And I do really think it's a good first step. I didn't know about the grant for the paying for the person for 3 years.
Safer grant.
Yeah, I'm happy to learn something new tonight.
I told you I wasn't dumb.
But I think that this is a great first stepping stone for that. And so I don't have the same problem of the boss making more than everybody that works under him, because they're all part-time. Like, I don't think it equates to the boss making more than all of his full-time employees combined.
I didn't mean that. I meant that the salary in the other departments was more than just basically
The entire
one.
thing combined.
Okay, so you understand what I'm
gotcha.
saying.
Okay.
I meant just with fire, and that's strictly because of the way your department is made up, Rich, that you would be the only full-time, which we've all said multiple times, and that's where I struggle with, because these other departments, their salary for everyone, that line item is much higher. That's what I meant.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, I don't care if he makes more. A department head should make more.
But you know,
Okay.
something too, just to kind of clarify, the 80,000 of the contract, that's hopefully a little much, but I can't
Well,
predict
right,
how many calls
right.
we're gonna have, so, you know.
No, I appreciate that, yeah.
I sat here, feels like years ago, but it was probably just like 2 months. We were talking about
Or an hour ago.
Yeah. or
ambulance
tonight.
stuff,
Yeah.
and talking about how, you know, our ambulance service doesn't make a lot of money. Well, it'd make more money if we had, you know, full-time ambulances. And somebody brought up, you know, it's the distance away from the hospital is the order you get called in, but I call foul on that, because if that's the case, America would be in business and Lifestar wouldn't. So I think that would be a better way to use our ambulance, not now, not this year, in the future, to have people to have a full-time ambulance service where we could actually make money with it to cover its own costs, to cover other costs in the fire rescue thing. Since people do build whole businesses around running ambulances, I don't see why we couldn't do the same. But I think you need to start with the full-time boss. Like you might have said it, Richard. Somebody did. You can't have a part-time supervisor supervising full-time employees. Like that's putting the cart before the horse, I think. And so I look at the numbers here. The budget itself is almost $50,000 less than last year, including this increase. If you made me vote right now, I would probably say yes. And with what we've all acknowledged, that if it's not sustainable in the long run, Rich is the one taking the gamble to leave the job he's got to come do this, and then if all of a sudden something happened a year, 2 years, 5 years, and can't afford it, then I don't know. He took the risk, and it's being as like on the bubble as I have been the last few days. That's something that tilts me in favor of it also, because I respect somebody believing in it enough to, quit their solid job. 16 years is a long time. Quit a solid job to take something that, people are talking about might not be, the most sustainable thing in the world. So I'm also a you won't know until you try it type person. So
Not to say, I grew up this way. I've lived here all my life. So I'm not gonna bring something to you guys that I don't think we need. And something that's not gonna benefit the fire department and the citizens. I'm gonna have a valid reason. I'm gonna bring something to you guys. So
How long have you been on the fire department?
17 years.
I didn't know that.
You're still a rookie.
Tom, I think you're up. I already said my piece. You're up.
I think we need to make an action item on it.
Well, it won't be till.
No, I mean, in July. Yeah, I'm good with it.
I just don't think you hear it as much because, obviously everybody bitches about their drainage and their ditches and this and that, because I do the same, but you bet your ass I'd be bitching if I had a response or had a call and our village couldn't come to my rescue because I choked on a piece of ham. That we didn't have the qualified or the person in position to do our village justice.
Nobody has
of service.
Nobody has long enough arms to give you the Heimlich.
Well, that's why it takes two.
I look at
some ham.
I don't have a dog in this hunt, other than this is my community. But I think everybody's nervous about it because it's uncharted territory for this village. But he's just equally as nervous because of what he's given up.
Well, it's a big position.
It is.
Well,
I get what Paul says. It's a fine line of trying to juggle it all. But we're not asleep.
Yeah.
We're not the sleepy little community that we once were, and nor will we be again. And you can't put a price on a life.
Yeah, well, exactly. So that part of me, my heart says, oh, it's
Right.
a no-brainer, but that's not what
But
I'm
yet-
in this position for.
But you're trying to be fiscally responsible
I'm
too.
supposed to look at
Right.
what's best for the whole village, and that includes every department. So that's where I'm
that's where
That's what I was
we,
trying to tell Rich before. It's not a
This is-
attack on the fire department
No,
or
I
him.
totally understand where you're.
and
where you're
I
going.
think this is, brings up an important point, that there again, sales tax and safety tax, we have got to look into something to raise revenues. We have to, I mean, because the needs don't go away.
See, and that's something I would be on board with, because then I can justify, that takes care of my
Absolutely.
fiscal
I mean,
responsibility. If I,
but-
can say, hey, community,
But
you
we've
need to
been
pay
playing-
this tax so we can have this
But we've been
service.
playing around with that for years, and I'm not saying you, I
Yeah.
don't mean that, but I mean,
Yeah.
it's time to
No, that's a great
crap or
point.
get off the pot.
Because
Well,
if
how
we
about-
need it,
sorry, go ahead.
yeah, well, if we need it, how do we get it?
Well, how about
You
we
know?
go, if this is, okay with everybody, how about we leave that amount in the budget, and then we discuss the position itself at the next committee meeting for an action item
Yeah.
in July?
Yeah.
I agree.
And then we can move on to the rest of the budget.
Yeah.
So maybe we can get out of here before midnight.
Got my stomach's growling.
I have to leave by 10:15 because
But we're not even, we only got to salaries with Rich, didn't we?
I'll speed up. I'll jump down to contract with computer services. That's, Matt Martin does do some work for us too. So, publication fees, just, if we have to put something in the paper, subscriptions, just kind of a cushion in case we need something. Communications, part of that is our, part for dispatch.
Which is 911 dispatch, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So there's dispatch in there, there's,
What's that?
internet, MediaCom, what we got right now.
That's about $10,000,
Stretch it out.
correct?
Correct, yeah.
And we don't know what they're going to come back when Passman bails out, right? So it could go up, I'm just using this for example, it could go up $30,000.
It could.
Because they're gonna, I don't know what they contribute now, I'm gonna say they probably contribute 90,000. And that's what we contribute. And I think,
And we can do
No.
more than that.
well, okay.
That's what we started out contributing.
Alright. So, but anyway, I'm getting at, if, let's say 100,000, I'm just using.
John, would you grab me a water, please?
So you
Do
take the
mind?
100,000,
Thank you.
if they drop out, you still got enough to cut. They're gonna come back at 100,000 on the rest of the people involved in this thing. And you got no choice but to pay it, right?
That's what I'm gonna do.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else need one?
Go ahead, I'm
So,
sorry.
utilities,
John, I'll take one.
water, power, all that.
Water? Oh, yeah, I'll take one, thank you.
Contractual other, Tiffany kind of threw that one in there.
Why, where you gotta go?
Last year it was what,
Well,
34,500?
so what we did was, there was two line items, there was a rescue pay
Thank you, John.
and a fire pay.
Okay,
We combined it into one line item. Both of those will pay to the firemen for calls they ran. So to make things simpler, we combined that into one line item. So those two last year should have totaled, I think it was 35 and 55 or something like that, total 90,000.
okay.
So, yes, that's the volunteer pay, the 80,000. Dues and organizational fees, 600. Part of that is our Mavis dues that we pay each year. Insurance liability fleet, 29,000. Maintenance of the building, I did drop that considerably from last year. There's just not much at this time we have to do to the building. A few minor maintenance things.
I wanted to touch on that. I should say it now, maybe both you and Tim could talk about, because Tim's only got 1,500 in his repairs, maintenance for the building. What was the original agreement? Do you guys know? Since you share that building, like why is he paying less, or why, not paying less, but you have less in your budget, you have more.
Well, and size, we got all
Okay.
the garage doors.
Square
Okay.
footage.
Yeah, quite a bit more,
So,
real estate.
You
there.
think those are realistic, like for just routine maintenance for both of you? Okay, great, thanks.
Yep. Repairs and maintenance on equipment, 12,000. Just any of our tools, maybe a radio, could be, it's anything along our tool items that we need to replace. Repairs and maintenance for vehicle, 30,000. it's less next year, but it's, you know, you never know when something's gonna go wrong with one of your vehicles. And part of that too is we got yearly testing on all of our engines gotta be pump tested. Our aerial, all our ladders gotta be tested every year, our ladder truck has to be tested every year, so that all gets absorbed in that 30,000 there. Rural fire expenses, we cut that down considerably too. It's been $1,500 for as far back as I could look. There's really no expense in rural fire anymore because, besides a little bit of postage, because most of them go out through email. And we got rid of we had fire tags that if you were a customer, you got a tag that had your number on it, just put on your mailbox. But technology these days, you know, where it takes you right to where you need to go. So did cut that. Fuel, 3,500. Medical supplies, 2,500. Just basically when we gotta replenish some of our medical stuff. Postage, there's 300. Uniforms and clothing, bumped it up just a little bit. We gotta get some new uniforms for the new hires and kind of working on our appearance a little bit. Be a little more presentable in the public when we're out doing different functions. Yeah. Supplies other, that was kind of, you know, just kind of a cushion there for, I know we need to wear some like fire safety material for kids. Train session materials, go towards our fire and EMS training. Travel miles, if you know, we were to go, if somebody were to go out of town for any type of training. Should be able to try and go through it fast, anybody.
I did wanna ask, how much was raised on the deal down on the corner?
1,700. That was with, we had a pretty decent donation from somebody.
Now, when you guys do that, do you guys buy the meat and stuff, or do you guys get donations to buy that, or?
So
I
we
know that comes
typically,
out of
we
our
try to get as
funds.
many donations as we can, like Fastenal donated some water.
Yeah.
A bread company donated buns.
I think it was 500.
But we typically buy, well, whatever we have to buy, we pay for it out of our account. Use it, you know, for starters.
So that was your gross, that wasn't your profit, you're saying?
That was our profit.
Oh, 1,700 your profit?
That's
Good.
not bad.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
My parents got there.
Okay,
Buy a lot of ham.
So then they gave you
before we move on to any other budgets, I'm gonna make a proposal here that we, have another committee meeting and have a special meeting in June, so that way we can still pass our budget in June.
I think that sounds like a pretty good idea.
Cause we still have 8 more to do.
Oh, yeah, no, I
Uh,
agree.
Any objections to that?
No.
Pick a date while we're sitting here. Go ahead.
I had a quick question. Is there something that's like specific about needing a public hearing for the budget?
There's a public hearing for the appropriation if we go over a certain amount, which,
No, you have to have a public hearing for appropriation.
oh,
no
for
matter
appropriate,
what.
sorry, yeah,
I
for
think
appropriation.
that was right.
But that'll be right before the appropriations meeting, that meeting. But that'll be in July.
Oh, okay, July.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, really?
I got the calendar right here. But there is one, actually I got 2 items under old business before we leave. It'll be real quick, I promise. Right after we pick a date.
Wanna do it next week?
Yeah, 11th, I'm good with the 11th.
I'm
Just
gonna be out of town on it.
And I can't do
all
the
next
11th.
week.
I got a sleep study at the hospital
18th.
that night.
I will be
Have
back in
fun.
town the 18th.
Yeah, how about we do the 18th at 6 p.m.?
Sounds good.
Yep.
And that is what day?
That's Tuesday.
Tuesday? Okay.
And then we'll go ahead and,
At what time?
well, I'm sorry,
6?
that's a Tuesday. Why am I doing it on a Tuesday?
Well,
Why am I
that-
looking on a
The
Tuesday?
18th is
Because
a
today's a-
Thursday, right?
No,
I think you're doing it
Tuesday.
today.
Well, that's July, Jesus.
Yeah.
I mean, we could. We want to do, yeah, you want to do the committee meeting on a Tuesday and do
Yeah.
a special meeting on a Thursday?
Yes.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 18th and the 20th.
So the 18th at 6 PM, just like today?
Yes, and then the 20th at 7 p.m.
Does that give us enough time for publications and all that crap?
That's what you'll have to have for the July meeting, so. Oh, well, let me see though, cause that, good question, Dick.
18th.
For the,
My God.
Actually, no.
June 20th?
It doesn't, you're right.
for,
No,
John.
because you gotta have, is it 10 days or 2 weeks notice?
30?
Oh, it's 10.
No, it's not 10
Oh,
days.
notice, not post.
Oh, you're talking
Oh,
about
you're
appropriations.
Whatever the hell it
The,
is.
Yeah.
the spacing for the
Yeah.
appropriation, on the we've got plenty of time for a meeting, but I got.
Is
you.
it?
7 days.
Mhm.
Well, you know what? I don't know why you couldn't, because you don't necessarily have to have the budget passed before you post the notice, so.
But it's still 11 to 12 days. It has to be 10 days.
I got no problem
I'm
with it,
saying I
but
could
I
send
don't,
it to,
I don't
or
wanna
Megan could send it to the source here.
have it come back
or
and say
publish
we're gonna
there,
do
so
this
that's fine.
again.
We won't, like she
Okay.
said, you can
Yeah.
post it before you have.
What
this
time on the
all
Uh,
hashed
7,
out.
7 p.m. on the 20th and 6 p.m. on the 18th.
Okay.
Perfect.
And then the other two items under new business, one is I owe trustee Warwick an apology. He did indeed send me that email with his list, and I do. I sincerely apologize. I completely missed that email, and again, I apologize. The other item, and I don't know if I sent this out via email. I just wanted to.
Thank you.
I just
Go, boy.
I just wanted to go. If
Hammer
anybody.
everybody.
If anybody has any questions over the liquor license stuff, I know I get confused over, I gotta have them in front of me when I look over it. So if anybody just wants to take a couple minutes, I did send this out via email, but if you wanna look at it right now, class A, B, C, D, blah, 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 they can kind of run together. So you wanna look at the proposed changes while we're sitting here and ask any questions, I'll go grab the ordinance. And,
Then the place budget.
That's it.
what's that?
Then the place budget.
Nope. That's, I just.
18. No, we've just liked having you here for your smiling face.
I was just sitting there thinking.
But just real quick,
For nothing.
if you skip down to proposed changes, I know we discussed mirroring Jacksonville's. What I did is I looked at Jacksonville's. If we did away with the class, what is currently the Class H, which is a Sunday sales, we do away with that and just work the Sunday sales into the license, because there's no need to have a separate license for Sunday sales anymore. Then what we could do is we change our Class I to a Class H, and it would make it way easier for typing, because every time I type an I, it looks like a 1. And the current I is the gaming parlor liquor license. Not
So
the
combine those?
Not combine them, we'd replace the H, the I would become an H, we just rename that. Because we would no longer have the H Sunday sales, so instead of just deleting it, we just make the Class H now the gaming parlor license. Not to be confused with the gaming license, which
Okay,
is separate from that.
I'm lost here. On
Go ahead.
Sunday sales,
So, yeah,
everybody gonna have Sunday sales.
everybody would have Sunday sales, it'd be automatically
Then I would
included.
suggest raising the price on all the liquor licenses.
I did,
Okay.
if you flip to the back.
Next slide, Dick, next slide.
Yes, next slide. I didn't raise everything, and that's a thing too, if you look in the ordinance, it's, well, this one, Sunday sales is 150, but this one's 125, but this one, it was all over the map, and it's confusing. So I didn't raise everything proportionally, I just threw in some numbers, what I thought worked. Like, for instance, I made Class A and Class B the same. I don't know, Class A is tavern, Class B is restaurant and lodging. I personally don't know why they're different.
Yeah.
One was without the Sunday sales, one was 400 every 6 months, and one was 450 every 6 months.
Why not just combine them for the ease of?
Oh, the classic tavern, one's tavern,
Right.
and one's restaurant or lodging. And the difference being there is a restaurant or lodging in the ordinance. If you have a restaurant or lodging, that has to be your primary business. So
Okay.
Yeah,
That
your
makes sense.
primary source of revenue can't be the pour license. So it has to come from either the food or the lodge.
Tiffany's been holding up.
I was gonna say, you lost me when she brought in the cookie.
Yeah.
It's my husband's
joking.
birthday tomorrow.
Oh, but to me, those should be the same price. I don't see why a restaurant or lodging one should be more than a tavern one.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
And then as far as the times, I don't care either way. But the starting times, I put the same as Jacksonville's, which is 6 a.m. The ending times for Monday through Thursday, or Sunday through Thursday, But yeah, Monday to Thursday. I put the same as Jacksonville's. Actually, that should say Sunday through Thursday on the proposed changes. See, that's not. Have Sunday on
Instead of
there.
Monday.
Yeah, because I cut and pasted.
Well, we said the
pasted
6
from the-
AM because obviously, with the gaming.
Yeah, for the gaming,
Yeah.
and it's the same as what the
Right.
city has, but theirs, when they close, and here's what I'm getting at, on the weekends, they close at 1:30, and on here I put 2. We'd be staying open half an hour later, not to scare our police chief.
You're getting a dirty
If Zodiac closes, and here's what I was thinking when I typed that out, if Zodiac closes, we don't have any bars,
Oh.
so we're only looking at gaming, and we'd be an open half an hour later. Now, I'm not saying any establishment would. I don't know if they would or not. I have no idea.
So you're saying you try to draw,
That was my thought when I typed
Gambling
this
to get
out.
people
I'm not
only
saying
those.
you guys have to pass it. If you guys want to do the exact same hours as Jacksonville, it wouldn't hurt my feelings. I don't care
you'd be
either way.
surprised
I
on
just-
how many people would take advantage of that probably.
Speaking of
Oh,
which,
yeah.
there's another thing
Driving
that
by
I.
your house throwing beer balls out. Yeah, you
They're
are.
already there, pal. I'll be outside my porch smoking a cigarette.
There
watching.
is, speaking of which, there's another thing too that I did ask Ron to look into, and I don't know if you skip, let's see, package liquor, which would be a Class C. I do not know if it is possible to have like a 24-hour package liquor license. The reason I say I don't know if that's possible is there's a truck stop in Springfield that every time I drive by it to go to my daughter's, it says 24-hour gaming. And I've asked Rob to look into that and be like, how in the heck is that possible? Because the games can only be on when they can sell alcohol. Normally it's when they can pour alcohol, but at a truck stop, they don't have to pour. Truck stop's the one crazy outlier where they only have to sell alcohol. And that's the only one I've ever seen like that where they have 24-hour gaming. I don't care. It's not, what everybody's
If you
opinion
make
is.
a 24-hour liquor license, I mean, that's gonna cost.
Oh, absolutely.
That's
it would
gonna be
cost.
expensive.
And that would only be available for the truck stops. Or actually, it would be available for packaged liquor. But only the truck stops would be able to take advantage for the game, so.
I have to redo my budget to include another officer.
Well, if we brought in 24-hour gaming, maybe we'd be able to afford that other option, right?
Sustainability, Tim, do you have sustainability for that position?
I'm just throwing things out here. I'm just thinking of revenue. I'm not saying I'm for or against it. I'm just thinking about the revenue. So, you guys,
I'll tell you,
Mull this
I
over.
like the 2 AM as opposed to just mirroring their 1:30, because I don't know if you were being serious or just making a joke, but
No, I'm being serious.
Okay, yeah, then I'm in complete agreement with him.
I
missed what
pe-
you said. Then what?
No, I said you'd be surprised at how many people would take advantage of that, because I know people that, if they're doing work down here, they're gonna go down here, and then they're gonna go next one, and people love to gamble away that money.
Most of the people
It's sad,
here
but-
know my feeling on revenues. I'm very pro-revenue. Please think about what the hell you're doing before you make something 30 minutes. And there's no reinventing the wheel, just look around. Many communities have done this. That 30 minutes will cost hell for you people.
That's where all the hell
It
starts.
won't cost hell for me because I've only got 1 or 2 cars on and I can only answer how many calls I can answer. It'll be you people getting your ass chewed when people are puking and peeing in yards. Trust me, if the bars close up there and they have 30 minutes to come out here and even sit at a truck stop and get alcohol.
It is that they serve alcohol, so it is the last ditch effort for them to come drink. That is
Last call,
seriously
you guys
something to think
remember
about.
if I grew up, I grew up in this town. Last call, it was.
Last
it
call was
on.
last call.
That's right. And-
Hey, Maximilian's still open.
That's
Still
right.
giving them- yeah. So something to mull over between now and Thursday.
I hadn't thought about it that way.
It's something. Even though it's not bars open, the other places serve
still
too.
get
So,
it, though.
so anywho,
Hello.
Harry,
yes,
so in your capacity as mayor, you're the
Yes.
liquor commissioner, and you have the authority to set license fees and all that.
not fees. No, you guys set the fees.
Who
I
sets the fees?
I issue the licenses.
Okay.
You make the license.
You guys create the licenses, and then I issue the licenses.
That's probably been over with.
Yeah.
No, she told me.
And
to
if
turn
they're
it
in
off.
violation, I can revoke the license. So,
But we could set the, we have to set the amount of the fees. for
You
the
guys
license.
set the ordinance.
Okay.
So you guys control the ordinance, which would, that sets the hours, the fees, the numbers of license, all that sort of stuff.
Okay.
So,
Only my mother calls me at 10. What the hell's wrong?
Answer me.
Oh, I'm just calling you. What? She loves you. No, she don't.
absent that, any other business?
Oh, I think this is old business now. I just found out that an hour, 2 hours ago, my son requested a line item in the parks budget for a dinosaur slide.
I like that. Jeez.
Got that, John? Can you add that?
Got it.
New business thing on Thursday, it's not a big deal, but you guys are gonna see it and you're probably gonna wonder what it is. There's a $25 check written to South Jacksonville Fire Department Community Benefit. It was deposited wrong. It was sent in and there's a copy of the check on it. It was deposited in the wrong account where it should have been sent over to Rich, so we've had to issue them a check and that's why.
Oh,
So-
okay.
I do want to say too, you said the donation earlier. Was that not the Mexican restaurant
Yes. It was
west of town
they-
donated $500?
$500. And they live in
Wow.
the
So
corner
keep
of,
that in mind whenever you go to eat,
Go out
that
to
they
eat, yeah.
donated $500 to our
And
fire.
When they live here in town.
Little
They've heard the
Mexico.
bill.
Right, they live on Diamond and, yeah,
Diamond.
Yeah.
that's awesome. I think that's great.
That's our favorite. It's a good place.
And they have a bunch of kids' toys, blow up bounce houses and stuff. We ever wanted to use them for, kids' day.
Do your
club
motion.
day, or
At the fire, yeah, at the fire department, yeah.
Make a motion to adjourn.
A second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Oh, now wait a minute.
Too late now.